Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're here to watch day 2 of the Tanner Horner trial. As a reminder, he pleaded guilty on day 1, which catapulted us, to the punishment phase of the trial because it's a death penalty case. So what we're watching is sort of like a mini trial. I mean, they're still going to show a lot of evidence, but what the jury will deliberate on is his sentence. Should it be life without parole, or should he be sentenced to death? That's what they will eventually go and decide on after hearing all this evidence. And yesterday, they had opening statements from the state and the defense, and the prosecutor said that this could take a few weeks. That's how he worded it. A few weeks of evidence. So I'm not too sure if it's a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but they do plan to present to the jury as much evidence as possible. Carol, thanks for being a member for 14 months. Welcome everyone. Please like and share so others know we are live right now. Also, thank you to Sheila Carol for sending me a PayPal gift. You sent me 15 Swiss francs. I really appreciate it. And your message was, thank you. I love the no ads YouTube feature. Thank you so much. There's no ads on these long trial live streams, Who would want that every 6 minutes? So it's because of you and your support that I can do that. All right. So are we ready to bring up the court feed? Here we go. Also, I'm aware that there's lots of other news happening today. I will get to that. I'm kind of busy covering the trial, you know what I mean? But I will get to covering the other news in the true crime world. Other people maybe pleading guilty, today. As soon as I can, depending on if the trial day ends early, maybe we can even cover it today. Otherwise, I'll have to work on covering it tomorrow or as soon as I can. All right. So let's focus on justice for Athena today and focus on the trial day that's happening now. Let me just get the feed for you. Hold on 1 second. Okay, here we go. Okay. So they're all just milling around, getting ready for court, right? Also, if you're brand new here at Grizzly True Crime, we do start late on purpose so that we can skip over, the coffee breaks and hopefully also the lunch break. So that's why we do that, in case you didn't know. So we don't really want spoilers from if you're watching ahead, you know what I mean? Thank you for being here with me and watching this trial with me. I'm forfeiting my court blazers, okay, to wear pink in honor of Athena Strand. Her favorite color was pink. Most of her family and friends in the courtroom are wearing pink in honor of her. They had pink out events. All her vigils were all pink. So I'm doing my best to wear pink. I'm trying to dig out any pink clothing that I have and to wear that in honor of Athena. And quickly, I'll stop talking now. We're going to get into it. I showed this yesterday, but a lot of people missed it, and you asked if I could show it again. This is a mug that I bought in honor of Athena, and it's got a little bunny on it here, and it's pink as well. So I'll be using this throughout this trial as well. All right. Literal by Better said it's called defluffing. It is. Some people don't know what that means. They're like, what are you saying, lady? Okay, are we there yet?
Good morning. He's here somewhere.
No, he's out the hall.
Oh.
I love the accents. Good morning.
Yep. See you.
Don't you just love the Texan accent? It's happening. Yes, thank you so much. A Ramblin' Rome. It's being held in Tarrant County Courtroom in Fort Worth, Texas. Good morning, everybody. Gotta see you there at 9 a.m., said the judge. Spiders Making Biscuits says going to try to stay for Athena, gut-wrenching. Yes, thank you so much. And if it gets too much for you, just know we'll always save you a seat.
Oh, good. Good to go. I was so tired last night.
I know, I was too. I got something Steve Yeah. Steve was being all chatty Cathy.
Yeah, I've been about asleep by now.
Ooh, these dudes, oh my word. Just look at them. Hey, Tanner, don't mess with them, hey? Sar said, come to Alabama, G. I'd fit in, right? Okay. I don't want to miss anything. I can go forward a bit.
Somebody is.
Hot mic. Here we go. Here comes the defendant, 34-year-old Tanner Horner.
I said, just get me through this document. I'm all yours.
Charlie said, we don't defluff the hot mic moments though. Hell no.
Oh, so I not have it. Oh, there you go. Thanks.
Welcome to all the new members as well. There's the defendant. I can't help but roll my eyes. He convicted himself. He pleaded guilty. So is he the defendant? How should I refer to him? Yesterday he pleaded guilty after 3.5 years of making everyone wait. Like, really? Day one, he's like, yeah, pleading guilty. The judge was like, what? The judge did like a double take. And Mr. Horner, how do you plead guilty? He's like, wait, what? Okay, you pleading guilty? All right. Araceli Spicy Chica says, Buenos dias, Grizzlies. Buenos dias to you. Also, before I forget, number one, thank you for all the coffees. Thank you, Rob, for the 10 coffees today. Number two, thanks to everyone who sent emails. I asked you guys if you are interested in helping out to temp mod. That means you get a wrench temporarily in the long trial days to help out the mod squad. Then you can email me, and you can still email me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Okay, thank you to everyone that emailed. I have read them all.
There are minutes. Yeah.
Can't take me anywhere, Judge.
Fingernails on the chalkboard. All right, good morning, everybody. Let's get started. Mr. Goebel, it's my understanding there's some matters you wish to bring up for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to renew my objection to the materials remaining on the screen when a witness isn't actively testifying about them. That we running objection with each witness.
That's granted. It's overruled. You had an objection to certain portions of a video.
Yes, Your Honor, but I believe we have agreed to redact that portion of the video.
Okay.
And
I didn't know if you wanted to put it in the record or not.
Well, we've agreed to redact a certain portion of the video that deals with the 404B or an extraneous offense. My understanding of that agreement is not only will the audio portion, but the video portion as well will be redacted.
That's what I requested the DA to do. And I think they're working on that right now.
They are, and it's not a...
I hope they're referring to the audio and video portion of what the prosecutor described in opening statements. Trigger warning. Okay, this is discussing the murder of a 7-year-old girl who was abducted on November 30th of 2022 by a FedEx driver. Thank you so much, Lisa G, for the coffees. So, what the state said was that it was an hour-long recording after Tanner Horner abducted Athena, and he admits to it, he confessed to it, all of that, right? He's in a FedEx truck, so there's video recording every minute. You know what I mean? They say it's like 1-minute clips. Then he covered the camera at some point. Like, do you remember we saw the picture yesterday of Athena in the van? And then he covered the camera, but the audio kept running. And so the prosecutor said to the jury, you're going to hear that. We're going to play all that, and you can hear this, however many pounds Tanner Horner was trying to murder Athena for an hour. And I'm like, what? Sorry, what now? Oh, we're not going to hear that, right? Are we going to hear that? I don't know. Are you going to play that publicly? I don't know. It sounds like not. It sounds like, I hope that that's what they're referring to being redacted, right?
Exhibit's probably even going to be reached today, so.
Okay. Well, that'll give us time.
It's just the, yeah, it's just the. They're doing it right.
So when they get done, at some point, just make sure that the defense has an opportunity to review it, okay? Are we ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Why don't you call the next witness in and I'll swear him. Josh Espinoza. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I do, Your Honor.
Rules and effects, so be sure to follow, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Carrie, let's go.
See, look at them all wearing pink. Here's Athena's mother. I think her hair is, this is her. Her hair is more pink today. And look at everybody wearing pink for Athena. Yes.
Better turn this off.
Yes, sir, I do, Your Honor.
Rules and effects.
Thank you, Jacqueline, for spoiling the mods with 6 delicious coffees. Scott said, sounds like compelling evidence. Why would they redact that? They might just be redacting it for the public, and maybe the jury will be able to take that, you know, the unredacted version to the deliberation room.
We are waiting on one juror. Okay.
Oh, they're waiting for one juror. Lady Carol said, I really wish I had something pink. I switched my profile to pick to hers instead. Thank you, Lady Carol. Thanks for being a member for 29 months. If you are a member, we also have this emoji for Athena. I'll put it there in the chat. Ah, the state of Texas. Look there, and it says Athena in the heart. Little Busy Brain said, oh, that lady defense attorney complained yesterday about the pink. Now they decided to bring the pink to court for Athena. Nice. True, they went even more pink, right? Just love this dude watching over Tanner Horner. I just love it. Glare at him, sir. Glare at him. Tanner's like, wait, what? Is he behind me? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Margot, you see him now, right? He's right there. Tanner Horner, the defendant, right here. Still not in orange. Even though he pleaded guilty. Put him in his orange jail outfit, man.
Now we're talking back to juror for just a minute.
Thank you, Elena. You said, I like your snorking, G. Oh, thank you so much.
Everyone can be seated, thank you.
What just happened? Everybody can be seated, thank you. And up stands Tanner Horner and walks out. Okay. The heck is going on there? Sir. Seated. Princess Pillow said, "Hi Grizzlies, justice for Athena." Yes. Thank you for being a member for 16 months. So now it's him making the delay? Oh, no.
Okay. All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify.
Listen. Camera and audio person, stop it. We are awake and paying attention, okay? And we're in different time zones. It's 5 p.m. here. I'm very awake, okay? That was so loud, right? We didn't expect that. Oh my goodness. Okay, everybody, you're awake now, right? You can hear. Tested your eardrums? Like the stream. If your eardrums are working.
Truthfully, okay, Mr. Staten. Oh, let's do it.
Here you are. Good morning. Can you go ahead and state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Joshua, Joshua, Espinoza, Espinoza.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a Texas game warden.
Now, what does a Texas game warden do?
So Texas game wardens are state peace officers. We not only enforce hunting, fishing, and water safety related laws, but we also apprehend dangerous criminals and provide public safety to the people of the state of Texas.
Now, are you a commissioned peace officer like our regular police departments?
Yes, ma'am. So I hold the same commission peace officer license as any other peace officer, have the same arrest powers as any other peace officer in the state of Texas.
Now, what type of training does a Texas game warden have?
So Texas Game Wardens attend a training center near Hamilton, Texas. It's a 8-month academy. We train on the basic peace officer curriculum, everything from arrest, search, and seizure to firearms training to search and rescue training, boat operation training, quite a bit of extensive training.
And what is a game warden's role in a search and rescue type of situation?
So Texas Game Wardens often lead in search and rescue operations across the state, from major events, from hurricanes, flooding occurrences. We actually have a dedicated search and rescue team.
And are you part of this search and rescue team?
Yes, ma'am. I've been a member of the Texas Game Warden search and rescue team for 10 years now.
And so have you done a variety of search and rescues as part of this team?
Yes, ma'am. I've done quite a few search and rescues, body recoveries, and victim rescues.
And tell us, I guess, just generally, what are these usually coming from?
So one of the very first events that I responded to was Hurricane Harvey, Harris County, providing victim rescues and that. And then most recently, the Kerrville floods, the devastating July 4th floods.
So are these mostly, I guess, accident-based or?
Yes, ma'am. Accident-based.
Now, what areas do game wardens work? Do you have a certain district, a certain area?
So we're assigned by county, but we have statewide jurisdiction.
Okay. And so is Wise County part of your area?
Yes, ma'am. It is part of my district.
Now, at some point where you requested, you personally and the game wardens in general, to assist on the missing person search for Athena Strand.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. One of the Wise County game wardens was on scene, and also I was contacted by Game Warden K-9 Sergeant Chrissy Thompson with our K-9 unit that she was going to be assisting in the search of Athena Strand in Wise County, and I requested permission through my chain of command to assist with the search.
Do you recall what date that was?
It was December 2nd, 2022, approximately 10:26 a.m.
So the search had already been going before you kind of had come to assist?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And what information were you actually given when you were, I guess, heading to the scene?
That there was a missing child, 7-year-old child of Athena Strand had been missing from a residence in a rural location in Wise County.
And where were you asked to, I guess, report?
I was asked to report to Athena's residence, which is, I believe, is 268 County Road 3573 near Paradise, Texas, a rural area.
And when you arrived, what did you see?
There was multiple agencies looking in the bar ditch, looking in the wooded areas around. I actually ran across 2 Fort Worth police officers and assisted them in searching a heavily wooded area after getting permission from the landowner.
So at this time, you were mostly searching still in and around the victim's residence?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. At some point, were you contacted by a Texas Ranger?
Yes, ma'am. While I was at the residence, I was contacted by the Texas Ranger.
Was this still on December 2nd of 22?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. And have you worked with the Texas Rangers in any type of prior investigations?
Yes, ma'am. We frequently work with the Texas Rangers and other agencies in assisting.
And do you recall which Texas Ranger specifically called you that day?
Yes, ma'am. Texas Ranger Job Espinoza.
Now, recognize that those 2 last names are the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Any relation?
Yes, ma'am. He's my big brother.
Okay. Do you recall if you've actually ever worked with your brother before?
I don't recall if I have. I'm sure we might have crossed paths at some point.
And on this specific case, though, was Texas Ranger Espinoza, was he the lead investigator on this?
Yes, ma'am. He was the lead investigator.
So although he didn't bring you out to scene, he did contact you for assistance at some point?
Yes, ma'am. He did.
Okay. And when he called you, what did he ask you to do?
So when he called me, myself, and Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Wise County Game Warden, and Game Warden Chrissy Thompson were at the residence standing by, and when he called me, he said he needed me to find a FedEx truck and gave me an address and informed me that a FBI agent was following a FedEx truck and that I needed to respond and detain the suspect because he would potentially abducted or kidnapped Athena Strand.
Okay. And so at this point, who all was with you heading to this address that the ranger provided you?
So myself, Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Game Warden Sergeant Chrissy Thompson, we all were in separate vehicles and were en route to that address of, I believe it was Bethel Road was the initial address I was provided.
And at some point, did that address change?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
And do you recall what the address changed to?
So Wise County Communications came over the radio and notified of an address on the corner of Hope and Faith Trail.
To your knowledge, were they getting information from the FBI that updated that address?
I was unaware where that information was coming from. I believed it was from the FBI.
Okay.
Damn, Araceli Spicy Chica spoiled the mods with 10 delicious coffees. Thank you so much. That is awesome. You know what I really also love about trials is one, we have a lot of time that we spend together, right? As we watch these trials together and see justice for the victim and their family. But number 2, I love to be able to read, you know, because normally I'm so busy doing things and telling you things and reading you things, I can't read the chat as much, so I normally look at the live chat replay. But to see what you guys are saying live is just so great. So if you just see me looking like this all the time and nodding along, I'm nodding at you as well as listening. Okay. Thanks for being here.
Now, where were you, or did you eventually locate the suspect?
Yes, ma'am, I did eventually.
Approximately where were you at?
I was at the corner of at a residence at the corner of Hope Trail and Faith Trail near Paradise.
Now, at this time, were you in a marked unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have your lights on?
Yes, ma'am. I had my red and blue emergency lights on.
Now, when you saw the FedEx truck, can you just tell the jury what happened?
When I saw the FedEx truck exiting the driveway, I pulled my patrol truck in front of the FedEx truck with my lights activated, my red and blues, and I got out and performed a felony stop with my pistol drawn due to the gravity of the situation of it being a kidnapping treated as a felony stop. Ordered the suspect to put his hands up and face away from me and placed him in handcuffs.
And was there any other law enforcement with you at that time?
Yes, ma'am. Wise County Sheriff's Office deputies were on scene as well.
Do you see the person in the courtroom today that you detained on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I do. He's sitting right over there wearing blue slacks and a blue jean shirt.
Look how he smiles while he's pointing at him. He's right over there. Thank you, Araceli Spicy Chicken, for spoiling me too. With 5 coffees. Christine Trigg, thank you for upgrading to Grizzly Lighthouse. That's amazing. Yeah, he's sitting right over there. Point at him, sir. Point at him. Okay, yes.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness did point to the defendant.
Record, so reflect.
Now, at this time, you and the Wise County Sheriff's Office have handcuffed the suspect. What else did you do at that point?
So I conducted a pat-down frisk for weapons of the suspect, and once I was sure that there was no weapons, I reached in his pocket and retrieved his wallet and pulled out his identification to positively ID the suspect.
And what did you do with that identification or driver's license?
With that driver's license, I radioed it over to Wise County Communications Dispatch that he was detained, that driver's license was the individual that was detained.
And why do you guys do that?
It's a matter of keeping a log with our dispatch.
Once that part is done, at any point did you notify Texas Ranger Espinoza that you had found the suspect?
Yes, ma'am. I called Texas Ranger Joe Espinoza via cell phone.
And did he arrive on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Once Ranger Espinoza and whomever he was with arrived on scene, what did you do at that point?
Once he arrived on scene, Ranger Espinoza told me that he had left in such a haste and requested that I hand over my body camera because he had forgotten his recording device.
So he took his brother's body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this point, did you essentially transfer custody of the suspect over to Ranger Espinoza?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. We talked a little bit about this body camera.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you wearing a body camera the entire time that you were with the suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
And does your body camera record both audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you activate your body camera prior to meeting the suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Show us.
And have you had the opportunity to review that body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's my body cam video on a flash drive with my initials.
And this is the same footage that you have reviewed?
Yes, ma'am. That's
And
correct.
does it fairly and accurately depict the events where you detained the suspect?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the State offers into evidence State's Exhibit number 34 that's previously been provided to the defense in discovery.
We're going to see some.
Any objections other than those previously tendered to the court?
No, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 34 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I publish the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Josh, just for notes, I'm going to ask you one quick question while there's no sound. Can you explain why there is no sound right now?
So the reason there's no sound is when the body camera is on, it has a 2-minute pre-record where it records only video and no audio, but once you hit record, it actually picks up the audio as well.
And so right now what we're seeing is you driving, and I guess, what is that you're looking at?
That is my cell phone. I'm using Google Maps to find the location.
Okay, thank you.
Based on yesterday's screenshot from some of this body cam, we might as well put out a trigger warning that we might see some plumber butt, some butt crack of Tanner Horner. Are we going to see him drop the package when he got a fright? Oh no, they're coming to talk to me. What's happening? Adam Bluefire said, do we know why the defendant pleaded guilty? Well, I mean, we wouldn't know what his thinking is, you know what I mean? But we can guess, huh? You said presumably if he's facing death penalty, it doesn't make much sense. Most defendants try their luck with a full trial. Well, in January, his defense team, public defenders, filed 28 motions. And I think that would be their attempt to maybe get the state to offer a plea deal, which never happened. He was not offered a plea deal. So I think he waited until the very last minute. I think that Brian Walsh, if you watched the trial with me, he had a similar strategy, you know, and he was like, I'll plead guilty to one. You know, hoping for that plea. No. So he didn't get that. So he pleaded guilty. Now he's going to try his luck to see if he could obviously not get sentenced to death. So, which I'm grateful for, you know. At least he admitted it and he's pleaded guilty. And now let's see what the punishment will be. So in the punishment phase, Jenny Becky 76, welcome as well. Here we go. Are we ready to see Tanner Horner get arrested? This was on December 2nd of 2022. Athena was abducted on November 30th of 2022 from her dad's house in Paradise, Texas. And she was 7 years old. And the police said she died murdered within an hour of being abducted. And all of it was recorded on the FedEx video. Carol T55, thank you so much.
That's it right there. Step back. Step back. Step back. Step back. Keep your hands up. Step back. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Face away from me.
Get him, get him, get him.
I smell marijuana. That's what we got. What is this? What you got in your pocket? Keys? Tanner? Yes, sir. Okay.
Even there, you know, he's very calm, looking around. It's not like, whoa, 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 why are you arresting me? Oh, not saying much, huh?
Yes, sir. call for the one in custody. It's going to be Texas Deal 26698029. Last name's going to be Horner. Good one. Take your card. Yeah. Smell like weed, strong. Yeah, when he rolled out of the van. I didn't think he was going to stop. My brother said that's all the FedEx truck to take it down. He's like, take it down. So, let me call him. Okay. Yeah, we got him.
Now that's a good way to censor it. Colleen Knight said he smelled wacky tobacco. Not legal in Texas. Right? And on the job? What are you doing, Tanner Horner? Huh? Wow. Well, I mean, he would murder a child on a job, so his work ethics are as low as it can get.
In the background, you faintly heard somebody yelling for Athena. Were you able to look in the truck for Athena?
No, ma'am. My concern was officer safety, making sure the suspect didn't have any weapons. There was Wise County deputies that actually made entry into the truck and looked around for Athena.
And was Athena Strand found in that truck?
No, ma'am.
We spoke earlier about you handing over the body camera to your brother, Ranger Espinoza.
Yes, ma'am.
On that video, when you handed the body camera over, will it show you on that body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
Because of the 2-minute pre-record, it catches me taking off the body camera and catches me on video.
And will that body camera footage show, I guess, probably your name on the body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Other than handing the body camera over to Ranger Espinoza, did he have full control over that body camera as soon as you handed it to him?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And you're on a Rich.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Are we spelling it out for people who don't know what wacky tobacco is? I was saying it's a clever way to censor it because YouTube doesn't like it when you say it like this. You know what I mean? Then they're like, ooh, let's not show this stream to more people. This is a dangerous and naughty stream. Platform tries to be PG-13, you know? Even though this is educational content for adults only and we're watching a trial, a murder trial of a little girl. But just try not to say that in chat, okay? Try to censor it if you can a little bit.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. And do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That's going to be my body camera video that Ranger Espinoza took.
And as far as your portion where you're handing the body camera off, does it fairly and accurately depict your role in that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at that point, Ranger Espinoza is the one on this video.
Yes, ma'am.
Once Ranger Espinoza takes custody of the suspect, did you have any additional role in the search for Athena Strand?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do?
Continue to search, was provided with a location. The best way I could describe it was a bamboo forest. We were tasked with taking the canine to that location to search for Athena, but we're unsuccessful in searching that area and locating Athena.
So Athena Strand was not found in the bamboo forest?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you sent to a different location at some point?
Yes, ma'am. I was provided, I don't recall how I was provided the location, possibly the sheriff's office of Bobo's Crossing on the Trinity River.
Pause. He tried to send him to a wrong location. Go search there in the bamboo forest. What the hell? I was going to say, was he inspired by Stefan Stearns or something? But no, this case happened before Madeline Soto's case. Madeline Soto went missing February 26th of 2024. Athena went missing November 30th of 2022. Bamboo forest? Oh my word.
And we went to that location, but due to the nightfall and traffic conditions, roadside, we decided it was unsafe to run the canine on that location.
And you talked about canine. Was this your canine?
It's Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Game Warden canine that's assigned to Texas Game Warden Sergeant Chrissy Thompson. It's her canine.
And you were with her on that scene?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
At that time, who all was there with you? And it was just you and the canine unit, and who else?
As well as Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Wise County Game Warden, and several other officers from the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
At some point, did Ranger Espinoza and anybody else show up?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us about that?
Ranger Espinoza showed up with Mr. Horner, and Mr. Horner was able to inform Ranger Espinoza where he had put Athena.
And was Athena Strand found at Bogos Crossing?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
And were you there when her body was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned earlier that you've been a part of many body recoveries.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this different?
It was completely different because this was murder and not just an accident.
Thank you. Judge, I'll pass witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Espinoza.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple follow-up questions. My name is Steve Goebel. I'm one of the defense attorneys for Athena Horner.
Yes, sir.
You testified that you are trained in felony stops,
Yes, sir.
and you're trained in detaining suspects,
Yes, sir.
and you detained Tanner without incident,
Yes, sir.
and he did not resist,
Yes, sir. He did not resist.
and was not charged with anything like that for detention.
No, sir.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
He was so well behaved, guys. He didn't resist. He didn't do anything naughty. Yeah, no, that's not earning him any brownie points at all, right?
Redirect.
Nothing further, Judge?
May Warden Espinoza be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
If there is like a longer break or some, unforeseen time where we have to do something to wait for them to come back, then I will show you the map again. If you do want to see the map time of where Athena was abducted from and where her body was found, that is on the trial prep video for you, and it's also timestamped for you, so do go check that out.
Who do you have next?
Texas Ranger Joe Espinoza.
The other Espinoza brother, Texas Ranger Job Espinoza. Okay, here we go. Old Soul Joe, and I hope they read our chat sometime. Sometimes, the state and the defense would have someone on their team just monitoring the live stream chats to see how they're doing. I hope they read this. Either the defense don't use the mic or they have hot mic discussions. What is their problem with audio? Please use the freaking microphone, right? The defense is always so much softer than anyone else. We can't hear them. Margot says, I heard he had other victims of assault. Why didn't he go charged for those? He did. He's facing 3 other SA charges, 3 separate incidents. So he's charged with those. It's not convicted yet. And there's 1 other allegation as well. Check out the trial prep video.
Good morning.
Morning.
Remind you that you were still under oath from previous testimony.
Yes, sir, Judge.
This witness is previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ranger Espinoza, you just heard from your little brothers.
Yes, sir.
How many Espinozas are there?
There's 2 older and 2 younger, and I'm the middle one.
You're the middle?
Five total. Yes, sir.
The middle child.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, it looks to me that we're going to be chatting with you a little bit over the next day and possibly tomorrow. Would you do us a favor and introduce yourself to the jury with your first and last name, and then give us a short summary of your law enforcement training up to today?
Good morning, everybody. Joe Espinoza, J-O-B, just like in the good book. I've been in law enforcement for going on 19 years. Started in 2007 with the Grand Police Department, then worked with the Pelham County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy, and then worked on a narcotics and major crimes task force until 2015. Then I was hired by Texas DPS as a state trooper, and I was stationed in Mission, Texas, on the Texas-Mexico border, primarily assigned to Operation Secure Texas for 2 years. I was able to transfer and get back home, and spent the next 2 years in Mineral Wells as a state trooper there. And then in January of 2020, I promoted to the Texas Rangers in Company C, the Panhandle, stationed in Childress with the headquarters in Amarillo. In 2022, I transferred to Wise County, where I stayed until 2024. And I then transferred to Parker, Palo Pinto County, still under Company B. And now here we are.
So from DPS Academy to Ranger in 5 years.
Right at 4, yes, sir.
Okay. And when did you say you got promoted and made Ranger?
January of 20.
COVID Ranger.
Yes, sir.
Now, you talked a little bit about some of the other cases you worked. You said you worked major crimes and things of that nature. Have you ever worked any homicide cases prior to the time you made Ranger?
Yes, sir, I had.
Okay. And then since you made Ranger in January 2020, have you similarly worked homicide cases?
Yes, I've been involved in major crimes, unfortunately, all over the state of Texas, even in my tenure as patrol officer to a state trooper, and then obviously our primary function as Texas Rangers is to investigate major crimes, which would be homicides, ag assaults, robberies, bank robberies, kidnappings, sexual assaults.
And I've often referred to the Texas Rangers, and I've heard them referred as an assisting agency. Is that an accurate description?
Yes, sir, it is. We're here to obviously to serve the great state of Texas and support our local agencies in any form or fashion. We just come in and we are an extension of that office, working for that community or whatever community we get tasked to go to.
And for what we're here for today with regard to Athena Strand, was that your capacity at that point, is to come in as an assisting agency with the Wise County Sheriff's Office and the FBI and other agencies?
Absolutely. Just there to provide all the resources we could on a missing child.
And let me, just to get an idea, you mentioned the word resources. Are there things that that your company and the Texas Rangers can bring that the sheriff's offices in rural America may not be able to bring to bear?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sometimes it's just a matter of funding for investigations, expertise in crime scene, maybe facilitating a trip to another location, out of state, contacting. The famous saying is, if you know one ranger, you know all the rangers, which means we're connected all throughout 254 counties in the great state of Texas. And we also have contacts all over the nation, so we can tap into those resources and contacts for those local agencies we're supporting at the time.
Okay, we're in Texas, you gotta slow down.
Yes, sir. Did she give me the look and I missed it?
You gotta keep the court reporter happy.
Also, as a ranger, it sounds like what you're talking about is stuff involving criminal investigations. Do y'all assist in other types of occurrences, for example, major disasters, missing persons, rescue operations, potentially SWAT operations, things like that? Do y'all also help out with that as well?
Yes, sir, we do. So we have a special operations group. We also have which is our SRT, special operations group that does most of the felony warrants for local agencies. Like I said before, search and rescue stuff we can tap into, aircraft, and we have dive teams at our disposal. We have a lot of different resources that can supplement our communities.
And that's something that would you say that most rural sheriff's offices, they don't have helicopters and dive teams and things of that nature?
Not too many around this part of the world, no, sir.
And that's where you guys come in?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case that we're talking about today, what was your role overall in the investigation into the abduction and murder of Athena Strand?
Initially, it was just that missing 7-year-old little girl. Hey, let me get out there, let me provide resources. Let me see if I can't call our partners in Fort Worth first for a helicopter. Let me see if I can get some troopers on scene. Let's find her. It's cold. It's late. That was just the initial response that I had.
And then at some point, and I'm just trying to make sure, are you the lead ranger in the entirety of this investigation?
Yes, sir, I am.
And so in that capacity, would you say that most things that are going on with this investigation are coming through you in some capacity?
Yes, sir. Yes. So basically, the way that works is when we come in and we're working with that agency, especially when it's something to this gravity or a big scene, we form a command post. And then when I tap into those resources, I delegate out essentially tasks. If I call in a resource, you're going to be given a task or a job or a duty, and then nothing gets done without getting phoned back through the command post. So there's nothing that went on in this investigation that I didn't have a good idea of what was happening or directed that to happen.
So we just heard from little brother, and he indicated that.
Objection, Your Honor. He is informing a witness what another witness had testified to.
Sustained.
With regard to your little brother, you mentioned that you give people tasks and things. Now, did you give your little brother a task in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was that task?
On that particular day, my brother happened to be one of the closest marked units to the area where the FedEx van was located and the driver, and I needed the driver detained. So I directed him to that location to detain that driver.
So when you're talking about these tasks, you're
I don't know, I still think it's so cool that they're brothers, and he's like to his brother, go get him. He's over there. You're closer. You go get him, I'll meet you there. So cool.
handing out. Is that an example of one of those tasks?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, let's talk. I'm going to take you to November 30th, 2022. It's been a couple of years.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you first got notified that there was a child missing in Wise County? Do you remember when that was?
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell us about that.
I just actually got home from a training. It was pretty late at night, and I have, as the ranger for any area, I get notifications on my phone, state phone, which essentially says exigent things going on in the county. The notification on my phone was that there was a missing 7-year-old child. I contacted Wise County Dispatch and say, hey, what's going on with this? It's like, oh, they're saying this little girl wandered off from home and she's missing. So I then contacted the on-call investigator. I said, hey, what can I do to help? And he said, that she's wandered off before. Maybe we can find her quick. I said, well, it's really, really cold tonight. I'm a father, and this is my county. Let's find her quick. I don't want her to be cold. I don't want her to be lost. I'm going to come out, and I'm going to provide resources.
And we've
Which is amazing as well. Hold on.
talked a little bit about
There you go. That's a better pause. I'm just showing you the Amber Alert again that was issued. Even though they didn't yet have, when people say it didn't meet the criteria, that the child was abducted. In this one, we were confused when we watched the first press conference, like, oh, how do they know? How do they know? Because they're saying they think she wandered off and they're looking on the property, but then this Amber Alert went on. Oh, they were working on that information with a FedEx driver, hey? They had the eye on him already, trying to track him down. Thank you so much, Gage, for the 3 delicious coffees.
resources that you might have available. So in this particular case, at that particular time, when you first get that call, what resources do you call in at that point to assist in locating little Athena?
So I was advised by the sheriff's office. They had reached out to local fire departments. I tried to contact our helicopter at the time. They were unavailable, so we contacted Fort Worth PD's helicopter. And then I got every trooper that was working in the area to respond, just add more bodies to help look for her. And then contacted and put other rangers on standby just in case it was a prolonged incident, and went to the next day.
Did it end up going to the next day?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to split this up a little bit so we can stay focused on what happens on each day, okay? So I'm going to stay on November 30th, 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
So on that day, she went missing. You've told us that your role at that point, you were getting additional resources.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And it would to include helicopter and manpower. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, did you yourself go to the scene where Athena went missing?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And once you get there, what do you, I guess, inside, what are you kind of hoping is going to happen when you get on scene?
My initial thought to the response would be that we would quickly locate Athena with the resources provided, and then we would hopefully all go home and get warm.
Right. But when that didn't happen, and do you have any training experience being a ranger in missing persons?
Yes, sir, I do.
And let me just ask you, based on that training and experience, if a child is not located quickly, who are the most likely suspects in that?
It's usually family.
And is that was your thought in this case when Athena was not found quickly?
Yes, sir.
Now, this location, do you remember the address?
Yes, the exact physical address was in Cottondale. I have to reflect to my report to give you the actual numbers.
If I told you it was on County Road 3573, would you agree with that?
Yes, sir. 268 County Road 3573.
And so you're there, you're on scene. Do you remember what time you got physically on scene?
I don't recall. It wasn't too long after she went missing.
Okay. And so I'm going to stay on that day there. You're getting resources. When it comes to parents and interviews, what are you doing in that aspect?
So my immediate thought is let's go ahead and lock everybody in on a statement and try to corroborate that statement with digital evidence, which would be cell phones, text messages. And my goal is to lock everybody in that night, especially the people that were in close proximity to Athena on that time. So that's what I started doing on scene.
And who all did you interview out of the family?
I interviewed Ashley Strand. I interviewed Maitland Gandy. I interviewed Jacob Strand. I interviewed Mark Strand. I interviewed.
So good. Ashley Strand, stepmother, Maitland Gandy, the mother who drove through from Oklahoma when she heard that Athena was missing. Jacob Strand, Athena's dad. Now he said other names, which I think would be Athena's uncle and aunt, that he's going to say now.
Zach Strand, just interviewed all the immediate people. Zach Strand's wife, I can't recall her name off the top of my head. A lot of folks.
And are you doing that then on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
And so you interview all of those people, and let me just ask you, was there ever any evidence that a family member was somehow a part of Athena going missing?
No, sir.
Was there any other evidence that anybody else other than Tanner Horner was involved in her going missing?
No, sir.
And let me just get you to that point here. How did you go about making that particular conclusion?
During the course of my interviews, specifically with Ashley Strand, one of the things that really stuck out to me as an investigator is that I had essentially locked everybody in. Corroborated was that. The only thing that kind of stood out, and stood out to her too, was that a package was delivered right around the time.
Objection noted, that's hearsay.
Over.
Overruled, that's fact. And the fact that he delivered the package is what got him caught so quick as well. Because they were able to see, oh, even though he didn't mark it as delivered, damn, there's a package. There was a FedEx driver here. Let's find that driver. Huh? Okay, so.
That a package was delivered around the time Athena went missing. So that's somebody that could have potentially seen something, witnessed something with Athena. So that immediately went into my notes as something that we needed to look at.
And as far as that lead with regard to the package that was delivered, did you begin working that on that first day, that November 30th, or at some time after that?
Yes, sir. At that point, we're going on to the next morning. Sun hasn't come up yet, but we need to start moving more resources. In my gut, I just knew we needed to shift this a different direction, which is that somebody had taken Athena. So I reached out to more resources.
He did such a good job as well, you know. So the mistakes that Tanner Horner made, thankfully, and then the good job that Job Espinoza, Texas Ranger, and his brother, and the sheriff's office, and everybody involved in this investigation, the FBI also helped out. Man, they did a good job tracking down that driver, interviewing him, and eventually he confessed, you know. But within 3 days, they found Athena's body, and they found, of course, they tracked down the next day already the FedEx guy. Suzette Jansen, thank you so much. ZAR is South African Rands. Thank you so much. I'm from South Africa, if you guys didn't know. You said salt of the earth, two brothers in the great state of Texas, a privilege to meet them. Nice, right?
You
Thank
say more resources. Let me, you said it's early in the morning. Would that be the next day, December 1st?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, have you been working steadily since you arrived on the scene all the way until the sun rises the next morning?
Yes, sir.
What is going on with the search from the time that those resources arrived all the way until the sun rises that next morning, December 1st?
We're still looking. There's nothing's really changed other than I'm bringing in more resources.
Okay. Is the helicopter still in the air?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are the search people still doing search things?
Yes, sir.
So we talked about this package, okay? And who are you working with on running down that lead on that package? Who are you working with?
So the next morning, just to elaborate on that, I called United States Marshal Service, DPS CID, the FBI CAS team. I got additional troopers. I got additional rangers, and I also got our Special Operations Group rangers to respond to the scene. And as I delegated the tasks, I was informed that there was FBI agents in Fort Worth that could be tasked with identifying who delivered the package to the residents. And my main objective was like, who delivered it? What did they see?
And that's what I was going to ask you next is what kinds of information were you looking for from those assets that you brought in?
So again, like I said before, everybody was tasked, different tasks. The United States Marshal Service and DPS-CID were tasked with a canvass, which would be essentially canvassing all the houses, registered sex offenders, anybody in the area. Troopers were tasked with the same thing. Texas Parks and Wildlife was tasked with water resources and canine resources. And the FBI was tasked with the digital evidence, and then that evidence on that package, or just essentially identifying where it came from, who delivered it, and what they saw.
And is that the kind of questions you were asking with regard to this particular package, this box?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who delivered it? When they delivered it, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just why is that important?
More than anything, to me, initially, it was just, it's another set of eyes, right? What did you see? Well, what was there? Is there something that we need to be looking for that we missed? I need to know that from everybody in the area. That's the same thing with the canvases and everything. Is there something I'm missing here? Is there something we're missing? Did somebody see Athena? That's the main thing we're looking for.
So you and the FBI and these other resources are working on this. And were you able to identify through those resources who the company was that had delivered the box to the Strand?
Yes, sir.
Were you also able to identify the person operating the vehicle that delivered the package to the Strand?
Yes, sir.
And again, are those all things that you were going to be relying on at a later date when you continue this investigation?
Yes, sir.
So, can you tell us who the parties were that were involved in the delivery of this box to the Strand?
So we initially found out that FedEx had delivered the package, but there was a company called Big Top Spin that essentially contracted for FedEx and hired delivery drivers. And then so that kind of spun into getting hold of Big Top Spin to see who actually was the driver that delivered that particular package.
And who was that driver?
Tanner Horner.
Okay. Is that the same Tanner Horner sitting in the courtroom to my right at the end of the table?
Yes, sir. It is.
Now let me ask you, as part of your investigation, do you know who was the first person to contact, either in person or by phone, Tanner Horner as part of your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Patrick McGuire.
And was he the one working on it from the FBI side?
Yes, sir.
Now,
We saw him testify yesterday. FBI Special Agent Patrick McGuire.
we stop right here. I'm going to ask you. So far, we are now midway through day 2.
Yes, sir.
You said the search is still ongoing.
Yes, sir.
So right now, midway through day 2, what has your investigation revealed at this point with regard to Tanner Horner in this case?
That he was the delivery driver that delivered.
Objection, Your Honor, that is all based on hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. But
What
again,
do you know about the package that was delivered to the Strand home?
Objection, Your Honor, that's also based on hearsay.
That's sustained.
So what information are you acting on as part of this investigation to make determinations about the package being delivered to the Strand home?
Objection, Your Honor, that's also based on hearsay.
I'll let him answer that. Go ahead.
That essentially a driver from Big Top Spin delivered the package as a contract through FedEx.
So when you got that information, what did you think, what was your thoughts about when you got that information about the package?
We've now located who we believed was the delivery driver for that package. So the next course of action was, let's call him up, see what he knows, see what he saw, see what he says.
Now, at that point, you're not part of that. That's the FBI.
Correct.
So what was going on, and not necessarily getting into who told you what, but what was going on in the investigation You said you contacted this company, Big Topspin,
Yes, sir.
and they're the contractor.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else you're contacting at this time with regard to information from the vehicle?
Yes, sir. At that time, as we moved forward in the investigation, there were some key things that stuck out to me. Particularly, there was the driver, Tanner Horner, had made very detailed statements about a green van. So obviously, we have to act on any information we get. We put out a be on the lookout or a statewide bolo for that green van. We also, at this time, we had transitioned to DPS aircraft. I had them flying nonstop. They were tasked with also locating any green vans in the area, and then we also wanted what we called a stop delivery report for Mr. Horner, and then we were also doing tower dumps in the area to figure out what cellular devices were in the area at the time.
And at some point, did you come to find that there was camera footage possible from the vehicle?
Yes, sir. The first reason I asked for the camera footage is because of the green van. He stated a very detailed description of the green van. I'm like, hey, do they have video? Maybe we can see a license plate on the video of the FedEx van. And then I was advised that FedEx contracted with a company.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Testifies what other people told.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of the company that runs the camera system in the FedEx truck?
Velociter,
And do you know where Velociter is located?
North Carolina.
And who is your contact at Velociter?
My contact at Velociter, I have to look back on the notes to specifically
Your
remember.
Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Ooh, our second sidebar, I think, right? Maybe it's our third sidebar of the trial. Shiny, look at this badge here. Damn, it's glowing.
It's just a case report.
We can, we can hear that so loud and clear. It's just a case report. I would go forward, but we can hear a little bit.
One more.
That's a lot of paper flapping. I'll turn it down for us a little bit till they talk.
All right, Raider Espinoza. Who's your contact at Velociter?
Jim Becker.
So the company that made the cameras that were in the trucks, like the FedEx van that Tanner Horner was driving, that company is Velociter. I think it's a cool name. And so they would now talking about contacting Velociter to make sure, hey, and I mean, to think of that. Tanner Horner was on the job when he abducted Athena, and he knew there's a camera in the van. And that's why we saw the screenshot we saw yesterday of Athena in the van, which was just horrifying, right? So eerie, so frightening. And so it recorded while he was driving away with her. And then he covered the camera, but the audio was still recording. So that company that has those cameras in the vans is Velociter.
And again, what is their role in this particular investigation?
They essentially provide the camera software for all FedEx trucks.
And during this investigation, I've asked you before about certain things you're relying on in your investigation. Was Velociter able to provide you anything that you were able to rely on in conducting your investigation?
Yes, sir. Jim Becker, with the assistance of the FBI, was able to provide us video from the FedEx truck.
And let me just ask you, how much video were you able to acquire at that time?
At that time, it was just 2 short clips.
Do you remember when you got those?
Yes, sir. As the investigation had shifted and we were in the process of detaining Mr. Horner, we received those simultaneously.
So, and that happened on December 2nd.
Correct, yes, sir.
So still back on December 1st, you've indicated at this point in time, you've got the FBI working on some things, you're working on some things, trying to get video clips. Is that what we're doing so far?
Yes, sir.
And you said we have identified Tanner Horner as a driver at that time.
Yes, sir.
So as the sun sets on December 1st, what's the status of the search at that time?
It's continued. We still have every resource available going. Everybody's still looking, and we still have aircraft looking as well.
At any point, up and until the time we're talking about the end of the day, December 1st, has that search ever been discontinued?
No, sir.
Helicopter still going?
Yes, sir.
Search team still in the area?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to move you to day 3. Okay. December 2nd. As the sun rises on day 3, December 2nd, 2022, where were you in the investigation into Tanner Horner?
We figured out and locked in the majority of the people we needed to speak to, which were bus drivers, school teachers, neighbors, canvassed everything we could, and there was things that really stuck out about Mr. Horner's statement. So we continued to work on obtaining video, and we continued to obtain more information on his stop delivery report that day and what his route was. And we also had the FBI CAS team working on the digital evidence for the FedEx truck in particular as well.
Now, at some point, was he detained as part of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what did you rely on to detain him, question him in this investigation?
One thing we figured out through the CAS team and the digital evidence, it showed.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Sustained.
What information did you act on in making the decision to detain Tanner Horner?
It was a combination.
Your Honor, that's also hearsay.
That's sustained also.
What time was Tanner Horner detained?
Approximately 3 p.m.
And were you involved in making the decision to detain him?
Yes, sir.
And so, were you present when he was, at least sometime when he was detained?
I arrived shortly after he was detained.
Let me ask you, do you remember what time you first meet Tanner Horner?
A little after 3 p.m. on December 2nd.
We've already said you see him here in the courtroom. Does he look the same as he did when you first saw him back in November of 2022?
No, sir. He's significantly skinnier, lost a lot of weight.
So once you have him detained, what do you do?
I talked to him.
Okay. You said you had gotten video clips.
Yes, sir.
What'd you see?
I saw that Athena was still alive and that she was placed in that FedEx van by Mr. Horner. And based on what I was seeing, it was exigent. And I felt there's a possibility that Athena was still alive and we needed to bring her home.
So when he said that the defendant lost a lot of weight, I just want to show you the difference as well and just how different he looks more recently. Look, that was him the initial mugshot, and this was a more updated one. He looks so scary in that second one. Oh my word. I'm the Red Dragon is what the vibe I'm getting, right? Damn, dude. So even the chin up like that and those eyes, sure. Anyway, so you could definitely see what Texas Ranger Job Espinoza was referring to, right? Like, does he look the same? He looks at him. No, lost a lot of weight. There you go. Okay, so now that we looked at that, let's continue.
And according to what you witnessed, when did he take her and put her in the back of the truck?
On November 30th.
Now, let's talk about these two trucks and clear something up here. The truck that he was detained in on December 2nd, was that the same truck that he put her in on November 30th?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. And were we able to acquire and locate the original truck that he was in on November 3rd?
Yes, sir. As part of my investigation, we secured the original truck he was driving that day and had it secured at the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. The truck that he was driving that day, are you aware, and I'm just going to do this by license plate, are you aware of the license plate on the truck that he was in on November 30th?
Yes, sir. I have it documented as Nora Robert 4995, or that's NNR 4995.
And that's the truck that he was in on November 30th?
Yes, sir. That's the van that we identified that he was driving on the day that Athena was abducted.
Just a quick disclaimer for YouTube, that is public record, the license plate they just read out of a FedEx van at a public trial, which is a murder trial, and it's the Athena Strand case. Thank you so much, Char. You said always here to support. Thank you very much. Brittany Foley said, do you mean hit her on purpose or he didn't see her? I don't think he hit her with the van at all. The state debunked that in their opening statements, and they said that he lied about backing the FedEx van into Athena, and even lied to the point of saying she was deceased, so he put her in the van. And they then got the footage and was like, she wasn't deceased, she wasn't even injured. And we saw the photos as well, she didn't look injured at all. So that was a complete lie. And so I think that's why the state said in the opening statements yesterday in phase 2 of the trial, as we are in, that it was lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. That's how they said it, right? Because he just made up so many stories and tried to throw them off. Like, go look in a bamboo forest and go do this, and made up stories. That's his defense, is that he says, I don't know, I delivered a package, backed my van into her. She was injured. I was afraid I'm going to lose my job or afraid of what her dad would do, and so I took her. And then, yeah, dude, that's one shady thing. But then after that, trigger warning if you've never heard the details before, he tried to break her neck. He tried to kill her several times over an hour-long period, is what the state said. And eventually strangled her with his bare hands, is what the state said, in the back of the van. Then he put her naked body into the Trinity River. So, yeah, it's just very disproportionate. A very disproportionate reaction if you just like, whoops, backed my van into her. Yeah, I don't think so. So the state, they're saying that is an absolute lie. Just so that you know. Okay. I don't know if they're going to play, everyone keeps asking, are they going to play the audio, the video? I don't know. This morning, the judge said that there would be an audio section and a portion of video that would be redacted. I don't know if that's what they're referring to. I really hope so. We'll see when we get there. I don't think I'll be playing that. I think it will be deeply disturbing, but we'll see. We'll see when we get there what they actually do. I'm hoping that the judge redacts it for the public, and that the jury can, if they have to, they will. If they can have the unredacted version to take with them to the deliberation room. Ooh, can you imagine? And if you don't know what I'm referring to, it's the FedEx truck that had this Velocitor camera in that recorded audio and video of that entire hour that Athena was with Tanner Horner, and where who knows what all he was doing, along with trying to kill her several times. So yeah, I don't think we want to hear that, right?
So to keep this straight now, we have two vehicles at play here.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have the vehicle that she was abducted in on November 30th, And then we have the vehicle that he was detained in on December 2nd.
Correct, yes, sir.
And I know you didn't conduct any of the CSI work on any of those vehicles, did you?
No, sir.
But did you make provisions to ensure that both of those vehicles were taken and placed in such a position that they could be forensically looked at and have CSI look at them at a later date?
Yes, sir. I made sure they were secured for processing.
And the other vehicle, the one that Athena was taken in, where was that at the time?
We had been in contact with Big Topspin, who told us that it was being operated by another driver at the time. So we instructed them that it was important that we get a hold of that vehicle and that it be brought to the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And was that done at that time?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now,
Just based on what I just said, somebody also said, wait, that the redacted video and audio could be for prior bad acts and might not be the video recording that I'm referring to, which the state referred to, that the jury would hear in full. Shame, jury. If it's just about prior bad acts also, I don't know. If they don't redact it and make it public, I'm probably not going to play it. And Crystal said, I want to hear the video. I want to be the jury to ensure this PO is fate. But you're not the jury. We're just the public. The internet's forever. So there's certain things. You know, like when they show graphic images of like the bodies of victims of crime, things like that. I don't show that either, out of respect for the victim and their family, and to abide by YouTube's community guidelines, by the way, as well. But anyway, I'm sure there'll be places you can find it if that's what you want to do. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Ginger Snap said, good day. Grizzly has been following this along with everyone in silence due to working on shirt orders. This case has me all in my emotions. Heartbreaking. Peace and love to this family and sweet Athena. Thank you so much, Ginger Snapped. This case is really heavy, right? It's really frightening to think that this FedEx driver was there to deliver what I don't think he knew was a Christmas package, a Christmas gift for Athena. And then he just grabbed her, abducted her, and murdered her within an hour. And they found his DNA. Thank you so much, TY Type, for the coffees. They found his DNA under her fingernails and elsewhere where they said his DNA shouldn't be. Which is interesting that the medical examiner said on the autopsy report there was no sign of sexual assault. Well, his DNA was in places it shouldn't have been. So, yeah, that tells us something, hey? Mr. Roxy Loxy, thank you so much. I really appreciate that as well.
so now we have him being detained. You're making revolutions to get both the vehicles to the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did say that you talked to him. We're going to get to that in a second. What else is going on in your investigation at the time that he is detained?
Again, at the time, based on the video that I saw, I believed Athena was alive. And under exigent circumstances in public safety, I had our special operations group, SWAT team, essentially, make entry into the Horner residence under exigency simultaneously as Mr. Horner was being detained, and pretty much let me know if she's in there or not. Same thing with the detention of him, is let me know if she's in the truck.
You used a term there, exigent circumstances. In law enforcement terms, what does that mean?
Exigent circumstances is anything for public safety. It can be even in reference to a weapon, a bomb, or in this case, a kidnapping. If it means preservation of life, it allows us to go in there and make sure that somebody isn't in danger, and that if we can effectively save them, that's what we're going to do.
And so does that allow you to detain people in furtherance of preservation of life?
Yes, sir.
Does it allow you to potentially enter a residence in the interest of preserving life?
Yes, sir.
And were both of those done in this case?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to entering a home during that time, whose home was entered and searched at that time?
It was Tanner Horner's family home, where his grandmother and family resided.
Where is that located, if you remember?
In Fort Worth.
And so you said that happened at the same time that he was detained.
Yes, sir.
that seemed to be something that's
So, Tanner Horner living with his grandma. Apparently his grandmother raised him. They said, the defense said in opening statements, his father wasn't around much. They said that his mother was an exotic dancer and that she drank while she was pregnant. So they already came in with the sob stories, okay, to try to excuse his behavior right from, opening statements in this phase 2 of the trial. But damn, like living at his grandma's house, he had a fiance, he had a infant. I can't remember if he had a daughter, but I think so. Sure, I'm so glad that he will never be near her again, right? Him or her, the child. I mean, he's dangerous around children. That we know from his charges and from what he did to Athena and confessed to and pleaded guilty to, right? Shame, my goodness. Also, Sunny Ways 1211 said, I pray that the judge doesn't publish that audio. Too many people out there that would do nefarious things with a clip like that. That's so true, So many people do all sorts of things on the dark web and who knows what else and share it in communities it really shouldn't be shared in, you know what I mean? Okay.
It's important to you that we do it at the same time. Why is that important?
Based on my training experience, especially with kidnapping cases, if you hit something, or by hit I mean if you make entry into something sooner and somebody there can give a heads up if she's not there in that house, and then it puts that person in danger. So we have to do it simultaneously so nobody's forewarned and we can keep any phone calls from going out, because ultimately it's about preserving life.
So in this case, both the detention and the search of his home in Lake Worth, were those both done on that basis?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the truck, was Athena located in the truck?
No, sir.
With regard to the Tanner Horner's home in Lake Worth, was Athena located there?
No, sir.
So at this point, if we press pause right here, we have Tanner Horner detained, and we have not located Athena.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, what are you hoping for at this point if we stop right here?
Objection or irrelevance?
Overruled. I'm hoping to find Athena alive.
Now, you said as part of this, you arrive on scene and you talk to Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
Was all of this recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How was it recorded?
At that time, based on the fact that I'd be conducting an interview or speaking to a possible defendant, I acquired Game Warden Espinoza's body camera. That way everything would be documented on audio and video.
You reviewed this body cam footage?
I have.
And let me make sure, because we're going to have a few videos here. You have body cam footage on your brother's body cam that you took on scene. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's my understanding that we also have additional videos from the Wise County Jail and then outside the Wise County Jail as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so let me make sure that I have these videos correct in my head here. We have video of the body cam, and that takes us from, and I just want generally here, from the scene, and when does that one end?
To the interview room at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And then the next video would begin
In the interview room.
in the interview room and go until when?
Then it picks up from the interview room into another body camera. Wise County Sheriff's Office had a camera to a field interview.
Okay. And then the next video would be from when to when?
The next video would be from the field back to the interview room.
Okay. And then at some point, did you have another interview on December 7th?
Yes, sir. Then there was another interview with Mr. Horner on December 7th.
Okay. So that's the videos that you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed all of those in preparation for testifying in this case?
Yes, sir, I have.
Let's take you back.
I don't know if you guys I like little timeline recaps even for myself, right? So Athena Strand was abducted on November 30th of 2022, and she was murdered within an hour of being abducted, is what the sheriff said, now retired Sheriff Aiken, right? And what the indictment said that we've read through a few times, there's a playlist for this case. You could check out the previous coverage as well as a trial prep video. So what they're saying is that they detained Tanner Horner, 31 years old at the time, on December 2nd of 2022. And then they say that he did another interview, on December 7th of 2022. That's probably when he told them that whole little crap story of, oh no, I backed my van into her and then I just freaked out and then I put her in the van and she was injured but able to talk. And you know that whole lie that he said? I think that's when he said that because on December 8th of 2022, the indictment was released to the public and we went over that. So, and that was included. His story was included in that indictment and we were all like, what at the time, right? Anyway, okay, carrying on here.
Got Tanner Horner detained outside Paradise. What's the first question you asked?
Where's she at?
What's the second question you asked?
Is she alive?
Let's talk about Tanner Horner's answer to the first question. Where's she at? What does Tanner Horner tell you when you ask him where's she at?
I can show you.
When it comes to the second question, is she alive? What is his answer to you?
That she wasn't alive when he put her in the truck.
Was or wasn't?
Was not alive.
Oh, we know that's not true, right? Because we saw the screenshot from the camera from the FedEx van that showed that Athena was very much alive, not injured, and looking really scared.
Now, at that point in time, what do you know about the answer to that question, is she alive?
I knew that. I didn't know if she was alive or not.
You said you'd seen a clip on that day with her alive in the vehicle.
Yes, sir. I believed she was alive based on that clip.
Quick pause again. Kelly Charbonneau, did I say it right? You said, I feel for the parents and at the time her stepmother. What a sad, tragic case. I know it happens, but no parent should outlive their children, right? Thank you so much for your support. Now, trigger warning. Okay, wait, let me put up the little trigger warning. I just want to show, because some of you might have missed that, even though it's, you know, all over social media, you can definitely see it, but I'm just going to show you that picture of Athena in the van, okay? Just so you can see what we're referring to and what the testimony is referring to right now. All right, so there it is. That's Tanner Horner, and there's Athena in the van on November 30th of 2022. So this was recorded. For the recording was ongoing because the FedEx vans have those recordings, right? But he covered the camera at some point. But there she is, not injured. Just looking at looking at the window, basically. Where are we going, right? Looking front. You know what I mean? Shame. What a scary photo as well, right? Okay, so that is what they mean when they saw. Initially, they got 2 short clips, and then they got as much as possible, of course, from the Velociter footage from this FedEx van. And I mean, he was so busted at the time. He delivered a package, marked it as not delivered, didn't deliver 4 or 5 other packages that he still had to do that day, and just carried on the next day, arrived on time to work and carried on, you know, with the packages he still had to deliver, and then went about his day. Can you imagine? Just went back to work as if nothing happened, but he had murdered a 7-year-old girl. Wow.
When the answer to the question is, she wasn't alive when I put her in the truck, what do you know about the answer that Tanner Horner gave you at that time?
I immediately knew that was a lie.
Because you'd seen it on the clip.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Now,
you could see.
in the first few moments, are you asking him any questions about what happened?
No, sir.
Why not?
That's not part of the public safety exception. The courts have ruled very clearly it's in furtherance of finding and preserving life, not questions on details of the case. At one point, he tries to say details and I stop him.
What did Tanner Horner volunteer to you without questioning had happened in that case? That happened in this case?
That she was deceased and that he had transported her to a location with a lot of bamboo.
Let me back up a little bit. What, if anything, did Tanner Horner tell you about what caused her to be deceased?
That he backed into her with his van.
Now, when he says to you that he backed into her with the van, what do you know about that statement as well?
I know that's not factual because based on the 2 clips that I saw, you can clearly see Mr. Horner putting Athena into the van.
But that's just not true.
No, sir.
So, got Mr. Horner detained, you're on scene, what do you do next?
We get in the vehicle along with Investigator Oliver and Ranger Browley, and we in turn have him direct us to the location where he put Athena, or stated he had placed Athena.
Now let me ask you a couple of questions about that. Who's driving?
Investigator Oliver.
Okay. And where are you sitting and where is Mr. Horner sitting?
I'm sitting in the back with Mr. Horner.
Okay. And you said you end up at a location, you say there's some bamboo there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who is giving you the directions on how to get from where you are to where this bamboo is?
Mr. Horner.
And when he's giving you the directions, what level of detail is he able to provide you to guide you from your location where you are to the bamboo?
Descriptive turn-by-turn instructions on how to get there.
So is he able to tell you what roads to take?
Yes, sir.
Is he able to tell you what turns to make?
Yes, sir.
And he's able to tell you where he placed her body?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk a little bit about this location. How long does it take you to get from where you detained him until you get to this location where he says he dropped the body off?
I'd have to guess, but approximately 15 minutes.
Okay. Didn't take you an hour to drive there?
No, sir.
All right. Is it still in Rice County?
Yes, sir.
So this location, and I want you to describe it a little bit, if you will, for the jury, where Tanner Horner took you to this location. When you drive up, what do you see?
We drive up, and on what appears to be the north side of the road is a heavily bambooed area, very, very thick with bamboo, and he indicates that that's where he placed Athena.
All right. When we say bamboo,
Even that is so depraved of him, everything that he does is, but now he knows, okay, you've been detained, the investigators are onto you, they have the footage of you putting Athena in your van. Where is she? And then he's like, yeah, she's in this field, this like bamboo forest. Like, what is wrong with him? Seriously, dude, what do you think that would help at all? You know, to try to throw off the investigation at this point? After that, he said where she actually was, and they went to that location, which was in the Trinity River, 15 miles from her home. And she was naked. That was a detail we learned yesterday. So sad and scary. But to throw them off, you know, this telling one lie and then being challenged and then being like, oh yeah, okay, now here's the truth. Why would you do that? So annoying.
are we talking like 10 feet tall, 3 feet tall? What are we talking about here?
It was 10 feet tall or more.
Okay. And so you arrive on this location. What has Tanner Horner told you about why this location is important to him? What has he told you?
He stated that somewhere where somebody might be able to find her.
Okay. And so is he able to give you a description of how far in the bamboo, how close to the road? Is he able to describe the exact point at which he placed her body?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
He stated at this time he's kind of giving us instruction as I'm walking him, and he's pointing out a location in the bamboo, and he's stating that it was not too much further in there. It just essentially giving me an idea of where she was at in the bamboo.
So once you're there, what does law enforcement do once you get there?
At that time, we'd also been in communication with K-9 additional resources because I wanted to search that entire area.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
And at any point in this, let me back up, strike that. When you get to this location, what are your impressions of this location?
At that time, I felt like I was being lied to again and that she was not there.
And based on your observations of this location on this road, why is that?
Yeah, just the amount of resources we had, especially with K-9 resources and everything, it would, in my prior experience, especially if we're being directed to that area, we usually find, unfortunately, human remains or humans with the K-9 very quickly.
Did that happen in this case?
No, sir.
How far off the road did Tanner Horner tell you he dumped her body?
I don't remember an approximate distance.
Okay. Did he tell you that she was way in there or close to the road? What was his statements to you as to distance from the road or anything like that?
His statements were she was in close proximity to the road, not too far in.
Why did he tell you that that was important?
He stated that was so somebody could find her.
You didn't find her?
No, sir.
So when you're out there searching, are you personally out there searching?
Yes, sir.
And I think you mentioned just a second ago that you had Mr. Horner out of the vehicle and had him pinpointing things to you as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that when he's telling you where she was, where he put her, so on and so forth?
Yes, sir.
And again, is all of this still recorded on your body?
Yes, sir.
During this time where you've been taken to this location where all the bamboo is, how many times do you think you asked him if this is really where he dumped her?
Numerous.
And each time in this that you ask him that, what is his response to you?
That's the location.
And what level of confidence was he giving you when you're asking these questions?
High level of confidence.
And in fact, was he able to point at some point to where he had put her?
Yes, sir.
Still no Athena?
No, sir.
My goodness, with a high level of confidence, he lied like that, hey, is what they're saying. Tiff Knox said, I wonder what else he's done to other kids he's had access to wherever he's lived for his whole life up until he got put in jail. And Ginger Snapperoonie says a similar comment was Athena Tanner's first victim. Has he harmed or attempted to harm previous children? Yes, he has. He's got 3 other charges that he's still yet to face for sexual assault on minors and an allegation. Those were teens from what, I think they said they were between the age of 14 and 17. They didn't give the names or anything on those charges, of course, because they're minors. And then there is another woman who came forward 8 years before he was arrested, trying to tell everyone that this guy is a predator. Like, this guy took advantage of me and all of that. So that's an allegation separate to the 3 charges. If you didn't know that, please check out the trial prep video.
How long do you think you stayed out there on the side of the road looking in this bamboo forest?
Us personally, I believe we were out there for about 30, 45 minutes.
You said at some point you ended up back at the Wise County Jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why did we go from the bamboo forest back to the Wise County Jail?
At that time, we exhausted resources as far as checking the home. We checked both vehicles. We checked, keep in mind this is day 3 also that we've been searching. At that time, I felt that he was lying to me and that I needed to take him to a controlled environment and conduct a custodial interview.
And was that based on all that you had seen up until that time?
Correct, yes, sir.
And being out there in the bamboo and looking and not finding anything?
Yes, sir.
And the canine not finding anything?
Yes, sir.
And so when you said you're going to do a custodial interview, what do you do differently now when you decide to take him to the Wise County Jail?
At this time, we're exhausted our public safety in our exigent circumstances. So at this time, I would Mirandize him, make him aware of his rights.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Let's stop for a few minutes. We'll take our morning break at this point.
Okay, let's pause because they're going to take their morning break. The defense has an issue with how he was read his Miranda warnings. They tried to file some motion to say that his rights were violated there. I guess we'll see, right? It sounds like everything was done right. So, also, said, how has he not been to court on the other 3 charges? He should have been taken off the streets a long time ago, in my opinion. I think it was after his arrest and after attorneys representing Athena's mom had a press conference and saying as well that, and the sheriff's office and everyone was saying, if you know this guy, please call the tip line. If you've ever experienced anything, if he's done anything to you, anyone you know, whatever it is, you can come forward with that information, which we say often in cases, right? When someone's arrested, like, if you know anything, and you haven't yet said anything, say something because it could help the prosecution strengthen their case. Now, those charges are separate to this trial. So he's yet to face, I don't know if he's going to be on trial for those or when he'll be convicted of those. If so, we shall see. But that's separate to this trial. But there are 3 other separate sexual assault on minor charges. So he sounds like he's very, very dangerous around children, right? He really should never be around children again. Thankfully, he won't be because he pleaded guilty. And so now we're just in the punishment phase. So this is only about, it's not about did he do it or didn't he do it. He did it. He said he did it, confessed to doing it, and pleaded guilty to doing it. To murdering Athena. So this is about, is he going to be sentenced to death or will it be life without parole? Right? So we shall see. We'll skip forward to this morning break.
We'll come back at 10:35, 15 minutes, stretch your legs. We'll call you back in just a few minutes.
Stretch your legs. Sorry, here and there. I want to do the accent. The license plate readers, Texan accent. Okay, let's go forward here now. Wait. So they took their little break for 15 minutes. This is why we like to start late. And they're back. Esme Grief, thank you so much for the South African rands. 35 rand sticker, really appreciate it. Okay, there's no sound yet. Faria Hersey said, hey, Gizzle and Grizzly. Grizzly, quick question. If someone pleads guilty, why do some cases still go to trial and others straight to sentencing? Well, because this is a death penalty case, right? So that's why. Sometimes if they plead guilty, it will go straight to sentencing. Because then they know, okay, well, it's going to be the mandatory sentence for what they're pleading guilty to, like, let's say, if it was first-degree murder, right? But this one, damn, with a death penalty on the table, they can't just go straight to sentencing because sentencing for this case would be, the max is death penalty. And that would take the jury in Texas, according to their law, to deliberate on. And it has to be a unanimous 12 juror vote for the death penalty. So if one says no, not death penalty, they can't reach a unanimous agreement, he's going to face a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Which I'm fine. I'm fine with the other outcome here, honestly. Just LWOP him and put him in Gen Pop. We said the same for Burgos Aviles, okay? He stabbed his girlfriend and his own son, an infant. So he was also facing the death penalty. He got LWOPed. Just put him in Gen Pop, okay? Don't segregate them too much or protect them too much. How about that? Aussie Jacks, welcome. There's Tanner Horner, the defendant, 34 years old now. Angela Marie Hoffman said, do you think we'll see the interrogation video or have they already shown it? They haven't shown it. I hope we see it. I think we'll see some of it. I would hope so. There's no sound yet. Now there is. Morgan says justice for Athena. Yes, thank you so much. She Bear TC said if the jury can't vote for the death penalty, the judge can still overrule it, right? It's ultimately up to the judge, but the jury advises what they believe the sentence should be, and the judges normally stick to that, from what I know. As Stefan said, a unanimous rot-in-hell sentence by the jurors. I think if they hear the audio and see the video of Athena in the van, I think that's gonna be quite the deciding evidence, eh? You can't unhear it. And somebody asked earlier, do they get counseling? Hopefully, because that's going to be very disturbing to hear. To the replay viewers, I'm so sorry that I say this on repeat, but I have to because I'm covering this live and there's people that wrong to the chat and they still ask the same question day after day. This is not a sentencing hearing. This is phase 2 of the trial. There was going to be 2 phases of the trial, the guilt or innocence phase, and if convicted, the punishment phase. Because Tanner Horner pleaded guilty yesterday on day 1 when court started, which they were all ready to start, for the guilt or innocence phase, he pleaded guilty. So he convicted himself, okay? So that means we went straight into the punishment phase. That wouldn't have happened if it wasn't a death penalty case. He would have just gone into sentencing, life without parole. How about that? But now, because the death penalty is on the table, we're now in the punishment phase. And this means it's essentially the second part of the trial. Sometimes in cases we've covered, like Burgos Aviles, it literally feels like a repeat of the same evidence. Like, are we going to hear that all again? It's almost like 2 trials in one. So now we're going to just see one trial with evidence that the jury has to hear in order to deliberate whether he should be sentenced to death or life without parole. That's what it is. We're watching a trial. They said it would last a few weeks. So it's not just a sentencing hearing. It's not quick and over. We're going to see plenty of evidence for a couple of weeks. Right? So that's what we're doing. If anyone sees people rolling in and asking that same question, please help me answer them as well. I would really appreciate it. It's not the usual circumstance, which is why there's lots of questions, right?
Be seated.
But it's happening.
27 years I've been watching juries coming in and out, and it's so fun to see who kind of likes to move around and who likes to sit in the same seat.
Stop it. I also like to do that. When I actually like to change it up, switch it up. You know what I mean? If you have like team meetings or something, like in previous jobs I had or whatever, there's like a team meeting. I always like to sit somewhere else, keep it all spicy. The variety is the spice of life, right? But some people are like, this is my chair, this is where I sit, this is it. Oh, I like the way the judge is like, let's see what he says.
We are ready to proceed. Mr. Stain.
He was just making an observation. I like this judge. We claim him as a Grizzly. Thank you so much. Judge Gallagher.
Thank you, Ron. Judge Espinoza, we were talking, I think we ended where you had now Mirandized Mr. Horner, and you're heading back to the jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is that also recorded on the body cam that we talked about before?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, during this time, are you having a conversation with Tanner Horner during this time while he's in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to make sure here, when you're coming back to the jail, is it the same parties that are still in the vehicle?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that would be who still in the vehicle at that time?
Be Investigator Joseph Oliver and Ranger Danny Briley, myself, and the defendant, Mr. Horner.
Okay. And so during this time, what kinds of questions are you asking him on the ride from this location he took you to back to the jail?
Just asking if he was sure about the location where Athena was, and just kind of recapping what we talked about previously.
At some point, did you ask him any questions about the condition of Athena's body when he dumped it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, what did he tell you her condition was when he dumped her body?
I believe at that time he stated that she had some bruises on her body.
Okay. What about whether or not she had any clothes on or not?
I believe he gave a clothing description, but I can't remember any other details other than that.
Let me just ask you, when you asked him, did he tell you she was clothed or not clothed when he dumped her?
Not clothed.
Now, again, all of this is recorded here. Were you there at the scene when her body was recovered?
Yes, sir, I was.
And during this time that you're talking, in between the time that you went out there, you got the body cam, during this initial conversation, if you remember, what was Tanner Horner concerned about or worried about that he expressed to you at that time?
In which interview you speaking?
In the first interview, the one from when you initially detained him all the way back to the jail, what was he communicating he was worried about?
I don't recall.
Now, during this time, what was Tanner Horner's demeanor during this time when you're coming and questioning him at the roadside and you're coming back to jail? What was his demeanor?
He was pretty composed for the most part. He was articulate and he continued to speak to me.
You remember when you, at the point at which that you make the decision that I think you said you're not able to find her, this isn't working out, what does Tanner Horner offer to you as a possibility that something had happened to her?
Potentially somebody had picked her up.
And again, looking into the future, where was she when you were interviewing him at this time?
She was at Bubbles Crossing in the river.
Now, we talked a little bit about whether it was things were audio and video recorded. Judge Rand?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 35. Can you tell me what that is and whether or not you've reviewed that?
Yes, sir. This is Joshua Espinoza, the game warden's body camera, and it's labeled Field Interview 1, and it has my initials on it.
And what do those initials tell us?
That I've reviewed it.
And is that true and correct depiction of what you saw and witnessed on that first video we talked about from the detention until you get back to the jail?
Yes, sir.
If we don't take Exhibit 35.
Any objections other than those previously given to the court?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled and States Exhibit 35 is admitted.
I'm ready. Let me publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is this the audio they redacted, meaning from detaining him, or what?
Nobody else. Where's she at? That's the most important thing right now. Come on. Where's she at?
I can show you, I don't know what the risk called.
Is she alive?
She wasn't alive when I heard her.
Okay. Let's stop right there. Okay. Let's go home right now. Did he passenger side? That was.
So you heard that, right? We got audio now. Where's she at? I could show you. Is she alive? She wasn't alive when I put her in the truck. Liar. Sure, oh my word. Okay, here we go.
No, 4, 3. Well, I say, please.
Sorry, let me just recalibrate and focus. This comment made me giggle. Sam Tyra said, I was just reading my knitting pattern. Just reading my knitting pattern. That scared me. Yeah, sorry about that. That audio made us all jump a little bit. We're awake now. Okay. It's first like, oh, there's very soft audio. There's no audio. What's happening? Suddenly there was. Okay, suddenly there was. So let's focus here. So I'm assuming this is when they took him. They initially said it was what? When they detained him and to the, yeah, they said video body cam scene to the interview room at the sheriff's office. So I'm guessing that's where they're going now, right? Copper horse, oh my goodness. Thank you for being a member for 4 years. Holy crap, 48 months. And you said 489K. Congratulations, Grizzly. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone who's part of this community. If you haven't yet subscribed, I hope that you will. Damn, let's turn that around. I mean down. Okay, we're on a drive along. Fox, thank you for being a member for 38 months. Oh my word, you said happy to be a long time Grizzly. I'm happy as well, thank you. Is he going to talk at all, or are we just going to be watching driving for what, 15 minutes? Oh my word. Yeah. Wait. Literally. I could speed it up for us. That's a good one. 1.5 speed, everyone. Buckle up. Mary says, has he been detained since his arrest? Yes. Yes, he has. Slowed it down again. I just slowed it down a bit again to hear if we can hear what the heck he's saying. But he's mumbling some sort of lies, you know what I mean? I shall make an executive decision. I've seen a lot of body cam from FOIA requests, and I know how this driving can go. Nothing happens really. But I'm mumbling, we can't even hear that, man. So let's just go to where we can actually see Tanner Horner. How about that? Or even a hand. There he is. Okay, whoa. Now we need to slow it back down to normal speed. Otherwise, like, why is he walking like that? It's like, action. No. Okay, well, normal speed. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go. The bamboo forest.
Right here? That's perfect. You sure you want to in there? Because that's not broke down in there. Right here. Are you sure it's close? Yes, sir. Let's go back here. Now that we have a general idea what she said, all right, listen, that's the most important part. We're going to make you wear your badge real quick, all right? You have rights to assault and make you statement. Any statement you make will be used against you in court. You have rights to an attorney, and you have the right to have an attorney present. You can't afford an attorney when you get appointed to you. Do you understand your rights? Okay, you have the right to represent you at any time. You understand your rights? What was the last part? You have the right to terminate this interview at any time. Okay. Listen to me. This was the hard part. We're over the hard part, okay? So now that the most important part is just make sure we're here. We're good?
I'm sorry. I had to laugh at that moment. His foot was still out the door. You saw that, right? And the Texas Ranger was slamming the door and he's like, ow, ow. Put his foot back in. Pack your feet in, dude. Oh man, I'm gonna have to rewatch that at some point. Hey, can we even go back a few seconds? That was so good.
The most important part is just make sure we're here. We're good?
Sorry about that, but damn, look at that, eh? Okay, breathe.
Where's she at? That's right here. That's right here? Are you sure? Are you just missing it? You're saying it's right here. This spot. She gave another spot that was just like this? I mean, she could be a little bit further down, but this is where. Well, they're checking here. We're going to drop them down. There's a trash can in the mailbox here.
You know I'm going to timestamp that, Ryan. The timestamp when he had his foot on the ground and they slammed the door into it repeatedly. Okay.
So, you didn't get this one? We just want to make sure we find them. If you can allow them to go somewhere, that's even better. She's not? Okay. We'll get into all those details later. Are you sure she's not going to go down? Your thoughts are she's in there? My fingers. Can you go this far down? Yeah. Good. So where did you go in from this side of the road? And would you say you went like right here?
You say my feet.
Maybe we can get the dog over here. Hey, I'm gonna get you a location. Can we get you in the dog over here? Alright, bye. Tell me where about? Right there?
The big bad brother? Good. You have anything? What's wearing? That's about how far she was.
Did you see how he's poking his head out the window there? You know, like a dog. He's like, yeah. I mean, might as well stick out his tongue at that point, you know what I mean? Yeah. Dude, pack your head back in the car, please. Sir, no. Johnny, not Wahlberg, welcome. Thank you so much for being a member.
So, what she said was there any confusion about where you might have put it? And she's not alive. Okay. Yeah, let's just go. We're going on either side. Let's just get her. That's all that's important. You understand that? That's all that's important. Trust me. You can trust me. Okay? There's always a reason to everything, right? Too many times we get worried, we get all excited with what happened, but there's always a why, alright? We'll get there. Right now's not the time. Right now, let's just get her. That's the very most important thing. You agree with me? Okay, perfect. She's here. We're just trying to get that's what it is right here. We got it. I know this is, you need to turn around or anything. You know these rights for your FedEx driver, right? Yes, sir. So you're 100% positive it's right here? Yes, sir. No ifs, ands, and buts? Okay.
Is anyone feeling lost, or are we all understanding what's happening here, right? So they detained him. They said, where's she at? He said, I could show you. And now he's showing them a totally false location. This bamboo forest. He's like, yes, she's in there. And they're all like trying to look for her and doing their best there, but she isn't. She wasn't there. She was in the Trinity River. And as, wait, let's not get his name wrong. Hold on one second. Espinoza. Job Espinoza, Texas Ranger Job Espinoza said he answered the questions with confidence. He lied with confidence. Like, yes, she's definitely in there. No, she wasn't. So he's just wasting everyone's time there. He's just lying, right?
Thank you. talk about all that here. Remember what's important. Stay, keep your eye on that, okay? Remember what we're staying focused on finding her, okay? That's what's most important right now. Let's find her, and we'll get into any of that stuff. And I'll answer all your questions, and I'm sure you got other questions for me too. Right? Yeah? It's just... What? Well, you know. Now, listen, if she's right here, we're going to find her. If you're being truthful with me, and you're being honest with me, which I hope you are, we're going to find her. If you're being 100% honest with me, this is where we're going to find her. Then we'll just find her, and then me and you are going to go sit down and we're going to talk, okay? Just and then we're going to get all the details and get into some of that, why, as opposed to the what. And then we're going to get all that put in front of us, and then we'll resolve all that stuff. Then we'll let you start making some phone calls, fiance, whatever you want to do, okay? I promise you that. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, man. That's a small picture, right? That's a small thing. We'll get to that. We'll get you that phone. Time's on our side. We've got to do time. Okay? Just be patient with me. This is priority number one. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for being honest and getting here. Okay? I just wanted that. I just wanted to know. That's it.
It's difficult to hear. It helps with earphones on, but basically they're saying, so you sure she's there? Because if she's there, we're going to find her. And you and I are going to be talking. Okay? So, Shem, it sounds like Texas Ranger Espinoza is also doubting. Are you sure? Are you lying to me? She's in there, huh? Yes, she's there. So, and he said the most important thing is to find her.
Just take a DD.
Yep. What time of day was it?
Dark. It was dark when I backed into her.
Do you think we'll find her here?
We should.
Damn, loved Gamma. Thank you for supporting the mods with 20 delicious coffees. Oh my goodness, you spoiled them rotten. Thank you. Mary said, why do these whiny monsters try to talk so soft? Stefan Stones did the same gross thing. Gag. And then I replied, because maggots have tiny, tiny vocal cords. We used to call Stefan Stones maggot mouth. The other day, Mr. Grizzly was like, what is maggot mouth? Like out of the blue, he remembered that I was saying maggot mouth. He's like, what exactly is that? I'm like, okay, so it's like a maggot. Trying to explain it, you know? Yeah. Tiny, tiny vocal cords for maggots like this one.
happens every 4 this morning. I'm scared.
Okay, so he's saying in his little whiny little voice that he has a 1-year-old. He's like, I have a 1-year-old, I can't lose this job, and I hit her with my van and I just freaked out. Oh, really? This is where already you're starting with that story, okay? Already on December 2nd of 2022. Come on, man, I'm a dad of a 1-year-old. Hello, you killed a 7-year-old. Thank goodness. His child is protected from him, right?
Yeah. How many times have you been arrested?
I honestly just get stuff on the truck and I go lift over so I have different like routes every time most of the time. Like just to reassure you, obviously sometimes.
In case you wonder, I don't know, maybe you do too. I close my eyes when I want to hear better. Does it help? I don't know, but like, wait, what? Trying to listen, okay?
You know, people driving and stuff, they get the confused or the heck out of it and I don't even know where I'm at. But, there's some stuff here, okay, so you're 100%, but I'm saying if it doesn't pan out or doesn't work out, we're going to go through your entire look right here. But I think it will. If you're telling me it is, then I'm going to take a look for it, okay? That's right, okay. All right, I trust you. We got some resources coming that are going to be able to find a faster than this, okay?
He's a good dude. The guy he's talking to there. Good man.
Stefan says his answers are very calculated and planned. No mitigating factors, in my opinion, right? Tara Allen said if he was detained and unable to leave, he should have been Mirandized before they allowed him to talk. But he was, right? We watched them do it. You said, I'm glad the judge did not throw his statements out, but we watched them do it, right? Right? We heard it together. They did do that. And now they're saying all these lies.
He can tell you straightforward. Tell you something else that is not.
Hold on. Catty L4C said they do have. Who's they? Because we have it too. On this channel, it's turned on all the time. You could turn it on your side. Just click the CC button, right? Sometimes I don't know. I don't have high hopes in the closed captioning for audio like this. We've seen it. Sometimes then it says the wrong words. I'm just going to close my eyes and listen as best I can. But you can turn on the CC on your side.
I think you doing the same with him is probably the most valuable thing you can do. Honestly, just been doing this like 25, 26 years.
Most of my life.
Yeah.
I'm a bad person.
Now you're struggling, dude.
Okay, do you know what to do?
Yeah. That's a normal thing, you know. It's just not something that, I mean, you never set your life on this is what you're going to do, you know. You're trying to make a living out of it. What areas do you deliver most of the time?
Here in Springtown. Springtown routes isn't so bad because it's relatively, I mean, it's high volume and it's good enough. Like I know it pretty well because I'm a table. But the other one is like over the whole road. It's the whole road. I'm dealing with
this other, go on, I just. Then sometimes I'll work with cautionary. The what area? Cautionary.
Oh, yeah. We got a run, or?
Yeah.
I don't even know who that is.
So she should be right there.
Any other, I'm not from any other cartels on this road?
I mean, this pretty much just goes from 51 to 114.
How far is 114 from there?
And about a mile back that way. That's switch bikes.
You scratch face?
Never just that.
Oh.
This goes on for quite some time.
Is this kind of 45 miles an hour?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I know visually where I'm at, but I can never remember actual like names out here. So, because it's all county road, this, private road, that. Or good with remembering numbers.
So to try to articulate what the quacking, the buzzing is about, I asked Uncle Google for some help just to say it right. So the beep is typically either every 30 seconds, 60 seconds, or 2 minutes while actively recording, and it acts as a clear audio cue that the camera is recording, both video and audio, and it notifies everybody nearby, suspects, witnesses, bystanders, that they are being recorded, promoting transparency and respecting privacy rights. It helps protect the officer legally by proving the recording was active and known to those present. So that's what it's about. Okay.
I'll have a dog get down here, but it's a dog, be able to find her. Any injuries on her?
I mean, it did kind of back her up with the truck.
Okay.
So it buzzes or quacks, as you guys are saying, and also vibrates. So yeah, the officers would have to get used to that as well. Imagine, you know, if you're new on the job. Whoa, every 30 seconds. Damn, forgot it does that. Like you guys are doing in chat. Like, what is that sound? Unfortunately, it's louder than everything else right now for us. Instead of staring at the car ceiling. So let's go forward to where it gets back in the car.
Once we find her, that's a good idea.
And I see that we're attacking that, that's no confusion.
Yeah, no confusion. He's going to 100% on this.
Okay.
He was talking much on
So you kind of just stop right here on the side.
He's back on this side?
Just start quarter out on the track and just give it a toss straight.
Okay.
How many cars pass by?
And how long ago was that?
So 2 days ago, we're talking the 30th. It was about the time you were the tour, so figure out how bad it was.
Maybe about 6:37.
6:37, okay. So it sounds pretty done at 6:37.
Also starts going down around 5:30. It's kind of dusty.
You all right?
Okay. Who's fine? I just need to.
Tina says, what is this a video of? On the banner on top I say body cam December 2nd 2022. So it's after they detained Tanner Horner, the FedEx driver, tracking him down, saying, because they knew he lied, that she wasn't deceased in the vehicle. They could see from the clips they got, he abducted Athena. She was alive and uninjured in the car for a while. They had some clips, right? So they found him, detained him, read him his Miranda rights or Miranda warnings, and then off they went because he said, I could show you. Like, where's she at? Is she alive? He said that she wasn't alive when I put her in the van. Right, liar. And then they said, well, where's she at? So now he's shown them where to go, which is this, they're calling it a field body cam, but to this bamboo forest or a field of bamboo, because he says that Athena is there. That's where he put her. But it's a lie. So they're just like here at the scene while there's searchers in the bamboo looking for Athena Strand on December 2nd of 2022. Now later on this day, they would find her body, because once they take him to the sheriff's office and they question him and all that in the way they should, in the right way, put pressure on him, you know what I mean? He cracked and he's like, okay, she's in the Trinity River. And he told them where, and they went there and they found her body. So now it looks just like they're hanging out at the bamboo forest, but it's just because Texas Ranger Job Espinoza is in and out of the car with him, talking to him, trying to make sure, this is where? You say she's here? Yes. He says, yes, she's there. But he lied. Elizabeth Vale says, can anyone answer why they didn't get GPS off the FedEx truck? It was still early days, you know. Athena was abducted in the early evening of November 30th of 2022, and they were hoping to find her alive, hoping like, where is she? And then they realized this FedEx driver made a delivery around the same time she disappeared. So they went to question him. They detained him because they knew he lied about her being deceased when he put her in the van. So they knew that he's got something to do with it, right? But they did eventually, yesterday, what was the special agent's name? Patrick McGuire, FBI special agent, testified to looking at his route from the, I don't know if it's from cell phone pings or the GPS of the FedEx truck, but they could see that there was a 35-minute gap in the route that he was supposed to do, and they knew then that he didn't finish all his deliveries for that day. He still had 4 to 5 left after being at Athena's house. So they definitely later made sure to corroborate all the evidence. But here it was a huge emergency. There was an Amber Alert out. They were trying to find Athena, right? Okay.
Yeah, it looks good.
Worked anywhere else before? Worked anywhere else besides FedEx before?
You see, FedEx, before that I did Amazon. I've done since my son was born.
They're asking where he's worked before. So FedEx, he says Amazon. We know that he was also an Uber driver for a time. Yeah. I wonder if he's involved in any other cases like this.
You know, during my 20s, I fucked around a lot. You know what I mean? I was young, didn't have any kids, all that stuff. Now I'm 31, you know, I was ready to settle down, I had a kid.
What? I was young, having kids. What? You have a 1-year-old, sir? What do you mean? Anyway, he's 31 years old at the time here in December of 2022. Now he's 34 years old. But, you know, he thinks he was, just young, having a kid, messing around. He thought he's a musician, okay? He has a YouTube channel. I've shown it to you before. You know, also in the trial prep video, showed you some clips of it, of him singing Bet you don't want to hear that again, do you? So, yeah, he thought he was a musician. He's definitely not a musician, okay?
Anytime, no matter what it is or what has happened, I mean, obviously you got some adversity to the face, but it's going to be a mountain you can beat on. Just give these guys what you know, and
Realistically, what am I looking at?
I don't know. I mean, for example, let's just, I'll give you a scenario. Say you're saying she's here, she's not, because you know she's somewhere. It's just somebody's hypothetical. Those kind of things will go against you, you know, in terms of punishment. You know, if you screw them off for, you know, 3 hours at a location he knew she wasn't at. So, if that's not the case, or if it is the case, I mean, I would say, you know, kind of stop now, let's go with where she is if she weren't here. You want to do everything you can to be truthful, to minimize the impact on yourself. So that's what I do. I encourage people to, well, kind of like a chat with me, you know, right? Let's get it out here so we can minimize the impact on ourselves.
Still technically you answer the question.
What are you looking at? Because your question was, what are you looking at? I'm like, I don't really know, because, you know, we haven't found her, you know, we haven't found her with the information you've given us. Do you think we will find her here?
You should, I'm surprised y'all have her already.
Yeah, she could be right.
Like, I really just tossed her right there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, is there anyone else that would know?
Hey, I think we're going to go so we can figure out some detail. What are you doing?
Hold on. I'm on my trip real quick. I need something.
Good. Go ahead and do it. Yes. Yeah. Continue. What you said, private recording?
Listen, if you want me to retrace the steps,
Okay.
because I can tell you how to get to places, but I can't tell you.
We'll be in the past. We'll be in the passenger side of it.
No. I tossed her right in there. Like, I don't know why I haven't found her yet.
What's your choice?
Yvonne?
Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. Okay, well, we're just going to go to the end of this road and then come back when we're done there, okay? Me and Pete walk this.
Past this dumpster for sure?
Okay, let's turn around. Hey, hang on a second, we're right up here. I'm going to ask this fellow something. Okay.
No, sir, I just
first kid first, or?
What a view, hey? We've seen better body cam than others, but it is what it is. We're seeing what we can, right? In this evidence in phase 2 of the trial. I'm going to take a quick stretch break and I'll be right back.
We're going to get some help, so what's the great one?
Well, it's scratch, right?
About this is kind of tough, right? We talked about where you want this, but it was a special, but it wasn't.
You go from the sideways, did you?
So we'll throw it this way, right?
And you're sure you are 21.3, it's 21.3. I'm percent sure. Yeah. Trying to do something else, but.
Before the middle post, so right in that area.
He's unlocking.
Familiar? Yeah. And because it turns into a curve right here. Did you go this way after you jumped the rope? Okay. He's a busy driver. I wish he was this over here. Let's just do that and we can move on to the next step.
Could it be any worse? Just when we thought it couldn't look worse, it does. Oh my word, okay. I moved forward a few minutes there.
Go down, go back there.
I'm good.
It's up to most sides of Tenafly.
Now, you talking that through, for you over there tonight?
Oh, I was sleeping on it.
Oh,
Yeah, kind of laying in the shed in my bedroom, so that's why I was sits on that.
okay. You live in the shed at your grandparents' house?
Yes.
Where's that at? Am I correct? Where's your son staying?
Taylor, did you keep any photos or anything like that?
No, you didn't.
So they went, there was video of the body cam from the scene. They're going from the scene to the interview room. So from the field to the interview room at the sheriff's office. That's what they're doing now. Okay, so they're going to take his ass into the interrogation room to be like, dude, okay, tell us, because clearly she's not there. Where's Athena? And eventually he does tell them.
Well, you remember this new house and all that, you got that time, right? And you went past this. I'm sure you want something to drink. You were thirsty, I'm gonna pour water here. Got some on this. No, you don't forget to do it. Germs? Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm gonna get them too. You're away from the wall here.
No, it's got a low battery. You gotta turn on the battery, so you can.
That's good. That's just like guys that you can't figure out. It's good to
relationship, and that's how we tell each other the truth. And we don't keep things from each other. So that's what we were doing right now, right? You asked me those truthfully, if you're not interested in recording, but if you got questions, let me answer them, all right? So that's what it is. We're just trying to figure out how we can get a group of people out there to try to save their money. Okay? So I just want you, I trust you actually. I'm never telling you the truth. You never said anything about me. I don't know why. You just thought you're right.
Give our ears a break. Just a break for a second. It's not too much longer, and then they actually break for lunch. So, and they come back at almost the perfect time for us to just skip right over the lunch break. Anyway, so Jill U3 said, "I've treated many child killers. The vast majority are the same soft, high-pitched voice. It's as if they're trying to appear non-threatening, but they are much more devious than your average killer." Damn, the stories you could tell. Hey. Thank you so much for that comment as well. Thanks all for being here. I think we're almost through this non-riveting ride, right? This ride along that we're doing.
I think it's a good thing. There's a good kid, right? You smoke? You smoke also? Oh, really?
you really drive right this way? Yeah. Oh, really? This far north, I should say, or? We're just up with the border. How's that indicator, man?
Whoops, I skipped forward a bit. Whoops, whoopsie. Oh, sorry about that. They're driving to the sheriff's office. Later, they'll drive to the location where they found her. Somebody's whispering, Judge. Judge, get us out of this car. We're all feeling car sick. Okay, what? Misty Peterson said he has the voice of a dying Casio keyboard.
Biggest thing on the liver, Ken? What's the biggest thing on the liver? Is there a certain one? Size of the liver, or is it pretty much anything? Oh, that's still tired from that. So I thought most of the truck tires coming on FedEx truck. What am I getting? Tires for a view of the butt. Oh, I know they take a lot of space. Oh, yeah, especially when it's like a floor like sand. Yeah.
Is he saying tires? I can't hear. Tires are a pain in the butt? Some things are a pain in the butt. It takes up a lot of space. I don't know. Julie Poole says a lot of the purpose of showing, even with bad audio, is that they want to show how he was being deceptive and evading telling them where she was. Yes, that as well. So chilled, right? Just what? Just having a good chat there with the Texas Rangers. So chill, just like, okay. And just small talk with him. As if that's going to help.
Tires. That's right. So if I take a truck and then I have cylinders for all over the space, so 4 tires, 20 is 4 tires, so that go out around. Yeah, my son told it. I know, I drove it. I try to get better Hey, never drove me a truck with that. So, you ain't wrong on that. And you get cry mine, the same getting cry. Well, it's not my medication. Right now, medication I'm on, and it makes it more on this what's the word? Relax? I don't think you can say relax. It's a serotonin. Even killed. Almost not used to it. Yeah, even killed. Even though. You don't get too.
Okay, we're literally almost there where they're going to break for lunch and then hopefully we're on time to just skip right over that, okay? Somebody said, where was it? Oh, Melissa Kirby said, can someone help me catch up? How did law enforcement identify him so quickly? Because the dumbass delivered a package at Athena's house and then abducted her. So because he left the package there, they knew that delivery was made, so they had to look into it. And when they looked into it, they found the FedEx van that made the delivery and then the FedEx driver. He was contracted by Big Top Spin, but working, contracted for FedEx. his company that he worked for was Big Top Spin. Anyway, so the thing is, he was wearing FedEx in a FedEx van, and they have cameras in the vehicles. So when they tracked down, oh, that was the van and that was the driver, we should talk to him. And then they also looked into, let's get the camera footage from that van. There they saw, holy crap, he has a girl in the van that looks just like Athena. So that's how. That's how.
Don't get too excited, you don't cry, not too much. Yeah.
The reason I have to get put back on the medication is because I overdosed suicide, so that's,
How long was that?
I want to say about 5-6 months ago. I've actually been meaning to talk to him.
Yeah, that's right.
The meaning to talk to him, like, having this weird.
Quick pause again, Missy JF. Thank you for spelling it out. I didn't see if someone asked it, but you said they couldn't go directly to the location where she was found because he didn't tell them where she was found immediately. He didn't tell them until later. Oh, thank you so much for whoever had, for the answer, for whoever had that question, right? Somebody said, Rima said, why did he leave the package? Because he's a dumbass. But also, he left the package and didn't mark it as delivered on his system, but he dropped the package off and then grabbed Athena. So it seems like he saw an opportunity. Probably had a fantasy for a long time, hey? Horrible thought. But yeah, he left the package and then abducted Athena. So Rima said if he didn't leave the package, it would be more difficult to find him. Hell yes. Because then if the only adult at the house was the stepmother and there was a stepsister in the house as well, if they didn't actually see the FedEx van and all of that, you know what I mean? Maybe they wouldn't have even known. Well, there was a they wouldn't have like reported a non-delivery. They'd just be like, huh, okay, maybe the parcel's still coming. You know what I mean? So because he left the package there, they could see, oh, there was on that day a package delivered. So who the heck was here on this property? Let's go find them. They find them. They find Turner Horner, and Turner Horner lies immediately like a dumbass. He says, oh yeah, he made up a story that he hit Athena with his truck and that she was already dead when he put her in the truck. So then what do they do? Get the footage and go, no, she wasn't. She's very much alive and uninjured in your truck. A huge red flag, right? Detain that ass.
Mr. Berry, let's stop for right now. We will take our afternoon, our lunch break. Your lunches are here. We'll start back up at 5 after 1. Okay? All right.
And that's what happened next. They don't even show us the seal. Just this screen. Sis. And they said 1:05, and guess what time it is? 1:07. Local time. You're watching live with me right now, right? Let's just listen if there's anything said.
All right, 1:05, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, and that's that. We go forward to present time. They should be back now, any minute now. What are they doing? Hold on. Okay, we've got colored screens coming back. We shall still wait. No signal. Okay. Damn. Here we go. Perfect. And that's why we like to start later. Do love to skip over that lunch break, hey? So, close your lunch boxes. Yeah, a couple was like, take your lunch boxes out, Grizzly. No, no, definitely not. We're back. No sound yet. But, damn, we saved ourselves from staring at not even the wall, not even the seal. Yeah, you see, you gotta appreciate it. Even if you could just stare at the wall, it's better than staring at nothing. Anyway, we skipped all of that. Okay. Miss Mindy, thank you. Said Grizzly's trial prep videos go into all the details. They're great and answer all the questions. It's what I try to do. I work hard to make a good comprehensive overview of the case that will answer all the basic questions, right? Who, what, where, when, and then what, and all of that, right? So, didn't expect him to plead guilty on day one, though. Although, did I? I feel like I had a hunch. Like this guy. Is that what he's going to do? Oh my word, he actually did that. Wow. Melissa K, are you just saying it or are you answering someone's question? I don't know. You said the Texas Rangers said they had video from the FedEx van of him grabbing Athena and putting her in the truck. Yes, they did. And they found him so quickly because of the parcel that he left there. And they knew he was there. There was a FedEx driver there. And they found him quick. There's no sound yet, just letting you know. It's so nice and quiet, actually. After all that and the quacking, hey? The bzzzt. There is Tanner Horner, everyone. The defendant. Well, who convicted himself by pleading guilty. And he's 34 years old. And that's all I could say about him, really. Thinks he's a musician. He's not. Definitely not. I could, I'm going to show you this. Excuse me, Judge. I just have to quickly show the Grizzly something. Ready? Are you ready? Get ready.
Imitate by 21 Pilots. Starting now on Amazon Music.
Smirky, smirky. Stop it. Okay, wait. Can you hear that though? Can you hear it? I don't know if you can hear it. Tell me if you can. If you can't, you're actually lucky. Okay, no. It's literally, it doesn't want to play. Like my software is like, no. It says no. Wow. It doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. Okay, let's play this.
I like that one. We're going to have to use that one on him.
Interesting. Yep, he has a YouTube channel. If you type in his name and look filter for channels, you'll find it. I don't think you should. But he thought he was like an Uber driver and thought he's a musician. Okay. Wannabe rapper. Yes. Thank you, Wendy Gray. You said, in my opinion, yours is the best true crime channel in the universe. Thank you so much. Shame. Look at them all in pink. For Athena. If you didn't know, Athena's favorite color was pink. That's why they're all wearing pink for her. Well, most people, right? Gina McManus said he broke the internet. It was so bad. Lol. Uh-huh.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to press on, okay? Mr. Stink.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ranger, we got through that
grind of a video for an hour or so. Apologize for that. I'm glad we can ask you some questions about it now, and we'll move on. Let me ask you, that video that we were watching before from your brother's body cam, where does that video terminate geographically?
It ends at the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And is that where you told me before that then the video from the Wise County Sheriff's Office then takes over? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. So the next video in the chain here that we're talking about is now at the interview at the Wise County Jail.
Yes, sir, that's
Is that
correct.
Okay. Just want to clarify, we've got several videos here. I want to make sure we're on the right one. All right. Let me go back a little bit. Some of that video we were watching here, some of that stuff was a little hard to hear. And I want to clarify a couple of things when we talked about that.
Yes, please.
Let's talk about the discussion about Athena's clothes. From that video, what was Tanner Horner's first statements to you about whether she was clothed or not?
In that incident, he stated she was clothed.
Okay. And then what did he then later on in the video tell you about her clothes?
That she was wearing a t-shirt and jeans.
And what did he tell you he had done with those? If you remember.
In that particular video, he didn't say anything, that he'd done anything with the clothing.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about the story that Tanner Horner told you about the incident that led to him killing Athena Strand. What was his story throughout this first video about what he had done to her and how she ended up in the truck?
The initial story was that he had hit her with his FedEx vehicle and ended up taking her because of that.
So what do you know about the statement to you from Tanner Horner that he backed into with the truck? What do you know about that statement?
I knew that to be a lie.
With regard to his statement to you that she was deceased when he put her in the truck, what do you know about that statement?
I also knew that to be a lie as well, based on the video.
How long did this wild goose chase in the bamboo go on?
I believe almost 2 hours, close to 2 hours.
All right. And so we heard on the video there's a lot of discussion about, I think I heard you ask several times, is she in here, is she in here, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that what you were describing before in the first part of your testimony, that you guys were all out there on the road looking and then having conversations with Tanner Horner as you're looking? Is that what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Some of it was hard to see, in and out of the truck. Okay. So when you're out there and you're searching, do you take any resources that are looking for Athena and bring them to this bamboo area?
Yes, sir. At that point, we had other resources in other places, K-9, additional officers, and I went ahead and concentrated those into that area since that's where he was telling me she was at. I felt obviously we needed to check it and confirm that she was or wasn't there.
So during this entire hour, I noticed on the video that you guys drove up and down the road several times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you guys, it appeared to me, and I couldn't see it all, that either you or some other people went into this bamboo area multiple times.
Yes, sir. Several officers went in and out of the bamboo, including myself, including Investigator Oliver, several Wise County deputies, game wardens, agents. Everybody was in there trying to find her.
And is it correct that Tanner Horner's story to you was that he just kind of barely put her in there a little ways and you should have found her? Is that right?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what was the word that he used multiple times with regard to what he had done with her body? Do you remember the word that he used?
Tossed.
Tossed. And did he tell you whether he tossed her head first or feet first?
In that video, he stated he tossed her in head first.
Now, I noticed on some part of this, there's some discussion with Tanner Horner about y'all's desire to get the truth. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it also correct that you had told him that in the beginning, that you just want to know the truth?
Correct, yes, sir.
And in this particular situation, at this location at the bamboo forest is what I'll call it here, because that's kind of what it looked like. When he's telling you that she's in there, what do you know about that statement?
That was a lie.
Because where was her body eventually located?
At Bubba's Crossing.
Which is that anywhere near this bamboo area that we're talking about?
No, sir.
Now, one of the other things that I asked you about, and again, it's kind of hard to hear due to the road noise and stuff, is that did Tanner Horner make any statements with regard to things that he was concerned or worried about during this situation?
Yes, sir. He stated he was concerned about losing his job. He was also concerned about seeing his child and concerned about what was going to happen to him.
But at this time, when he's expressing those concerns, had you even found Athena's body yet?
No, sir.
But this is what he was concerned with?
Yes, sir.
Of course, he was concerned about himself. Like, oh no, I might lose my job. I'm a fiance and a dad. So we kind of try to find the 7-year-old you abducted.
So this next video we're going to look at from the jail, okay? Is this a continuation of your interview from before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you a few questions about it. Pardon me. So this particular interview at the jail, who is participating in this interview?
Present during the course of the interview is myself, Investigator Oliver, and Ranger Danny Briley.
And throughout the majority of this interview, are you conducting the interview or somebody else?
I'm conducting the interview.
And do you know about what time you got back to the jail?
I believe around 4 p.m. approximately.
Okay. And so you get to the jail. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Is there an interview room or someplace in the jail where you interview suspects?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Most of the interview rooms that we conduct our interviews in are audio and video recorded in a controlled environment where we can have a table, chairs, board drawn if needed, things like that.
And so when you get to the jail, are y'all in that interview? Is that where this interview room, is that where this takes place?
Yes, sir.
And so when you get in the interview, what's the first thing you do when you get in the interview room?
Go ahead and advise Mr. Horner of his rights.
Again?
Yes, sir.
And this is in addition to what you told him when you were on the roadside?
Correct, yes, sir.
So you're in there and you're conducting this interview. About how long do you think that interview was in the jail?
Almost 2 hours.
Now, if I help me, correct me if I'm wrong here. You had the interview in the jail, right? And when that's finished, or at least the stopping point, where do you go next?
We go back out into the field to try to locate Athena again.
Back to the bamboo again?
Yes, sir.
So we have an interview at the jail. That goes on for some time, and then you elect, we're going to go back out on scene. Is that the progression of events?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the jail interview, and I'm going to hit a couple of things in here. In the jail interview, once you get him in there and start talking to him, what was Tanner's story as to why he was at Athena Strand's home on the river? Why was he there?
To deliver a package.
And what was his story to you with regard to his contact with Athena Strand?
That he was there to deliver the package. He hit her with his vehicle. He panicked and he took her with him, asked her to get in the vehicle.
Okay. So I'm going to break that apart a little bit here. He said he hit her with the vehicle. Said he panicked. And then you said he asked her to get in the vehicle. That's what he told you.
Yes, sir.
Now, we know before, you testified before, that one of the very first things you asked him was, what?
Is she alive?
Is she alive? And what did he tell you then?
That she was not.
Okay. But now, what's he telling you now?
that she was alive.
Okay. And that you're saying, he says, I'm going to get this correct here, that he asked her to get in the truck. Is that right?
Yes, sir, to the best of my recollection.
Now,
Quick pause. Nope, not today or tomorrow. Said, I really don't think leaving the package mattered. He didn't finish his route. It was a huge red flag from the jump. But how would they have found him? You know what I mean? If he didn't leave the package there, because if he didn't leave the package there, right, the biggest emergency, of course, was the Amber Alert and finding Athena. That would have been the priority. So they wouldn't be like, oh my word, here's a package, this person was here. They would just be focusing on the family members, the people on the property, anyone else that might have been there. So if they didn't have the evidence that he was there, unless there were ring cams or something, which we haven't really seen ring cams of his vehicle there or something, but you know what I mean? That was such a screw up of his as well. For those just joining now, welcome. This is of course the Athena Strand case. She was abducted on November 30th of 2022, and within an hour, the investigators say they believe she was murdered. And Tanner Horner was the FedEx driver who's confessed to and pleaded guilty to murdering her. So we're watching this trial, which is phase 2, the punishment phase of the trial. If it wasn't a death penalty case, if he pleaded guilty, he would have gone straight to sentencing. So here we are watching the punishment phase, where the jury will then, after lots of testimony, a few weeks is what the prosecutor said, of evidence, they will go deliberate. Death penalty or life without parole. So what we're going to do now, before they had their lunch break, which we didn't have, we just skipped right over, right? What they're doing is, this is Texas Ranger Job Espinoza. He was the lead Texas Ranger on the case. And when that Amber Alert went out, he helped, right? He helped the sheriff's department, got all the resources there, and really started looking for Athena. And so by December 1st, they'd already found Tanner Horner. They were like, okay, we need to find this FedEx guy. He has the package. Let's go find who was here, find the van, find him, talk to him. By December 2nd, as you can see, he was detained, and they'd obtained video footage from the FedEx van, which is why he was detained. And they knew that he had abducted her, but they didn't know where she was. So that's what we're seeing, is this build up to, he was detained, then they took him out to this field because he said, yeah, I could show you where she is, but she was deceased when I put her in the van, which was a lie. So they went to this like bamboo forest or a field, and they were looking there. And then from there, they went to the sheriff's office, to the interview room. So I think we're going to see some of that now. Then they interview him. They go back out to the field. They search for her again in the field where Tanner Horner lies to say that she was. And then they go back to the interview room. And eventually he tells them where her body is. They find her body on December 2nd, same day as all this body cam is happening. They find her body on December 2nd of 2022, after Tanner Horner said where he had, as in his own words, tossed her in head first. Like, what the hell? Oh my word, this guy. On December 2nd, 2022. And we watched that press conference together on that day when they found her body. Shame. Texas, Katie did, 1081 said, Rex Human, just, oh yeah, I know. Oh no, please don't redirect people away from what we're focusing on now. Thank you so much for your sticker. I really appreciate it. I addressed that at the beginning of the stream. I'm very much aware, and I will be covering that when I can. Thank you so much for your support. Okay, so let's go now to see, just so you follow what's happening, December 2nd. Let's go to the interview room, shall we? Are they going to show us there? Hopefully the audio is better, hey?
with regard to whether or not you asked her to get in the back of the truck, what do you know about that statement?
That's a lie.
Now, with regard to Athena's physical status, her whether or not she was injured or not, what did Tanner Horner initially tell you in the interview that we're fixing to watch here about what her physical status was at that time?
I believe he stated a few bumps and bruises.
Okay, but not dead like he said before.
No, sir.
Now, with regard to any communication between Tanner Horner and Athena there at the Strand home, what did he tell you with regard to whether or not they had any communication at that time?
When I asked him if he communicated with her, he stated that he did, and she told him her name, and also asked him if he was a kidnapper.
That is so sad.
That's coming from...
Shame. If that's what she asked him, that's so sad. She says, "My name is Athena. Are you a kidnapper?" Oh my word.
Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk a little bit. When you're talking to him and you are asking him, does Tanner Horner blame anyone for all of this happening?
At one point, he tries to say that the van didn't have a backup camera or a sensor, so he believed that contributed to this happening.
Okay.
But before that, he made up a green car, right? A Chevy Astra, I think he said it was, with sunspots and a panel missing. Okay, then. Made up lots of lies along the way. Is he going to take the stand, this guy? I think he might. When the defense has to present their case, which will be all the mitigating factors, I think he's going to get up there and tell the sob stories like he's never told before. He's going to go all out, right? And lie through his ass. Court Lurker, thank you so much for your support.
Anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to try to make this as detailed as possible here. At some point, do you ask Tanner what he did to kill Athena?
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your recollection, what did he tell you he did to kill her?
During the course of that interview, he stated that he first attempted to break her neck, and then he strangled her with 2 hands.
Okay. How many times did he say that happened to you?
I can't remember the exact amount, but it was numerous times that he stated during that interview.
Okay. That he had done that?
Yes, sir.
So he says that he attempted to break her neck, didn't work, and so that he used his hands.
Yes, sir, correct.
And he said 1 hand or 2 hands?
I asked him whether he used 1 hand or 2 hands, and he stated he used 2 hands.
2 hands. So, and I just want to make sure, so now we're in the second interview. What is he now telling you that he did with her body once he killed her?
He stated that he had her in the back of the van for a short period of time and then took her to the bamboo.
Which was a lie. Later, he said in horrific words that he tossed her head first into the river, which was the Trinity River, where she was found naked. Rainy Day Girl 5970 said, "Do you think he wanted to delay their finding her so that the water could destroy evidence of SA?" Probably that. What's interesting is, of course, the medical examiner, their report said that she died from blunt force trauma and asphyxiation. And there were no signs of sexual assault. That's what the report was. And we were all a little bit confused by that. Like, what do you mean? Especially now that the state said in opening statements that his DNA was under Athena's fingernails and in places where it shouldn't be on a 7-year-old. So then they asked Uncle Google to explain. Listen here, Uncle Google, explain to us why is that? So it says, when the Tarrant County Medical Examiner, this is the result of my research now, when the Tarrant County Medical Examiner released the autopsy shortly after Athena's death in December 2022, early 2023, it concluded cause of death, blunt force head trauma and strangulation or asphyxia. No physical signs of sexual assault. So, no genital trauma, tearing, bruising or other injuries typically associated with SA. So this is why the initial indictment charged with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping and not SA. So the prosecutor said that his DNA was in places where you shouldn't find DNA on a 7-year-old girl. Okay? So I think it's because of the lack, as someone said earlier, of physical injuries from SA. There were no signs of that. But his DNA was in places where it really shouldn't be. So there was SA. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? There was SA because she was found naked in the river as well, right? Cindy Garcia, thank you so much. Anyway, sorry for that. That's horrific details, but it is what it is. I think that was his motive, right?
Now, during this interview, What are you trying to do during this interview?
I'm just trying to find Athena. That's just trying to figure out where she's at.
Now, as far as after he, according to him, after he dumps your body in the bamboo, we've talked a lot about that. Where does he say that he went next after that?
He stated during the course of that interview that he went to the Loves to get some cleaning supplies for the truck, and then he went back to the station.
So just for those of us that don't know, is it Love's a convenience store?
Yes, sir.
Is it also a truck stop?
Yes, sir.
And is there a Love's in fairly close vicinity to where that would have been happening?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where that one's located?
I can't remember the approximate address or location, but we had investigators follow up at that location as soon as we found that information.
All right. So a Love's truck stop, that's what he said, clean up the truck. What did he tell you that he was cleaning up?
He stated that he was cleaning up vomit and feces.
Okay. Whose vomit?
His vomit.
Whose feces?
Athena's.
During the course of your time being a ranger and being in law enforcement, have you ever heard the term used with a suspect when you're interviewing them that they're playing the victim?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
Essentially, there's no accountability. It's just blaming everybody else.
But then?
Correct, yes, sir.
And in this case, when we're talking about Tanner Horner in his interview, does he take on that role during that part of that interview? Playing the victim?
Yes, sir, he does.
And just give us a general, we're going to be able to listen to it, but give us a general overview of what he does from your recollection to play the victim, so to speak.
Just.
Okay, so they're not going to play that. That's what it sounds like, right? Good, good. For everyone asking, did they find her clothes? They showed us her pants yesterday that they found. They didn't specify exactly where, right? I haven't heard that, but I timestamped that so that you can see that exhibit if you want to.
Never any accountability as far as what transpired. Obviously, I knew a lot of the facts in reference to this investigation, including some facts that I was collecting during the course of that interview. So throughout that course of that interview, I know he's continuously lying to me, and it's very self-serving because he knows if he tells me the truth.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation as to what Mr. Horner may or may not have known.
Sustained.
Without speculation.
Correct, yes, sir.
Say your question again.
I said, without speculating as anything, you can finish your answer if you want to.
Just a lot of blaming everybody else and no accountability.
And as part of this, when you say that he's blaming other people, you said that he blamed possibly FedEx for not having a working backup camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Which, from what you're telling me, would have led to him backing in there, right?
Presumably is what he was implying.
Right. Which you've already said that's a lie.
Yes, sir.
And so, with regard to any other place where he laid blame for being responsible for Athena's kidnapping and murder,
Yes, sir.
was there any other person, place, or business that he laid blame for causing her murder?
Not that I can recall, other than him blaming his long hours and his work and some of the things going on in his life.
All right. All right. So I'm going to ask you to tell me about Zero.
During the course of these interviews, Tanner implied that he was sometimes referred to as Zero, which through the course of my investigation and through the time that I talked to Tanner, it was a something he made up, that an alter ego that he made up for himself, and stated that sometimes he would be referred to as Zero.
And so during this investigation, that's when this person, alter ego, comes up.
Correct, yes, sir.
And at one point during the...
Calling Dr. Lewis, hey? Tanner, what the hell? This guy in his interviews, can we please see some of it, you know? Shame, the guy pauses. That's pretty much just like, oh man, this guy is exhausting. Lying, deflecting, sending them on a wild goose chase, trying to find Athena. Just like, yeah, she's in that field. Knitting Artisan said, Tanner is a Zero. He's got this alter ego. So they mentioned that in the state's opening statements, by the way. We just didn't know that he called that alter ego Zero. A fitting name for him, I think.
The questioning, does this made-up person come up?
Yes, sir. Throughout the course of these next couple of interviews, the name Zero and that fake personality or alter ego comes up.
Did he tell you how he made it up and how he created it?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
He stated it was something that he and his wife had discussed in the past, and he named it after one of his band, and actually had a tattoo on his arm that had Zero on his arm.
So he created it and he named it.
Correct, yes, sir.
He made it up.
Yes, sir. To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. And so during any of this, when we're going to hear this, how does Zero come up in the course of your investigation?
At one point during the course of this interview, he writes something on the board. When I step out of the room, I asked him what that was about, and he stated it wasn't him, it was Zero. We talked briefly about it, and then throughout the further course of the investigation, when I was hitting roadblocks, again, all I'm trying to do is find Athena. I played his game, and I spoke to Zero.
So during this...
He's like, I played his game, and I spoke to Zero. Oh boy. Ellie, thank you so much.
course of interview, all you had to do is just start talking to him like that? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
And did you miraculously get answers when you started talking to him like that?
Yes, sir. At that point, I did.
All right. And how long did he play this game?
Until after we recovered Athena's body.
Okay. And I know we've said that there are multiple interviews that are done, including one that's a re-interview on December 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is he still playing this zero game all the way until December 7th?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe any of this?
No, sir.
Then let me ask you, Ranger, why play into it if you don't believe it?
It's obviously a common technique that we use to maintain that rapport and to play into that, because ultimately it's about locating Athena and getting the truth. And if whatever he wants to be called, I'm willing to do that, as long as it means actually getting to the truth.
So what you're saying here, you'd have called him Yogi Bear if it got to the truth. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I'd have called him anything as long as I could find Athena.
Okay. Now, during this interview that we're going to see here in a minute, tell me.
They said that we're going to see here in a minute. Rhonda Albrecht said Zero is a Smashing Pumpkin song. So now I'm looking at his channel quickly here and seeing, did he sing that at all? He's saying Under Oath, sang, made noise along to Under Oath, young and aspiring vocal cover, Numb, vocal cover, Linkin Park, Levitate by 21 Pilots, and the rest was just games, the rest of his videos. So he didn't do a cover of that one.
A little bit about Tanner Horner's ability to understand and answer your questions. Is he able to do that?
Yes, sir. He is.
And when I ask that, what I mean is that you've indicated that you're going to ask him some questions in that interview. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And his answers to those questions, were they responsive to your questions?
Yes, sir.
What I mean by that is, if you ask him what happened next, right, was he able to explain what happened next?
To a certain extent.
Okay. And so during this interview, when you're going through it, whether you're talking to Tanner or this person he made up or what have you, is he able to understand those questions and provide answers?
Yes, sir.
And then also, let me ask you, during this interview, what's his demeanor during this interview?
His demeanor through the course of these interviews was very laid back. I mean, he wasn't worked up, had a cool, calm demeanor, cooperated, spoke, was articulate, joked around, made jokes at times, made jokes inappropriately sometimes. And again, I was able to maintain that rapport and continue to talk to him.
When you said he made jokes, do you remember anything he was joking about during this?
There's not a particular joke that I recall, but obviously when we watch the video, it's very apparent when the jokes come out that are not appropriate.
Just notes, Judge May?
Yes, sir.
Show you State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is the interview from the Wise County Sheriff's Office interview room, and it has my initials on it.
And when you put your initials, what does that mean?
That means I reviewed it.
And is that a true and correct copy and an accurate depiction of the interview that you've been speaking about today?
Yes, sir.
Did we offer State's Exhibit 36?
Any objections other than those previously brought to the attention of the court?
No, Your Honor, no further objections.
Okay, those previous objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 36 is admitted.
Is that published?
Yes, sir.
Oh boy, are we ready for this? December 2nd. So they went from the field, the bamboo field, and then they went to the sheriff's office to conduct this interview. Oh boy, here we go. Buckle up. Oh no. Okay, drinks the water. Yes, do you remember how Stefan Stones drank water in his police interrogation while waiting in between? Oh my goodness, that was Madeline Soto's case. It just reminded me of that for a second. Stefan Stones was worse though. Oh man, okay, here we go. Okay, we are ready. How long are we watching this? Not long. Few seconds. Here we go.
Right, that's how the roads to this. Right here. Let's see the vehicles already. Or at least in a position that's not like, like, give us like one. No, I'm gonna get them off here. So what was, hey, what's Romans 13? Sure, I'll read you that here in a second, all right? Now, let me make you where you're at, so before we started. I'm running to you on the side of the road, it's going to do the same thing, okay? You have the right to remain silent, not making any statement. Anything said can be used against your court. You have the right to have an attorney present to advise you prior to any question. If you can, report an attorney when we appointed to you. You can stop this interview at any time. Do you understand your rights? Yes, sir. All right, Tanner. We're going to get some kind of formality, so to speak, that way, all right? We're going to start off with today's date, which is Friday, December 2nd, 2022, and it's Friday, it's 4:40 p.m., and we're here at the Wise County Sheriff's Office. All right, what's your full name and date of birth?
Tanner Warden.
Tanner. Hang on, Tanner Lynn, Lynn.
Yes, sir.
Horn.
Horner.
Horner, Horner.
Yes, sir. Little Drive Horner.
Okay, and what's your birthday?
August 8th, 1991.
August 8th, 1991. All right, what's your physical address?
7628 Somerville Place Road.
Place Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's a good phone number?
817 449 7991. Oh, that's my phone number.
It's just something I do, free number, in case I get hold of you later on or something else, I get your phone number. So let me ask you something. Let's start off with what we've already talked about, okay, on when you got the little girl. You went to that residence to deliver a package? Okay, and then what happened?
When I was trying to get myself situated to where, I have an easy way to get out of the property, I kind of backed up and hit her.
Okay, and then what happened?
She seemed like she wasn't too incredibly hurt, but it was a panic.
Okay.
And I didn't know what to do. My main fear was I could lose my job, lose my source of income, the way, like, everything was on the line. I didn't know what to do.
Okay. So then what did you do, look her up in the truck?
I listened to this dumb little voice in my head that told me, just grab her and go, and I did.
Okay. So you said you didn't hurt her too bad, you just kind of bumped her, or?
I mean, she had some bruises.
Okay. So she's still talking to you, and then what'd she say?
She was worried that I was a kidnapper.
And what did you tell her?
I told her no. She kept asking where we were going. I didn't know what to tell her, so we just talked to her about random things.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
It's okay. You didn't what?
She was a sweet kid.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you were in fear of, hey, I'm going to get in trouble for hitting her with my truck. That was your biggest fear. Okay, then what happened?
I was driving around for a bit just trying to figure out what I was going to do about the situation.
And what'd she do?
Asking questions, we're just talking at this point.
Yeah, is she sitting down? Is she standing up? Is she in the passenger seat? Where's she at?
She's standing up. She's in the back.
Okay. What's she asking?
Just random things. Like, I just had her talking.
Mm-hmm.
It was, I don't know.
And then where'd you go?
We went down this private road and I listened to that little voice again. heard it.
200. Let me listen. Then how'd you heard it?
Fake crying.
It's okay. It's alright. It's alright. How'd you heard it?
No, it's not alright.
Well, no, it's alright to tell me. It's okay to tell me. You gotta get it off your chest. How'd you heard it? Sorry. You gotta get it off your chest, okay?
Listen,
Okay. If you don't want to talk about how you heard her in detail, just shut up. And then let's talk about how she ended up after you heard her. Where did you take her?
sat on the private road trying to figure out what I was going to do from that point. I didn't know what I was going to do. So I just started heading back to the station. And then when I was driving back to the station, I saw the bamboo and tossed somebody in there.
Okay. Obviously, if you tossed her there, we're going to find her. So is she fully clothed? And you mentioned she didn't have any shoes on.
No, she didn't have shoes.
All right. Wearing socks, barefooted?
Socks.
Okay. Do you remember what clothes she was wearing?
I mean, I think like shorts or jeans or something.
Okay.
There was a lot going on through my head at the time. I didn't.
Is there any voices telling you anything at that time after you, just to get her out of the truck or anything like that, or was that just kind of a decision you made?
I just tossed her in. Like I couldn't just keep running around with a kid in the back like that. I just tossed her in the bush or whatever.
Oh my word. You can barely remember what she was last wearing. It's like there was a lot of things going on in my head at that time. Yeah, okay. And now he said he didn't want to drive around with a kid in the in the back of the van. So he just tossed her in to the bushes. He means like the bamboo bushes, which is not where he tossed her in. What a way to speak about it though.
And you sure she was not alive at that time?
I was relatively sure.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't check her heartbeat or anything, but I'm relatively sure that she wasn't alive.
Okay. So,
Having done a lot of research on this topic, I can answer this. POTR said if he had a split personality, which is not what it's called anymore, it's dissociative identity disorder. You said his main persona would not have known his other personality. It depends. Sometimes people do have multiple personality states that do know each other, but let alone its name, let alone have actually named it. I think the big key here is the same as Tisha when she claimed that she had dissociative identity disorder, in that he said that, that he created that persona and that they could just say, oh, we'd like to speak to that one, and then there it was. That's not how that usually works. It's involuntary. You know what I mean? You can't just like create a persona, aka personality state, in the DID context. Create a persona, tattoo the name on your arm, and then when someone just clicks their fingers, oh, there they are to talk to you. That's not how that works. So you know what? I really hope his defense. Listen, defense. Are you gonna go down that path? I freaking hope not. Don't do that, okay? So anyway, moving on. I'm ready to see when 0 comes out. Huh? Wow. Purple Amaryllis said, is it worth trying to drop the boost? Yeah, I already have. It's not that. It's just unfortunately a really crappy audio being played in a courtroom, being live streamed, and then we're hearing that live stream. We're not in the courtroom. It won't be good in the courtroom either. You'd have to get the raw copy to hear it a little bit better, and it still probably won't be the best, hey? Anyway, we'll do our best here.
let's backtrack a little bit, okay? To that private road that you went down. And
Let me also say that if he's claiming to have dissociative identity disorder, which he's not, but he's kind of like saying he has this little voice in his head and he's got this other personality called Zero. Yeah, that wouldn't be a creative mission. It's trauma-based. You would develop it before the age of 7 to 9. He would have had it his whole life. And not everyone would just like these officers being like, can we talk to that one? Just like Latisha. Do you remember that with Dr. Lewis? No, you really just can't do that, right? Man, okay.
When the voice is telling you to murder, how did it start? Did you say anything to her? Did you explain that you had to do what you had to do? Can you give me something on that?
I just told her to turn around and
you choked her? One hand or two hands? Two. Was she facing away from you while you were choking her?
and started off, I tried to.
Stop it. We have to put the trigger warning back up. Oh my word. Now they're talking about how he murdered her. And we know that she had blunt force trauma and she was strangled. So the way that he's able to answer these questions as well, isn't that just so sickening? Whoa.
Oh, you tried to break her neck?
I tried to break her neck, make it as quick and painless as possible, but it didn't work. She started crying. I'm trying to calm down. I'm trying to calm down.
It's all right. Hey, listen to what I tell you earlier, right? A lot of times too fixated on what, right? On what happened. So now we know a little bit of what happened, right? We know that you hit her, bumped her with the truck. You got scared, right? She might tell him. So you got her in the truck. When you got her in the truck, let's talk about that. Did you just pick her up in the truck, or did you ask her to get in?
I asked her to get in.
Okay. So she listened to you, got in the truck, and then you drive from your route immediately, start kind of heading back to the station, right?
No. After that, that's when we went down the private road because I was trying to figure out what I was going to do.
Okay. What do you think the time frame was from there? Like,
I don't know.
not very long, like 5-10 minutes, 30 minutes?
I wouldn't know how to.
Okay. But don't worry, right?
This guy looks like he's ready to pounce on him. Look at him. I would be like that too. Also, I'm not frozen, okay, because I'm just like, I think I look frozen as I'm sitting listening to this crap that he's saying. Oh my word, it's really, especially given the context of what we know what he did. And he's sitting there like, oh no, guys, no, you're not the victim here. No.
Unless I'm like sitting there looking at the time, I have no idea how much time has passed.
Okay, so.
I don't even know how long it's been since you guys stopped me after that delivery.
Yeah, okay, so your perception of time is not too good. So you get in the truck, she's standing up talking to you. You gotta drive down the private road, and that's when the voice tells you, hey, you need to hurry her, you need to get rid of her, right? Am I right? Correct me if I'm missing something. And then you ask her to face away from you, and you try to break her neck at first, but she started crying. When you said try to break her neck, did you like try to spin it? How did you do that?
Try to spin it.
Like spin like one hand on the chin, one hand on top of the head, hand on the side of the head, or how?
Like.
Okay, and that didn't work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But she was facing away from you when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then...
I didn't want her to see it coming at him.
Okay. So then...
I couldn't take it if she was sitting there in pain. I wanted to do it as quick as possible, and it didn't work, and... Sorry.
Yeah, and now, we accomplished that, trying to find out where she's at, right? We haven't found her yet, or that I know of, so... And now we're going to get into some of that why. Why did you really hurt her because you didn't want to get in trouble for hitting her with FedEx or legally or what?
Essentially, just panicking, I didn't know what to do, and then it almost seems like it was a dream. For the most part, it just kind of seems like I wasn't, you know what I mean?
Oh man, you know, there's a couple of killers that we've heard say something like that. It was a dream. No, a nightmare. The word is nightmare. When you say it was almost like a dream. Freaking weirdo. Sure, I really appreciate you all being here. This is very difficult to hear. It's actually not often that we hear child killers talk like this either, right? To say all this that he's saying, like what the hell?
Seems like I wasn't behind the wheel at the time.
Out of body experience, so to speak.
Almost.
Okay.
Almost. But stuff like that's happened my entire life, where like I'll have these like out of body experiences. Mostly when I'm like getting in a fight with someone or something like that. But sometimes I'll kind of like phase out and not know what's going on. Other times I'll just kind of be in the back seat almost.
Could be the, what did someone call it here? The wacky tobacco. Could be the Mary Jane, sir. Yeah, that's probably what he's describing. Just sometimes I'm like really not in my body, and sometimes I'm just, I don't know, yeah. Dude, stop it. And again, hello, read the room. They are trying to find Athena. There's an Amber Alert out. They're trying to find her, and you're telling them, oh, sorry, she's deceased. And she's there in the bamboo bushes where, no, she's not. But he's so chilled with all these sob stories right now. Yeah, sometimes he just does this and that. Yeah, he's claiming to dissociate. Okay, but you killed a child. And then you just said, a few minutes ago, tossed her in. He said bushes, but he meant river, but he hasn't gotten there yet. He's already on his own little narrative? This is not biography time, bro.
When you were talking to her, did she tell you her name?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Athena.
Okay. Did she tell you her full name, or did she just know her first name? Did she tell you her last name or anything?
No, she didn't tell me her last name.
So she just told you her name was Athena? Right.
Which I actually thought that was pretty cool because, you know, I like mythology and stuff like that.
Yep.
Please make it stop. Stop it. It's like she was a sweet kid. We never wanted to hear him say that. Now you're like, yeah, she told me. Did you see how he said it? Yeah, she said her name was Athena, which I thought was pretty cool because I'm like into mythology and stuff. Oh my goodness. He's lucky I'm not there, all right? And some of you're lucky we're not in that room right now.
So let's go back to, I know you don't want to, you know, you have a hard time, rightfully so, you know, kind of recalling a little bit, and I'm going to go back and touch on it a little bit. And you try to break her neck, she starts crying. When you start choking her, facing away from you like you stated earlier, how long did it take her to essentially pass out or stop crying? Was it long, or was it a short period of time? How long do you think?
It was probably about a minute, but it felt like so much longer.
And then she just stopped moving, went limp. I mean, were you on the ground, or was she standing up still? Was she standing up when you were doing it, or did she, obviously at some point when she passes out or whatever, you had to come to the ground?
She started off standing and then kind of after a while just went down.
Okay. And then did she move at all after that?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's when I started heading towards that, I guess, it's a county route, the one right across from 2123, and that's when I threw her in the bush.
Okay. Now, what was that little voice specifically telling you? Do you remember?
That we needed to stop her from pretty much telling anybody.
Okay. So that was the main concern. That's the whole reason why.
That's the whole reason. Didn't want her to tell anyone. Oh. So how many others? Because we know about now. It was unfortunate in hindsight, but still now he's charged with 3 essays of teenagers. Who else did you want to silence like that? Wow, what a predator, right?
Everything was at risk. My job, my family, everything. I didn't.
You didn't know what to do. You panicked. Right? Tanner, again, we'll get, we're not going to get jammed up on what happened. Obviously, the why is always more important. But there are some details that we need to know. Obviously, and let me explain this to you, because you're a smart guy, you know how things work. Just talking to you the little bit of time I have, you're obviously into mythology, you're into superhero movies, you know how things work here. You're not, so to speak, a recluse. You know the things around you that go on. So
I mean, it used to be a really bad recluse, but that's
a long time ago. So by that saying, you're exposed to things and you know how things work. So obviously, when we work this type of investigation, right, a medical examiner's body looks at the body, right, to determine how this person passed away. So we're going to know some of the what, right? We're going to be able to essentially corroborate what you're telling us now, right? So is there anything else we're going to know? Because I don't want you to lie to me now. Because I'm going to shoot you straight, just like I want you to shoot me straight, all right? Put yourself in my boots, so don't lie to me, because you know how it is. Do you like being lied to?
no, sir.
Okay. So
I think I know what you're about to ask, and no, I didn't.
what am I going to ask?
You're going to ask if I sexually assaulted her, and I did not.
You didn't sexually assault her.
No, sir.
So everything's going to tell me that you didn't sexually assault her.
With my medication, I don't even really have much of a libido.
Okay.
Like my fiance.
Oh my word. He says, with my medication now, he's basically saying he's on some medication that makes him not able to essay someone. You don't talk about children like that, weirdo. My goodness. To even say that, to even try to justify what he's even telling the police is just crazy.
I'll even tell you that it kind of pisses her off most of the time.
Okay. So whenever the doctors or whatever examine her body, they're going to tell me that she wasn't sexually assaulted.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit into the private road. Is it pretty close to where she lived?
Relatively, it's like, okay, so.
Hang on, let's go right here. We got a horse.
Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like it's pretty good at this. So.
Okay, so say this is 2123, this is that road, right? Then we have
Let's light it. This is what?
2123.
Okay.
So there's different ways to get to the.
Sorry.
There's different ways to get to the. How should I put it? Okay, so here's the store over in Cottonville, right?
Yeah.
Here's a road up here. Then it goes to Spring Valley, which, named a road that's easy for you.
That road, 35, 55. So 35, 55 right here.
And then there's this little area, right? I went up through here, through 2123, it came down, and there's a private road is over here. And there's multiple houses back there. It's actually a pain in the butt to deliver to.
And the old or newer houses?
Definitely older. There's a couple different private roads down that private road. But, yeah.
So, hang on. Now let's get into, okay, so where's her house at in proximity to this? Okay, so that's 3573. 3573, so put 3573 there. Okay.
Also, this is bugging me. This is a lot closer to.
Oh yeah, that other road. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It cuts back. So let me do this. So her home has kind of like a long drive, right? Do you remember that? Yeah, my phone, so we can do the map. Okay. So we got that long road here, and then this is the home. So when you come in to deliver your package, you come in this way, you turn in, and then you take a right here into her house, right? Property. And then there's a house in front. That's where you left the package, if
Yeah.
you remember it. So you get out, you drop the package, right? Walk me through that part of it.
Okay.
So you get out, you're out of the truck now. You don't necessarily have to drive, you can just kind of tell me.
Yeah, I kind of, so I went in through here, pulled that way, and then that's when I backed up and I hit it.
Okay, so
So,
you're backing up?
yeah, I went this way, back.
You know, I usually like it when investigators pull out like a piece of paper or a map or something and slide it over the table. Like, you show us. Why don't you draw for us the direction you went? Because then they're like, okay. And then they get all like, let me try, but they're all nervous. This guy is the opposite though. He's like, let me get up and draw on your board. I'll show you where I didn't go. I'll lie with a Sharpie. Damn.
Up and I hit her. So I grabbed the package, left it. At first I thought I had a dog. But then I saw this girl and...
What'd she say when you hit her? Was she crying or anything? Okay. What'd she say?
She was just crying. I was trying to calm her down.
Okay.
And after about 10 seconds, that's when I started panicking, started realizing the implications.
Okay.
The particular truck I was in doesn't have a working backup camera, so it's kind of a pain in the ass most of the time.
Okay. So then what do you do after you hit her? You started panicking, so it's about 10 seconds. What do you do with her?
Told her to get in the back of the truck, we're going to go on a quick ride, and then we're talking the entire way.
Okay. So when she gets in the truck, does she jump into the driver's side, passenger side, or where?
In the back of the truck.
Oh, the back. Okay, because you got it open, you got the back. Yeah. So she gets out, you shut it. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What, do you go in with her and shut it that way, or do you go around?
Yeah, I shut it through the back.
Okay. And then you walk around in the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The side door on that truck doesn't work.
Okay. And then now show me your route out.
Look at him just lying, as I said, with confidence. Grumple, Mumskid, thank you for your £2 sticker. Be careful with that though, because if everyone floods the chat with hearts like that, even though we mean well, YouTube's monitors are like, spam, all spam bots. Let's punish the channel. So just don't do too much, okay?
I was up in that private road.
From right here. So you go
So I went in,
this. Yeah. You come back.
I went through it, went through the private road.
So you go back this way on the private road?
Yeah, the private road itself, say this is, can you see that?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so here's Spring Valley.
So I have the two, sorry. I have two roads up right here. Yes, 100%. Okay.
So, where were we? Crap, okay, there's Spring Valley. Okay, so the private road is right here. I went to I was in this area.
Yeah. So we're here, 35, 75. Which road did you come up?
It comes up 35, 55.
So you come up 35, 55.
Yeah, I came up 21, 23, I came in through here.
Okay, so you came the back way.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you come in and you go up to, it shows private road 3549? Yeah. So EBT, what is that, 3539? 3549. 3549.
I'm sorry, I don't know that.
No, it's all right. Hey man, it's part of it. So you come around, you come back down this road, which is, what is this one? What did we say?
35, 55.
35. Okay, so you come around, come 35, 55 to the private road, 3549, and then you go all the way to the end of it. Is there like a little cul-de-sac, no houses there, or what?
It's weird. So there's just like, okay.
I'm sorry, I can we turn the rotation off. Let me see if I turn the rotation off.
Oh, you know it. Okay.
Okay, this is an iPhone.
Yeah, let me see if I can do settings. Are you trying to, so let's just say, we're looking at it though, just private road, so this is where you're at. You're there how long, you think?
Probably about 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. So 20, 30 minutes there.
Yeah, at first I was going to try to leave the body down there, but I people kept driving past.
Okay.
So I was just like, maybe not right here.
Okay. So you were gonna dump her off right there on that private road, but decided, hey, I need to go further.
I wanted to put her somewhere where someone could find her easy.
Okay.
In all honesty, man, I'm a parent. Like,
Yeah.
I want my kid found.
Yeah, that's what happened. Look at me when I take.
Can you imagine? He's standing there saying, I'm a parent. Yeah, I'm a dad. You're a child killer. Okay. So just so glad that he's no longer a parent. And he also was probably not a parent. You know what I mean? He was a sperm donor, as people say in cases like this. Legal Eye said, I'm sorry if this has been asked before, but did he stalk her prior to the day that he did this? Somebody that worked with him was in chat yesterday, and they said that that was his normal route. But her stepmother testified yesterday and said that she'd never seen him before. So we don't know. There's no evidence that he stalked her, but it's highly likely. It's highly likely that he'd been on, if that was his normal route, he'd probably seen Athena before. And, you know, the thought was building in his mind, I would assume. So I would lean towards that speculation that absolutely, that's very plausible. You know, that he would have seen her before and wanted to take her for a while, for all we know. Okay, so now here, I have to just pause there as well because, like, he's busy saying he's a parent. He had an infant son. I think it was a son. I think he had a son. And then a fiance and lived at his grandma's house. Okay, let's carry on.
This is what I'm trying to do right now. I want to bring her home. That's why we're going through this, because I want to bring her home. Okay? So look at me. You got to help me bring her home. Okay? You going to do that? Okay.
There you go, Tanner. That's pretty much on that.
Okay, so like the way the private road is, it's okay. You go back. It's a hell of a drive. This is like a hill right here, but right here is about where. Oh,
It's all right. You can leave that pin there. Okay.
Is that the right pin, you think? Or should it be on the other side?
It's somewhat. I was trying to pin it on the road itself.
Let's do this. You got this one out. And then try again.
Well, I was trying to get it on the road, but I don't think that will work out too well. But
That's about closer than you get right there.
Okay.
so we were there. I was sitting there, like trying to figure out how I was going to get rid of the body. And then after I remembered that bamboo bush, that's when I was just like, that's where I was going to drop the body. So I started heading out. Oh, okay, there's 21, 23. Started going
Okay.
through here.
So you're going 21, 23. And you walk me through it to the next road we did. 51?
Yeah, 51, and
Okay.
then
51. And then you go right over to 51, right?
mhm.
Okay. So this is 51. And obviously it's not to scale here. So you jump it here. Okay.
starting, that's where the bamboo brush is.
Okay, so the bamboo brush is right here. And where'd you park the truck? Like right on the road, off the side of the road? So you're on the road here. Okay. And then did you have to go through the back to get her out, or did you access her through the front?
I got out through the back.
To the side door?
Yeah.
Okay. You make sure nobody's around, I guess, is that what you're gonna say? I don't want the words in your mouth, is it?
I mean,
Okay. And
I'm
then,
not exactly the dumbest person in the world.
yeah. Okay, so this is kind of like a little lot here. So make sure to label it. And then this is the bamboo. And then you said, so when I say this lot, I'm drawing it here, because from here to about here, and then the T-posts start right here. Right?
Is that what those are?
Yeah, T-posts, the green posts, because the top of it is like a T, so, or if you look at it from the top, it's like a T. So, and then you said you you didn't even walk in far into that bamboo here?
I didn't even really walk into it. I just kind of stood like right in front of the bamboo and tossed around.
Okay. And then what do you do from there? Let's talk about what your next course of action is.
Got the truck, I sat for a minute, thought about everything, I ended up throwing up in the back of the truck. Like, it was
Did she bleed or anything in that truck?
I don't know.
Okay.
Possibly.
What? Did she bleed? Was she bleeding or anything in the back of the truck? I don't know. Possibly. Did you see how I answered that? Sure, this guy is scary. Ellie B said, we need to go back to the old stranger danger thing. But the thing is, she was taught that. That was one of her it was her last journal entry at school. That they'd just been taught. It was like what do they call it? A red ribbon week, right? Where they learned all about stranger danger. So the thing is that she was playing out in the backyard is how it was described. She was doing some chores, folding some laundry, sorting out laundry. She was sorting out laundry. She had to, her stepmom said, put your dirty laundry in, a basket or whatever so that I could wash that. Then she went to play outside. He grabbed her. The way, if you go watch the opening statements again, the prosecutor did this. Like, he grabbed her, covered her mouth, by the way that he demonstrated it, and said, don't scream or I will hurt you. And then he picked her up and put her in the truck. Do you know what I mean? It's not like, hey, little girl, come here and get in my truck. She knew about stranger danger. That's what's so terrifying about this case. This FedEx delivery guy, contract worker for FedEx, this guy, he saw an opportunity and grabbed her and threatened her. And he said it twice. If you scream, I will hurt you. And he says that she told him her name and then asked, are you a kidnapper? Shame.
Okay. Is she gonna have any cuts or anything like that on her when we find her?
I mean, I did kind of throw it in there as possible.
Oh, so you're talking about just cuts from the bamboo or whatever, not from something you did to her?
No.
Okay.
I'm not some psychopath, so at least I don't think I am.
So then after you dump her, she's fully clothed, right?
Sure.
Okay. Then what's your next route home? And you can draw that down here. And obviously, if it's too complex, we don't have to. Just kind of explain it to me.
So I went 114, pretty much all the way. I had to stop a couple times because...
Where'd you stop?
On the road.
Okay, just on the road?
Yeah.
What'd you stop for? Okay. Did you throw outside the truck, up outside the truck or inside the truck?
A little bit of both. One point I landed on the side of the truck, and then I stopped at Love's to kind of clean out.
Okay.
Yeah, the truck still smells like throw up.
Okay. And then, so that's 114.
Yeah, 114, I stopped at the Love's / McDonald's, put in M for McDonald's, L for Love's, and then I headed back to the station.
Okay. What time did you get to the station?
I have no clue.
Really late, later than normal?
Later than normal.
Which would be after 8, before 9?
I wouldn't say
after
that.
9.
I wouldn't say that way. I don't think.
Okay. At some point in this deal, did you ever turn off your phone? Did you ever get off the radar or anything?
I mean, my phone died there for a bit.
Okay, where'd your phone die at?
I don't remember.
At some point during this, your phone died? Okay.
After you got her, after you picked her up?
Sorry.
Okay, so your phone dies, and you put it on the charger, I guess?
My charger was kind of broken.
Okay.
Did it
So you put it back on the charger and it powered back up, I'm sure.
And I had to fuck with it a little bit.
Okay, so when you get home, what do you do?
Well, my fiance picked me up from work, and then just went home and went to sleep.
Okay.
Took my sleeping medication.
Please stop it. He says, oh, well, my fiance picked me up from work and I went home and went to sleep after killing a child. Think about that. Think about what he's saying. Just like, oh yeah, I went to sleep. You could sleep after that. Went to sleep. Absolute monster, right? Lisa, thank you so much.
Watched Game of Thrones and out.
Okay.
Even watched Game of Thrones.
And then what time do you wake up the next day?
6 o'clock, ready to go to work.
Okay. Did you make it to work on time? Late?
Cassie likes to kind of drag by when she's ready.
Oh, so she's taking, you need to back down. You said Cassie, who's Cassie?
Fiance, the mother of my child.
Okay, so she's taking you to work, so she makes you late, essentially.
Every once in a while, but she works at FedEx and she works as one of the package handlers.
Okay. What clothes were you wearing whenever this happened? those jeans different jeans?
Different jeans.
Were you wearing those shoes?
Yes.
Okay. That shirt or a different shirt?
That was a different one. I have multiple FedEx shirts.
Okay. So you don't remember exactly what time, about what time did you get to that house, her house?
I think you actually have the timestamp on when I did that delivery. I'm not sure.
Okay, so whenever you delivered that package or whenever that package was dropped off is when you were at that house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Now, did you take anything from her? And you didn't, because I asked you earlier, I said, did you take any of her clothes? Did you take anything from her?
I mean, not that I can think of.
Okay.
I mean, I might have found a sock on the thing, but I just kind of threw it out.
Okay. Is that a maybe, or did you find a sock?
I did find a sock, but that was just...
Was it one of her socks?
I think so.
Okay. But that's...
Unless it was just some other driver's sock.
Well, I mean, you would be able to know if it's a little girl's sock or a driver's sock, so you don't know either way you found a sock.
Yeah.
Okay.
When did you find that sock?
When I was stopped throwing up.
Do you remember the truck number or anything that you were in?
I don't remember the DOT number.
You don't remember the DOT number? Do your trucks have any, like, numbers assigned there, like a truck 41 or whatever, you know?
I don't know, we just have particular
It's just
routes.
random.
And they move them around a lot.
Okay. So you don't have one particular truck assigned to you?
No, like today I was in, like, normally we're driving in like cutaways and stuff, but today I was put in a box truck, which I hate because you don't have that kind of thing right there to go back and get packages. You have to open it up from the back.
Okay. So the truck was the bigger truck or a smaller?
One of the bigger trucks.
Okay.
We have 3 different types of trucks. We have cutaways, step vans, which I prefer step vans because I'm tall and I hit my head on everything, and the weird box truck thingies.
Okay. But you're one of the bigger ones, you said. Okay. And describe that to me. Describe that truck to me. What's the back look like? Does it have a side door and a back door, or is it just one back slide?
No, all of them have a side door and back door.
Okay. So all of them have that. That's what it is. And the cab to the front of the truck, is it connected with the bed? Obviously.
Sure.
Okay. But again, that's.
I'm pretty sure. By the way, I do think she pooped herself. Also, when I'm not really don't want to say it, but you get what I'm saying.
When you choked. And here's the deal, Tanner. Remember, we're going to be completely honest to each other. All right? So, honesty and transparency means that we talk to each other and we don't hold back from each other, and that we talk to each other direct, right?
Sir.
You respect that, right? You told me earlier that's what you expect of me.
Yes, sir.
And I think I've proven that thus far, have I not?
Sir.
Okay, so that's what I expect. So don't hold back from me, man. We're in this now, right? So these details and these small things and the things you say to me, okay, they're not so small because there's a bigger picture. Remember, I keep talking about that bigger picture, all right? So we have to be honest with each other. We can't hold anything back, all right? This is the time to get it off your chest. You can't keep any of this bottled up. You can't keep anything from me, because if you do, it'll tear you up inside. Okay? You understand?
Yes, sir.
Are you leaving anything out on that, on her? You said, do you think she pooped herself while you were choking her?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so while you're choking her, she pooped herself. It wasn't like she's still there alive and then she pooped herself.
No, she pooped herself.
Okay.
How do you know she pooped herself? I mean,
I smelled it when I was moving here. Some of it got on the floor.
Okay.
that's good.
There's a little bit of poo, a little bit of pee.
In the truck, so some of that stayed in the truck?
Yeah, I cleaned it up. When I stopped at Love's, I got sanitizing stuff and cleaned it up with my throw.
What'd you pay for it at Love's when you bought that stuff? Did you pay for it in cash?
I didn't pay for anything. I just asked them if they had any cleaning supplies.
So you asked the store person if they had cleaning supplies? And they provided you some?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what the person that you asked for looked like?
Not really.
No, just the employee at the store.
Male or female?
No.
Hispanic, no, white, no, black, no. Don't remember.
I think maybe Jew. I wouldn't quote on that, but he did kind of look like he might be part Jewish.
Okay, why do you say that?
God, this is gonna sound terrible. He had a decently big nose.
Okay. All
But
right.
I know that sounds so terrible, and I'm sorry.
Again, where are we at?
I know.
Open line of communication here, all right?
I know, but
That's-
still, I try not to discriminate because it's just kind of shitty. This is 2022, so like,
You're not discriminating, you're describing somebody with their features. So don't feel like you're discriminating about it. Just like if you're talking about me, you're gonna say a fat guy that's bald headed, that's brown, right?
I mean, when I have a team, that would probably describe me.
So,
I'm not going the horrible way.
no, you're not. Remember?
Okay, let's pause there. That's a good point. Melissa K, you said part of the procedure for the jury is assessing his danger to society. So far, he's off the charts. In zero guilt or remorse. Super casual discussing murder. I can't imagine the jurors' faces right now. I mean, I'm just listening to all this like, wow, he's so out of touch with how normal people operate. Oh my goodness. You know, just so nonchalantly talking about killing a child. And then saying words like, just tossed her in there. Wow.
I'm gonna be honest with you, you're not gonna go home. Alright? You can't obviously, with what you're telling me here. We're gonna have to, we're gonna talk about that here in a little bit too, okay? But
Am I gonna go home at all?
not, obviously, there's a process that goes through with it, and I'm gonna explain all that to you, but like I said, I wanna get to this, because what's the most important thing, right? We're gonna get her home. We're gonna get her home. Hang on, listen to me for a second. Let me tell you this, alright? At any point in that, did you think about just letting her out?
I did.
Okay, why did you do that?
I was just telling me not to.
Are you 100% telling me the truth about where you put her? And I know I keep harping on that, but it's important because I want to get her home, right?
Yes,
I want to make sure that, you're not leaving out in detail because you think it's going to mess something up or whatever.
Sir, that's where I left her.
Did you, and I know this is kind of silly, but did you tell anybody about what happened? Did you write about it? Did you do anything to kind of get it off your chest?
No, sir.
No? You just kind of kept it inside?
It's just kind of been fucking with me a lot. Can I?
When those police officers came to talk to you, those agents came to talk to you, did you ever think about telling them what happened? You did. I was told you got emotional. Tell me about that.
Dude, I heard a kid. There's a fucking child. Can y'all just...
Need a minute?
Can y'all just shoot me in the head?
No, we can't do that.
Okay.
We can't do that.
Please.
You need a minute?
Did he literally just say that? He says, can you not just shoot me in the head, please? I'm sure they wish they could. Southern Calibre said, the fury her parents must be feeling right now. Can you imagine? They're in the courtroom, hearing all of this. Oh, man. Thank you so much for your support, Ren. Yeah, Kathleen said, only because you were worried about yourself. Mm-hmm.
No, I just want to be with my family.
You'll get a chance to talk to your family and kind of explain it to them, okay? And tell them what's going on and fill them in. We're going to give you that opportunity, all right? If you want to do that tonight.
We were just... We're finally getting our shit together.
Where are you staying at now? You live?
Grandmother.
Okay. Who's all
I'm
in
a
the
fucking loser.
Who's all in the house?
My mom, my little brother, and my grandmother.
He said he's a loser, right? He called himself a loser? Did I hear that right? He said he lives with his grandma.
And
That's not what makes him a loser. Being a child killer, yeah, that makes him a huge loser.
me and Cassie.
Which is your
And
close?
several annoying dogs.
What kind of dogs?
Itty bitty little ankle biters.
Now you really sound like Stefan Stearns. Do you remember Stefan Stearns talking about, oh, these annoying dogs that his parents have? Okay, again. Dude, read the room. They're trying to find Athena. Yeah.
What's Cassie's?
And you're here talking about annoying dogs. Okay.
Cassie Marie Waite, W-A-Y-T.
Okay, and what's your birthday?
February 17th, 2001.
Okay. Is Cassie C-A-S-E-Y?
K-A-S-S-I.
A.
Listen, can I... How does the attorney thing work?
I don't give legal advice. I'm not going to give you legal advice. Okay, that's something that's up to you to research. I can't give you any type of legal advice. Does that make sense? Okay. What's you said that's Cassie. What's your mother's name?
Melissa. She's still, like, even though her and my dad have been split up for a while, and it's...
So she's your stepmother that you call her mom?
No, she's my actual mother.
Okay. What's her last name?
Her and my dad are split up, but she still has the last name.
Yes.
They
And
never really divorced.
her mom's name?
Jackie,
Is it Jackie's house? You're staying in? Yeah. And her last name?
Hardison,
Harrbison. Is that correct?
sir.
Okay. You said somebody else was living there as well?
My little brother,
What's his name?
Nick,
Is it Nick or Nicholas?
Nicholas, but he goes by Nick. He hates when people call him Nicholas.
I got it.
So I call him Nicholas all the time.
I couldn't understand. And it's Warner, correct?
No, Voss.
V-O-S-S?
Yes, sir. He has his dad's last name.
Ah, interesting. How old is he?
10 years younger than me.
And you are 1 year
31.
31. So he's 21. So you said you're looking at the shed out back? Okay. Hey, are you the only one staying in that shed? You the only one staying in the shed? Or is it you and Cassie?
Me and Cassie, our cat, and an annoying little shit named Draco.
What breed is Draco?
Not sure exactly, but he's part Chihuahua.
Okay.
Part Chihuahua, part annoying as shit.
Hey, there's something that clicked to me real quick about.
You never know. I hope he didn't ever harm animals the way he talks about them, right? Brooke said, I bet those dogs could sense he's evil and didn't like him. Yeah. Little ankle snappers. Bite him.
You said you found the sock when you were cleaning the truck. Did you find the sock at the Lowe's?
No.
No, it was
I
on
found it when I pulled over to go for a while.
on South Road. Do you remember where that was?
Somewhere on 114.
Yeah. And then you just threw it out there on South Road or what?
Yeah.
Okay. I tell you what, this is a lot for you, and I can tell you kind of probably need to catch your thoughts for a minute. So look, you give us just a second.
I need nicotine.
Nicotine? I'll tell you, I can do that. Let me get you a cigarette or something. A cigarette or tobacco? Chewing tobacco? What do you like?
Cigarette, for sure.
Let me find you a cigarette, and then we'll talk a little bit more, okay? Hang tight. Obviously, you can't go anywhere, so stay in here for me, okay?
Did you grab my stuff out of there?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. And I'll get your phone and all that good stuff, okay?
Oh dear. Now we watch him there in the room alone. What's he gonna do? So this is when he's now going to write on the board, as they referenced earlier, and then he's going to say 0 did it. They're going to come back in and be like, hey, what the hell is that? Oh, 0 did that. LEB says, bring out 0. His alter ego. Here we go. Right, now the hand sanitizer. He would have to cover himself in it and he still wouldn't be sanitized ever.
Espinoza, I'm going to pause this video for a second.
Hang on.
I'm just saying. Okay.
Yes.
Ranger Espinoza, I'm showing you what we've marked State's Exhibit 223. Can you tell me what that is?
That's a picture of the board from that interview room with the writing from that day.
Let me ask you a couple of ways. Is that what we just saw, this board? Is that what's on the left of this video?
Yes, sir, correct.
And I noticed on part of your video you were talking about locations and maps. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is what you wrote and what Tanner Horner wrote on that board?
Yes, sir.
As far as the maps are concerned?
Yes, sir.
But I noticed on there he got up and he wrote something else.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, what he wrote, is it also on that?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you saw when you're in that room just now as we watched?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge would ask to admit States 223.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 223 was admitted.
Ranger Espinoza, would you read what Tanner Horner wrote on that board?
He wrote in red, "He's going to hurt me, please help."
And was that the first time that he had indicated to you something about somebody else being involved in this whole thing?
Yes, sir.
And is some of that what he's reflected on there? Do y'all discuss that with him later on in this video?
Yes, sir. During the course of this interview, at some point, I bring this up.
And is that where this whole zero thing comes out?
Yes, sir.
And is that where y'all talk about it?
Yes, sir.
And is that what I asked you before? This is where it originated from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm looking at this video and things, and I want to make sure here, you're sitting fairly close to Mr. Horner during this time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And during this time, when you're asking him questions and you're drawing maps and things of that nature, does he appear to be distressed to you?
No, sir.
Does he appear to be able to answer your questions, at least the questions you're asking?
Yes, sir.
And does he appear to be able to answer them appropriately?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed on here, does he appear, at least at this point when he wrote that on there and then sat down, to be in any type of distress?
No, sir.
And then later on in this interview, does he indicate to you that he's under any kind of distress whatsoever?
No, sir.
And does he maintain the same or similar attitude that he has now in demeanor throughout the rest of the video?
Yes, sir.
May we continue with the video?
It appears the video has about 30 minutes left. Do any of the members of the jury need to take a break, or do you want to try and finish with the video? Try to finish? All right.
Okay.
I like how the judge says, try to finish. Do you think you guys can make it through this? And we're going to try to finish this video? Yeah, it's about to get wild. Here we go.
Alright, Tanner, I got working on the smoke for you. You heard Danny, he's also with the Rangers. Obviously, he's been helping me out on this deal, okay? So, and he had a couple of questions for you. Obviously, we're trying to remember, like we've been talking to you on the side of the road, and here we were trying to just clear up a few things.
Yeah. You know, you've been from the get-go, just like started out, you know, you're cooperating. We don't want this to be a long ordeal. We want to let you know what's going to happen here. You want to know what's going to happen here. We want to go ahead and take her back home, like Joe was saying, right? I mean, that's our goal, right? All of us, I think. Let's think about anything we've left out that's kind of holding this process up. Just think about that for a minute. What is that? What would be holding it up in your mind?
No.
Okay. Something. You feel like there's something that's getting in the way of this?
I don't think so, sir.
Okay. Why would you not think so?
I told y'all where it put her. I told y'all all the details of everything that happened. I don't know what else there is.
Okay. So the details you're providing, I wasn't around, right? So I don't want to. Sure. I don't want to go on and on, but you took us down the road earlier, right? We crossed over. We were on 21, 23. We crossed over 51. We know your phone was turned off. Can you explain that? Like turned off. Good. Okay.
My charger was messed up. I couldn't get it back home for a bit.
Okay. How long was that?
Probably about 30, 40 minutes. That's my guess.
Yeah, and it's at the time of when? What's happening when your phone is not on?
What do you mean?
Like, what are you doing at the time that your phone is not on? I want you to be truthful about that.
Body.
Okay. And just because you and I will both be truthful with each other, I want to give you everything I got. I want you to give me everything you got. I want to test your truth, okay, for a moment. The phone is turned off because you're hiding a body. That's what I would do. That's what you did.
receiving information right now.
Okay. So receive that, okay? And as careful as you can, I want you to tell me why you're doing that.
So, I'm gonna go ahead and do all this, and this is still up here.
Thank you.
So when I came in here, I went like this, and then I backed up, and then I hit the girl. She was on the ground crying. I felt bad about her, tried calming her down. This voice in my head told me, dude, we're gonna get in trouble. I had to do something with her. So I told her to get in the truck, and for a long time I was trying to figure out what the hell I was doing. I didn't know what my next step was. Was I just gonna drop off somewhere? I don't know. We went through this private road, and I parked for a bit, was talking to her on the way there, and all this other stuff. Phone away from you on that, please. I don't like saying it, but
What do you don't have to say it very descriptively. You can say what you did to her, though.
I killed her. So I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with the body. So we left here and started going down like I was heading back to work. I remembered the bamboo brush area that was across 151. Or 151 that was across on the other side of 51. So I stopped there, waited for a couple cars to pass, took her out the back and I put her in there. Just kind of tossed her in.
And the phone was turned off where?
I'm not sure exactly when I died. Sometime when I was driving over to here, I think.
Over where you saying you're at?
I'm trying to remember where I died. I was really paying attention to my phone. I was worried about other things at the time.
Not the first time we've seen a killer say, oh, my phone died, when really somebody else died, a child in this case. You know what I mean? And he's just deflecting with, oh, the phone died, and then I charged it, then I did this. Like, no, you turned your phone off, right? Upsetty Spaghetti said the voice is so you can come off as unassuming and soft. Yes, like that. Those same freaking voices, right? Oh, my word, like Stefan Stearns. Wu-Tang Alex said, zero accountability. Yeah, that's why he calls himself Zero, isn't it? Oh, my word. That's what he calls his alter ego. Zero. Why? Zero accountability.
What kind of cigarettes do you smoke?
Lucky Strike.
Lucky Strike?
Red 100s. Phone was off for a bit.
But the phone was off because you were hiding the body? I heard you say earlier you were hiding the body, and that's why the phone was on.
That's why I didn't try getting it back on.
That's why I'm talking.
That's why I didn't try getting it back on.
Oh.
Normally my phone dies, I'm just like, oh shit, my phone's dead, and I try to bring it back really quick, but I wasn't too worried about getting the phone on as soon as I could.
So we're still, that's where the body should be. What we're probably going to do is we're probably going to hop back in the truck and we're going to drive out there again. Okay? Does that work?
Sure.
So we can walk you through it again. That's some of the folks that are trying to get home, that's what they want to do. So that's what we're going to do. So we'll probably let you get smoke and do that. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Danny, do you have any questions you could ask?
little bit more and they're 100% sure. So, I mean, there is some changes in your percentage, so I'm just trying to see.
I'm saying the exact, like, right there,
Okay.
like there's like maybe, what, 30, 40 feet of that stuff?
Yeah.
So that's where the 1% came in.
Okay. Is it possibly went further in there than you think?
I didn't even technically even go in there.
Okay.
I was right outside the edge and just kind of tossed her in.
When you say tossed, are we talking like a hard toss, like as hard as you can in there far, or is it like right there?
Like right there.
Okay.
Well, did you try to hide her?
I tried to make it to where somebody would find her
Where somebody would find her? Now, how did you do that?
by not throwing her too far in.
Why would you want her to be found?
Because I'm a parent. I wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't not want to know.
Okay.
That was a weird sentence. Because I'm a parent. I wouldn't want to know. I would not want to know. I'm sorry, what? He's trying to explain why he tossed her in. That's how he talks about throwing a little girl into the river. What?
During the next couple of days, you didn't return?
No, sir.
Why? You're a parent.
I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know what was. I was hearing updates about this constantly.
I was just going to ask you that.
Fucking with me.
Did you see it on social media? Did you see it on the news?
My grandmother, she sent me stuff about it at one point. Then, I was passing that road yesterday, and I saw a bunch of people down the road, so I kind of already knew what was going on.
Well, you met with FBI the other day and you didn't tell them you're a parent. And you didn't tell them the truth. Right? They were looking for her then and you're a parent and you didn't tell them.
That wasn't
So, that wasn't you. What do you mean?
That wasn't me.
What do you mean that wasn't you? They didn't talk to you?
They talked to me, but they didn't talk to me.
Okay. So you interpret that for me.
What did you write that for on the board? When you stepped out, you wrote that. Why did you write that?
If I say too much, I'm going to die.
Why do you say that?
Zero's going to hurt me.
Who? Who's going to hurt you?
Zero's going to hurt me.
Zero? Like Z-E-R-O? Okay. Well, listen to me. We need to know some of these things, all right? And we're here. We'll protect you, all right? We'll get you the help you need. So you got to trust us on that. Okay?
How can you stop me from hurting me?
Well, there's several ways to do that. We're capable of doing that. For sure. We have the resources, the capabilities. We're in a controlled environment. We can keep you safe, okay? Are you going to trust me? You can continue to trust me?
I trust you.
Oh man, and still the same voice. I trust you, but yeah. Also weird that the defense, the opening statements, their defense is that he's on the autism spectrum. Okay, it was also part of the motions they filed in January. They've never brought up dissociative identity disorder, and he, interestingly, in this interview, is not bringing up being on the spectrum. So like the defense has fallen apart, you know what I mean? Honestly. Brooke L, thank you so much for your sticker.
Okay. I want
He
you.
doesn't.
Okay, listen to me. I want you and Zero to trust me.
He's telling me this is all a trap.
There's no trap. There's no trap. We're gonna get you some cigarettes, and we're gonna find her. Well, in order for me and you to keep this trust and this open line of communication, and for me to be able to get you anything, for me to be able to let you talk to your family, to do anything and move forward, smoke a cigarette, we're gonna have to keep on the same page. Okay? You agree with that? You need another water or anything? You do? Okay. We'll get you another water in a second, alright? But what we're going to do is we're going to try to get you back out there and look at this location, alright? You good with that? Yeah, and you smoke a cigarette on the way. We'll go in my truck, more likely. I'm going to get some things to facilitate that, and then we're going to do it, okay? Danny, you got any more questions for me?
No, I just think everything's going to be fine. Okay? I told you to trust us, guy.
I just want to know.
Yeah.
Give us just a second, alright?
I'll have one year.
No, whatever you need to do.
So, if you can get you some more water, we'll take another ride. You know? It's just about doing the right thing. And it's hard. It's hard to do the right thing when you agree sometimes. So.
I didn't know what to do when I hit her.
I don't know.
What is someone that kept telling me the idea to get rid of her?
Yeah.
I just wanted to leave her there and hope that she wouldn't tell me.
Yeah. Well. I want to find her, I what?
Can you show me?
Oh no, man, this is something that can be overcome. This is something.
I'm going to miss out on the best parts of my child's fucking life. Okay? I can't.
Well, I don't know how I would say that. I mean,
This is one of those probation things. This is one of those I'm going away for a long time things, and I'm going to miss out all of my fucking son's life. I would rather die.
That is so inappropriate. I don't want to miss out on my son's whole life. I would rather die, but you killed a little girl, Athena Strand, who was only 7 years old. She wanted to live her life. Her family would have also not wanted to miss out on her whole life. So what do you mean? Like, what is he even saying? Wow.
it is, this is a hard thing. It is a hard thing, but I'll tell you this, Tanner, you're going to be okay.
No, I'm not.
Why do you think that?
I'm going to miss out on all my son's Christmases, his birthdays, him growing up. I'm going to miss out on everything. All because I listened to some stupid voice that isn't probably even there.
A lot of people have done that. You're not alone. You're not alone in this.
But you're not simply disagreeing that I'm going to be away for a long time. I'm going to miss out on everything.
Cigarettes right now, right?
Shame. His poor grandma. I think he threw tantrums just like this. And spoke in that whiny little voice to, get himself out of trouble. On a smaller scale, clearly, I just mean you could see that this is learned or practiced behavior. It's rather practiced behavior throughout his life, right? Look at him throwing his cap. He's throwing a tantrum now, everyone.
I think what we're trying to figure out is if there's anything that you're not telling us, you know, based on what we know. See what I'm saying? I think we're trying to help you, and then we're trying to figure out how much you're trying to help yourself.
Thanks, Warden. Sorry, I'm gonna go on. I was
Yeah, no
getting the shit
problem.
out of me.
No problem. We want you to help you, and for us to help you. Helping us is beneficial, right? Our expectation with where you took us is that we're there, we got her. That hasn't been when this happened, so it leaves us curious.
I understand that. But I left her there. That's where I put her. I don't know how you guys haven't seen her. Like, I did not throw her in there far, like, at all. She should be, like, almost visible.
And for those who don't know, he's still lying. He's saying, he doesn't know, like, how do you guys not find her already? Because you're giving them the wrong location, dumbass. He's saying that bamboo forest, right? That bamboo field or whatever. River. You're literally giving them the wrong information and shouting at them of, why have you not found her yet, huh?
You thinking something maybe not visible?
Zero's saying we need to speak to an attorney. I don't know the implications of that.
Yeah. Well, we'll,
Also, I need to pee.
okay. I think you're trying to get your cigarettes. So as soon as they do that, we'll get you up and out of here, and you can have cigarettes. And go to the bathroom. Do you need to go bathroom real bad?
Yeah, I kind of got through the entire bottle of water a little bit ago.
Okay, hang on just a minute. Let me see. I'm not front here. Let me see where the bathroom's at. Just have a seat. I'll be with you just around these guys, bro.
Bathroom? Holy shit, that was quick.
There's a process here, okay?
Whoa. This is that one for my dick. That was terrible.
This is more of a comfort thing, okay? So what we're going to do first.
Did he just joke? Did he just say what I thought he said? Or did I hear that wrong? Huh? You guys tell me in the chat. What did he just say when he pointed at those other handcuffs? Oh my word.
First, we're going to put this one on here. So turn around this that way. Okay. We're just going to do one hand here on this side.
You guys are like, yes, you heard it. So he literally, I'm going to say foul words. He literally said, is that one for my dick? Is that what he said? That's what I heard. But it's so crazy, I just can't, I can't imagine that that's what he just said. I mean, they did warn us that his jokes would be inappropriate, but like, you wish one. What are you saying when you're about to be cuffed, bro? Wow, this one is very, very out of touch, eh? Sure. Unbelievable.
Is that too tight?
No.
Is that too tight?
No.
Okay, we're gonna go up here like this. Okay, but you gotta pee, so what we're gonna do for now is just lift it through there, just hold it like that. So just hold, do that. I don't know, just keep one hand, because you gotta pee, all right? Right? Can you see how to pee? You can't exactly pee. Okay.
Oh, there's an animal shot. Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
You just walking around and stuff. You want your water, right? Hang on a second, actually. Evie? Hang on right tight right here for a second.
Ranger Espinoza.
Kathleen said, this freak has never been able to read the room clearly. Right? I mean, I'm glad we're watching this trial together and we could see this police interview like this, because if I had to try to make a reaction video like I did with the Dwayne Hall police interrogation I posted recently, yeah, I wouldn't, I'd just sit there, jaw on the floor the whole time. Just silent reactions. I can't believe the things that he says.
Now that you're aware of this conjured persona, this zero person, what is your plan to do with that at a later date?
Obviously, it's something I'm going to put into my toolbox based on my training experience. That may be something I can utilize to elicit the truth. Essentially, utilize it to gain further rapport and potentially find Athena.
And was that the case in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
And so this video, when it ends, I notice where you're still in the interview room that you described before. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then where do you go next?
We go to my state-issued pickup, and we go back to drive the routes to see if we can jog his memory.
All right, let's pause, take our break. We'll come back in about 5 after 3, okay?
Okay, let's skip forward, shall we? We're back. And look at him. Looking almost angry there. A little bit peeved. Is he annoyed? Is he annoyed seeing what an idiot he is? Is he seeing it from a different perspective for the first time? Wow. There's no sound right now. No, there is.
Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Staten.
Thank you, Judge. Ranger Espinoza, and again, I'm trying to keep all this in order. The next location that you go to from the jail is where?
This next interview will be from the Wise County Sheriff's Office to my pickup, and then driving his route, Horner's route, in my pickup.
And so your first destination when you leave the jail in your pickup is where?
Driving the route to the bamboo location.
Okay. So let me back up and ask you a couple of questions. Was this your plan to go back and drive the route?
Yes, sir.
And then who gave you directions to get back out there to get the location?
The defendant did.
And is this the same location you were at an hour or so before you got to the jail?
Correct, yes, sir.
So he took you to the same place that he took you before?
Yes, sir, which was County Road 4599.
All right. So out on County Road 4599, is this the same bamboo location that we talked about?
Yes, sir. That's the first location he took us initially, telling us that that's where Athena's body was. We were again directed to that location.
So he's telling you the same story as he told you before and took you to the same location?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, during this time, you go back out to the bamboo. What do you do when you get back out to this location? And let me ask you, ask you one question before that. What time was it when you got back out to the bamboo?
I can't give you an approximate time. I've been going all day. The sun was down. It was nighttime. It was sometime after dark.
The second question is this the same place that you had been before?
Yes, sir.
And then when you get there, who all is, when I say y'all, if you will, who is the y'all that gets to this location on 4599?
At that time, with me in my vehicle is myself, Tanner Horner, Investigator Oliver, and Ranger Danny Briley. At the location, we have multiple resources still there searching the area.
Okay, so let me make sure I've got the scene here. You guys have been at the jail for an hour or so, maybe more, maybe 2 hours doing this interview?
Yes, sir.
And you have resources that are out on 4599 doing search for Athena, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of resources were being used out there at the bamboo?
I still had all the resources. I didn't let anybody off the hook, so to speak. I still had air ops up. I still had our special operations group out. I had multiple rangers out. I had all the Wise County Sheriff's Office, all personnel there. Game wardens were still helping us. We had still K9. We had every resource that I had initially asked for still actively looking.
I'm going to quickly pause and show you the map time because you got to see where he kept taking them to compared to where Athena actually was found. So hold on one second. In fact, let's do some map time. Okay, so I quickly just want to show you because they just said the address of where they were, which is public record of where he kept taking them to. Oh my word. So this County Road 3573 is the area that's where Athena was abducted from. Okay, her dad's house. So from here, and then if we go towards the east here, wait, County Road, yeah. County Road 4668 over here is where her body was actually found. So here's Boyd. They told us southeast of Boyd, and it did turn out that way. It was here where her body was found. Where did he keep taking them to? Right in the middle of those 2 points, here. This is where he kept telling them to look for her and saying, I don't know why you can't find her because I put her right there. He said, I tossed her in there. Wow. So, like at the midpoint, just about between the 2 points. Whew. Okay. I do wonder if he maybe pulled over there for a bit. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. But that is just, I wonder if we could see bamboo if we put this here. Can we see bamboo? Listen, Mr. Google. What is going on here? I guess it's out in these fields or so. I don't know. It looks a little different here now. But this is the address that they just gave, right? Am I making you dizzy? This is me driving around here. This is the address that they just gave of where they went to go look. So I guess it just looks a little different. The bamboo around here is not as tall or what? Right now. Somewhere out here. That's the address he just gave. Wow. Between the, not one or the other, no, right in the middle. What an idiot. And along his route, which was apparently his route, you know, every day. So that's it. That's what I wanted to show you. Let's quickly do it like this. Right, there you go. Wait, we've got to reorientate ourselves. I'll zoom out again so you can see. Uh-huh. And twice. So he abducted from there. Her body's left there, found on December 2nd of 2022. Meanwhile, on December 2nd, he's wasting their time going there, interview, going there. I mean, come on. Okay, so now you've seen it. Okay, let me just bring my map over here in case I need to add more points to it as they go through this. And back to the testimony.
So you get back out to the bamboo where Tanner Horner sent you the first time. And what are you asking Tanner Horner when you get back out there the second time?
I'm again going back through, direct me, show me where she's at. What am I missing here? We're searching this area. Are we missing something? Are we missing the drive location? Are we missing something? If we drive it back, is it going to jog your memory? Again, let's bring Athena home. We need to give family closure. We need to bring her home.
And what is his response to you asking those questions again?
He continues to give me the same answers and responses as before. She's there. That's where I put her. That's where she's at. Same lies over and over. When we do overviews, it's the same things that I know to be lies.
Now, in this particular area, what level of detail about where he put her body is he still providing you at this time?
He's still providing the same details as before.
Has anybody located any trace of her body out there at all?
No, sir.
And so with regard to that statement at that time, he's telling you again that she's out there. What do you know about that statement?
I know that's a lie.
Now, during this process, we had talked about some of your questioning of Tanner Horner. At some point, do you change tactics when you're out there at the bamboo and you're questioning Tanner Horner?
Yes, I do. At that point in my investigation and throughout the course of the interviews with Mr. Horner, I knew that I was going to have to play his game. And I knew that I was going to have to address him as zero in order to find Athena.
And let me just ask you, at some point, do you do that?
I do.
And let me ask you, when you do that, does he respond?
Yes, sir, he does.
And when you do that, is there any change in his attitude or demeanor when you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
At the time when I made the decision on the side of the road, keep in mind we've got tons of resources out there. I make the decision to do this and make another attempt at getting some truth out of him. When I tell him that know what I've been missing is that I've been talking to the wrong person, that I needed to be talking to zero. His physical demeanor changes. His head goes into a sideways motion. His eyes roll into the back of the head, and he pretends to turn into zero.
All right there in front of your eyes?
Yes, sir.
Like magic?
Yes, sir.
All you had to do was ask?
Yes, sir.
So this goes on. He has this change in body language and everything else. Where do you go from there?
At that point, I ask him to take me to Athena, and he says that he will, and we get into my pickup, and he directs me to Bobo's Crossing.
So after 2+ hours, at least, or more, of him telling you a story that she was in this location with significant detail, now he's telling you, oh yeah, I know where she is now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's more like a combination of 4+ hours.
Okay. And so
sounds exhausting.
Once this goes on, you go directly to where her body is located. Is that right?
Yes, sir. He then directs me directly to her body.
And the location, what's it commonly called?
Bobo's Crossing.
And do you know the actual county road that it's on? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long does it take you to get from the bamboo scene over to the Bobo Crossing location?
If I recall correctly, I was driving pretty fast to get there. I think it didn't take me long, maybe 15 minutes, maybe less.
So at this point in time, what are you hoping for at this time?
To find Athena and bring her home.
So you get there to, and I'm just going to say Bobo Crossing, okay? Does that work for you?
Yes, sir.
You get there and you get on scene. Is Tanner Horner able to tell you the various details about how he went about dumping her body there?
Yes, sir, he is.
Okay. Let me, Judge, if I may.
Yes.
Ranger Espinoza, I'm going to show you what I've marked. This is State's Exhibit 39 and 40, a couple of maps there. Do you recognize that location?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is one of those kind of a 1,000-foot view, and then one of them's a little more zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the location you were talking about as where Tanner Horner directed you to where Athena's body was?
Yes, sir, it is. County Road 4668.
Okay. And by looking at that, are you going to be able to explain and tell the jury where he parked, where he dumped the body, and things of that nature?
Absolutely.
Judge, we'd offer States 39 and 40.
No objection.
States 39 and 40 are admitted.
Well, Mr. Berry's working on it. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. This location we're talking about, Bobo Crossing, what is the closest main thoroughfare to this location?
As far as what the
Highway, FM, what's the closest one to it?
I think it's the road that goes back up north. I think that's still 51, I believe, back to the west.
Okay. We'll show you the map here. So in this particular map here, the road we see going through the middle, is that what you're referring to as the Bobo Crossing Road?
Yes, sir. It goes east and west.
Okay. And you get to that from another farm to market road, right?
Yes, sir.
And so as you get here, is this where Tanner Horner directed you to go?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And did Tanner Horner give you specific directions on turn by turn on how to get from where you were to this location?
Yes, sir. From the bamboo location to there, he gave me directions on how to get there.
Okay. And at some point, did he explain to you why he knew this was this location was here in this area?
Yes, sir. He stated that he passed it every day on his way home.
So in this particular map here from up above, we see what is looks to be a creek or a river there going north and south. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And do you know what that creek or river is?
Yes, sir. It's a portion of the Trinity.
Okay. And so we get here. I'm going to show you the zoomed in version here. And I just want to make sure where we are. Same as before, just zoomed in?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did Tanner Horner tell you that he parked his truck at this location?
If you look at your first 4668 marker there, if you go up, there's a rail that goes across. You can't hardly see it too much from the picture as it depicts, but there's a guardrail that goes essentially north and south. He told me he backed his truck there, and then from there he took Athena to the edge and put her in the river.
Let me slow you down a little bit and ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
The little dirt spot we see just on the north side of the highway, that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And then as we see, and if we were to walk down through there, and I think we'll see a little bit of it on the video, but as we walk down through there, you said there's some form of barrier that one would have to cross to get from the dark parkings.
Okay, let me show you. Just hold on one second. Like this. Okay, we have to see it. There you go. Okay, so where they were, wait, I'll zoom out so you can see that it looks the same as what they're showing there. Right? Wait, we'll do it like this. And orientate ourselves, please. Thank you. There you go. Okay. So this is initially how they showed it, right? There's 4668, and you could see the Trinity River here like that. You could see this little hump here, you know what I mean? You could see it's the same place, right? So if we go there, take the little Google man, and we put him back there. How about there? Okay. And then we drive this way. I think there's still her memorial there a little bit. This is the barrier he's talking about. It is still there. Oh my word. Shame. Look here, it's on Google Maps. There's a memorial with teddies and things there. So the barrier they're talking about is this. Look here. You could drive this side of it, I would assume. I think that's what he's talking about. Okay, let's just quickly go this way and just see. Yeah. Ooh, okay. I don't know if he would he have gone in that side? I don't know. Probably. Like, wow. Would he have crossed over here and pulled in here? And then put her body in the water? He says tossed her into there. That's how he phrased it. He talked about the bamboo field, but he really meant here. So this is where her body was found, in the water here. Sure. Okay, so, I mean, they're showing Google Maps there. Put the Google man on the ground, sir. There. Yep. So he would have gone down there. Okay. Retro AI said Google man's name is Pegman, Mrs. G. Okay, thank you, Uncle Pegman. Uncle Pegman, Mr. Google, Uncle Google. Thank you so much for showing us the way here. So that is what they're referring to. Okay, now let's go back to the court feed here. All right, make it big screen again for you.
Parking spot there to the actual river, is that correct?
Correct. It's like a guardrail to keep vehicles from going further down.
Makes sense. And so at this point, did Tanner Corner say that he pulled in straight towards that guardrail or backed in, or how did he say that he parked his vehicle?
I believe the initial statement was that he backed in.
So he told you he backed in there, and then what did he tell you he did in order to retrieve Athena's body from the back of the truck? What did he do?
He told me he grabbed her and dragged her down to the creek.
And let me ask you a couple of questions. This vehicle on the back of it, does it have a door that we would open, like a back of a van door, or does it have some form of roll-up door?
On that particular truck, it's a roll-up door.
And so he told you he would have rolled up the door and removed her body from the back of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what he told you about how he got her specifically from that area over to where the water. I think you used the term drag. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did he tell you that he drug her body from the back of the truck over to where the water was?
The exact statement that he made, obviously we're going to see here in a little bit, but it was in fact that he drug her body to the creek.
Okay. Now, let me ask you just a little bit here. I notice on this, there appears to be a little clearing here on the other side of the guardrail towards the water. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks to be there are a couple of trails and other things that go around that.
Yes, sir.
Where did Tanner say that he went to put her body in the water?
To the left of that flat white spot that you see there on the north side of the road, right off the river, right to the left side of that, there's a drop down into the river.
And this is what I would believe, I guess people would fish from there or something else. Is that right?
Correct, yeah. You could just access it by walking down, which would make the river accessible to you for whatever recreation you were taking part in.
So the distance between where he started dragging her body on one side of that barrier, all the way down the trail, down the side, and down to the water, how far is that?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but it's got to be at least 30 yards or more.
Okay, so 100 feet or more?
Yes, sir.
And then down to the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this terrain that's there, is it smooth and flat like a sidewalk?
No, sir. It's rocky, rough. As you're walking in, it was muddy at that particular time. No, it was not easily accessible, especially not at night.
And so his statement is that
So true. It would have been at night as well. It was already dark then. Okay.
Did he tell you if he drug her by her feet or by her arms, or how did he drag her?
I don't remember the exact statement. I'd have to reflect back to the video.
Okay. And then we get down.
Imagine seeing a FedEx van backed into that area I showed you there. They showed us the location, but then we went on the ground, right, to see what that looks like. Wow. Imagine driving past and being like, huh, that's weird. Yes, it is.
To the water. He's now drugged her down to the water, and what does he tell you that he did once he got her to the edge of the water?
He told me he dropped her right there over the edge.
Okay. Let me ask you, so you get there, you're there in your truck now. Ranger Briley is there with you. Investigator Oliver is there with you. Tanner Horner is there with you.
Correct.
Does he give you directions to go down where it was? Do you go with him? What is the process by which you got down to where he dumped her body?
We get to that location at Bubbles Crossing, to the guardrail portion of that location, and I pull him out of the truck, and he physically directs me down to where he put her body.
So he takes you all the way down to there?
Yes, sir.
When you get down there, tell me a little bit about the water conditions and the depth of the water when you get down there.
Obviously, that portion of the creek, the water goes approximately 1 foot and gradually increases to the middle of the creek. So it goes from shallow to deep. The water's very murky. At that time, it was stagnant, so it was hard to see.
And let me ask you, when you got down there, Ranger Espinoza, did you find Athena?
Did.
Tell me about, was she in the water?
Yes, sir.
How deep was the water that she was in?
I'd say approximately 30 feet where she was at.
Were you able to see her clearly walking up on it?
I wasn't initially, so when I first walked up to the edge of the creek, he told me she's right there. That's where I put her. And based on the water visibility, it was dark. I had a flashlight. I angled the flashlight at different angles, and I was able to see her nude body buoyant beneath the water.
Now, when you could see that, did you see the entirety of her body or just parts of it?
Partial.
And how were you, what did you have to do to be able to see that? What was the manner of means you were able to have?
I had to adjust my flashlight in a certain way where I could see, but it was very clear she was there once I did that.
Right where he finally told you she was?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the water, what is her position in the water, if you remember?
Based on my location, I could see that she was obviously buoyant beneath the water, and it appeared that she was face down.
Sorry, sometimes when we're behind, it does that. It just skips forward like that. Damn. Okay, wait. Now we have to find our place. Goodness me. Don't do that.
The dark.
And I'd have to reflect back to the video.
Okay. And then we get down to the water. He's now drugged her down to the water, and what does he tell you that he did once he got her to the edge of the water?
He appeared that she was face down with her arms at her side.
There we go. Okay, we're here.
I had a flashlight. I angled the flashlight at different angles, and I was able to see her nude body buoyant beneath the water. That she was obviously buoyant beneath the water, and it appeared that she was face down with her arms at her side.
Time out. I'm glad it's not just me.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead. Thank you, Judge. So now you've located her in the water, you've now used your flashlight, you've spotted her. You said that her body had no clothes.
No, sir.
Let's talk just a little bit of that and take a short detour here. At some point during this, you had told me before in your testimony today, you had a conversation with Tanner Horner about her clothes and whether or not she had clothes on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did he tell you that she had her clothes on?
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
No, sir.
Now, at some point after this, after you located her body and after you've done what we'll talk about in just a second, do you have another conversation with him about her clothes?
Yes, sir.
And what does Tanner Horner tell you he did with those clothes?
He eventually ends up telling me he kept her clothes, and she was in fact nude.
Now, about how long is this video from when you leave until you've now found her body?
I would say maybe 45 minutes.
And once you find her body, what do you do in response to locating her body?
There's obviously everybody following me because they're wondering where the heck I'm going. So I'm able to maintain everybody up top and immediately maintain the scene integrity, which was everybody get the heck out of here, shut it down, hold it, let's secure the scene, and let's get crime scene here to process the scene.
So at that point, you secured the scene, and so your role as far as the scene is concerned, you're done. You're going to bring CSI in and whoever else is to handle that part of it.
Correct. Yeah, it's part of some of the resources I already had on standby, which was the Texas Rangers crime scene team, Wise County crime scene, and FBI ERT, which is their crime scene team.
And I guess what I'm saying is, for questions with regard to CSI actual recovery of Athena's body, those are those people we would be talking to. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So you've got the scene secure. You still have Mr. Horner with you. What do you do next?
I load him back up in the truck, and I take him back to the Wise County Sheriff's Office, continuing to get, some more details, some more facts.
Someone says, Kettlebell says, I cannot believe the sicko kept her clothes. Right? I wonder if that's where they found her pants. They showed us her pants yesterday, but they didn't say where they found it. So I wonder if that was like in the search for, like, of his house or in the van, or I don't know. If anyone heard that information, let me know if I missed it. But all I know is that they showed us, and I time-stamped it yesterday, her pants that she was last seen wearing. Wow. And he's out there telling the police, yeah, I kept her clothes. She didn't have any on when I tossed her in there. Wow.
Yes, sir. I'll show you State's Exhibit 37. Similar to before, have you reviewed that?
I have.
And how do we know that you've reviewed that?
It's got my initials on it.
And what is that?
It's going to be essentially what we deemed body recovery or the field interview.
And that would be from the jail as we saw leaving all the way until we located the body.
Correct, yes, sir.
And it is the actual location of her body contained on this video to some extent.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't know how clear it is based on the fact that it's on a body camera, but you'll be able to kind of see what I just walked you guys through.
Judge Rudolph states 37.
Any objections, any additional objections other than those previously brought to my attention?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections previously brought remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 37 is admitted.
It'll be interesting to see demeanor now, huh? Ooh.
I bet.
Hold on to my clothes on, I guess.
There she is.
Fiance.
The girl with the pants. Sorry. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Take care.
Well, you smoking the face, or you have to get out and do it?
Me and one of the managers.
I mean, what's getting hurt really? It's a metal truck. I mean, are these fabric or are they vinyl?
I think I was vaping there for a little bit, but then I got sick with COVID like 2 weeks ago, and I switched back to smoking because I didn't need all the fluid on my lungs, because a friend of mine had like serious lung damage because he was vaping while he was sick.
Yeah.
That kind of stuck with me, so
Well, they say there's more chemicals in vape stuff than nicotine. I mean, there's a lot of chemicals in nicotine, but they say it's like double what's in vape or vapes.
well, with the vapes, really all it is vegetable glycerin, some nicotine, and flip.
It smells good sometimes.
Like the juice I vape one is the maple syrup flavored.
Ah.
It makes me crave pancakes.
Smell of syrup makes me crave pancakes and waffles. Man, find a good waffle, that's hard.
Well, I go to the city a lot. Waffle House is always a good thing.
The chocolate chip pancake waffles, they don't overdo the chocolate chips. So I used to get like a grilled chicken sandwich and a chocolate chip pancake waffle. That was good stuff right there.
See, I get the chocolate chip pancake waffle, but I also get an omelet and like 2 sides of hash browns.
Woo. I knew
cheesy hash browns. Greatest thing.
Oh, cheese and with onions, and sometimes capped. Little
I
mushroom.
can only have the onions if they're like caramelized. Otherwise, I'm like
Too much freshness, allergic. I got you.
kind of puzzled with some.
I didn't used to eat onions until I got about 30 years old. And I started realizing I like the taste of onions, especially purple onions.
Surprisingly though, they're actually not called purple onions, they're called red onions. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I know.
It's definitely...
I still call them by what I see. I'm just that way. Yeah, talking about Waffle House making me hungry. I'm a big boy.
Okay.
Somebody was talking about a patty melt earlier, and I'm like,
Whataburger? Oh.
yeah, Whataburger patty melt. I was like, what? Whataburger patty melt, some fries, and that strawberry shake.
Have you tried the Dr. Pepper shake?
Not too much of a fan, honestly. I like Dr. Pepper.
Sure got this guy sure got an appetite, huh? Tanner Horner, yeah, right after they found Athena's body. I mean, yeah. This one is a very shocking defendant, huh? A really shocking child killer. The way he's able to just talk about smoking and vaping now and flavors and just all these things, it's so crazy. Really can't read the room.
Yeah.
See, I don't like regular Dr. Pepper, but I will drink the Dr. Pepper shake.
I mean, I like Dr. Pepper, but their shake just doesn't seem quite right to me for some reason. So, I don't know if it's just me or what. Oh man, I'm just thanking the Lord it's not 30 degrees right now. It's crazy though. Goes from 28 degrees to...
My conversations with God right now are a little bit different.
I do understand. This is not a great situation. I appreciate you being honest with us. So,
What happens if I get an attorney right now?
you get an attorney right now? I mean, that's your choice, your legal right.
And
But
I don't know what happened.
you're still going to go through the process of going to jail. You're still going to do all that. So, I'd like you to be honest with us and finish this out. I mean,
I've told you guys pretty much everything at this point.
oh, I know you have.
I was gonna grab the cigarettes and like light up another one.
Did he stick in his pocket? You sure did. That dirty dog. I'm sorry. That dirty dog. It's not that good.
What a letter on.
Oh, you good. We got trustees that, you can toss it down and swap it out. Because we got trustees that come out here and clean up, and they'll find it and they'll take care of it. Because
So it still doesn't feel right.
I understand. So,
The last time I was in handcuffs was like 4 years ago. First attempted suicide, that was
what'd you do to attempt suicide?
trying to hang myself.
What happened?
I didn't tie a knot, I just kind of tied it around my neck and yeah. And then
Did you hang it from a door?
The door opened a little bit after I went unconscious and
Okay, yeah, I've actually seen that.
yeah, I woke up with a big old fucking knot on my head when I hit the floor.
Sure, a big headache too.
I had like a constant headache. I'm like halfway convinced I have a tumor in my brain.
I mean, people happen sometimes, man. You ever get it checked out?
No, I'm the kind of person where I don't go to the hospital until the very last second, which, you know, that's probably not the best thing in the world. Like, I have, like, random heart palpitations and stuff because I drink a lot of energy drinks. Like, I even had a mild heart attack, like, a year ago. Like, that's...
Absolutely. I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, those two.
Did he take him?
Good.
The other guy.
That was good.
You got the cigarette?
I think I put him on track.
Hang on. Hey Joe, taking your truck out? You want my windshield camera mount? Oh, never mind, I'm not my truck. Jesus. I'm sorry. If I had my truck, I'd give it to you. Yeah. 5-star review, remember that. 5-star review.
I had 6, effectively got 6 stars there.
It's free too.
Yeah.
Free.
How was my driving?
Not as bad as the cops report were.
Come on in. What do you take that, man? I got you, brother.
Let's get that up, man. It's all right.
point A to point B.
You can slide back. I got plenty of room.
All right. I forgot to push the button. Thank you. Can you let the guys that are out there looking, let them know we're coming back out?
Yep. I'll let them know. Or I'll let Margaret know.
Oliver, did you do the same? Because I think the old one was the one asking.
Guess I'm not going to be able to make it into work on Sunday?
That makes you work Sundays?
Yeah.
Oh my word. He's like, oh, I guess I won't be able to make it to work on Sunday, and giggles. Wow, okay.
Right now we're going through peak season, which, to be honest, it's kind of a pain in the butt.
Late hours, back to work.
Oh yeah.
Okay, roll that up.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was going to roll that up for you.
I was rolling it up for him. I don't mind the cold.
Oh, yeah. Is it cold out there?
Yeah, it's a little nippy. Cassie's waiting on my call to come pick me up from work.
Yeah, what's the latest you usually call?
About an hour ago.
Okay. Well, let's just get this kind of thing behind us and then we'll go from there, okay?
Now we're on the ride again. Go forward a little bit.
The thing about 51 too is it's very busy. So where would you drive Uber at? Just around Fort Worth?
Yeah, forward. I tried to stay out of Dallas, but I know it's better money, so sometimes I look at Dallas.
Keep me honest, Oliver, on what is it, 2351?
Sorry, go ahead.
Which road are we going to?
We're going to turn left on 114. Or go back to 4599.
Yeah, we're going to be crossing out where he showed us the bamboo.
Yeah. So we'll just turn left on 114, then right on 51 again, and then 4599, right across.
What is it?
I'm not sure. Tell Martha, yeah.
You got to recognize where we're at now, Tina?
No.
Everything we've seen today was from December 2nd of 2022. Athena was abducted on November 30th of 2022 and murdered within an hour of being abducted. And they spoke to Tanner. Wow, it's just been exhausting to even just watch the clips they showed us. They were talking to him a lot on December 2nd of 2022, and they found her body on that day after he eventually said where they would find her body, right?
Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it. What you trying to do? I was just trying to pull him in. It's alright. It's alright. Yeah, no, I'm good. I just wanted to kind of give him a visual as while we're doing it. Get you another cigarette too when we get out here. Roll the windows down, let you smoke. Does that sound good? Yes, sir. Familiar, you recognize something? I'm trying to jog your memory here, okay? It was dark, and you were worked up, so. Was it dark when you tossed her in there? Yes, sir. Sorry? Yes, sir. Darkness gonna confuse you a little bit? Nah, that's why I've been with you all the time. Like I said a couple times before, I literally stop at being there sometimes. Traffic's pretty backed up. Been waiting for me this backed up. Actually about the right time. Right, we're gonna drive this way every day. Been done by now. 14's a different story. Jogging my rail. This is 114 right here. I just want to keep you aware of your surroundings, that way if everything gets jogged. I think I know this area. I think I've delivered here a couple times. Is 51 that way? 51's this way. No. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sorry. You go around and it turns into 51 South around that little bridge. So 51 South and then 114. Is that what you meant? Yeah. Good. I didn't even know that like 51 went past the bridge. Okay, so we're 114. That's going back way in. Okay. Well, I need to turn on 50. Yeah, I need to go 51 to the. Yeah. Okay. So remember you cross drive. Technically, you don't even have to take 51. There's also a turn in. Yeah, off 114. But we want to retrace your steps, so we're going to cut off on 51 and go that way. Okay. I told you earlier, I can't really give you legal advice. Obviously, you know, it's just the same thing as what I explained to your rights earlier. Just that's basically the rights you have afforded to you. We are like right at a mile from that road. Is there anything jog your memory?
I didn't go on this part of the road.
Okay, yeah.
I passed over 50.
Okay, but you usually do that on a regular basis, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're on the road. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on the road. And we are I'm going to slow down a little bit just in case something comes back to you, okay? So you're going normal speed, I guess, and anything out of the norm, or you... I guess that truck has monitors and stuff in it that keeps your speed regulated, right?
I mean, I don't know. I think if you go over speed limits, it like might ding something, but we never get told anything about it.
Okay, so now we're approaching here, right? Okay. Anything?
All right, there.
Remember this intersection, obviously, 'cause you gotta make a stop.
A couple times I've read this not noticing it when I'm heading the other way because it's kind of a little bit hidden. And it's at a weird spot.
Okay. You remember this house right here?
Mm-hmm, the one being built. I've actually been watching that one being built for a while.
Okay.
And what else had you been watching for a while, huh?
Sounds like Cassie's dog.
Okay, you still good with it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you remember this house right here?
Yeah. I stopped right past the bamboo so that people in the house couldn't see.
Okay, so we're here now, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're driving here. And then we get to this spot right here. Do you stop before the bamboo or after the bamboo?
A little bit after the bamboo.
Okay, so tell me where you stop before I stop.
Forward one.
We're gonna rewalk your steps, okay?
That's further.
Further.
Yeah. I did a judging based on
Okay.
how I can see the house. A little bit more up.
Okay.
And there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't have to hug me.
Let's walk your steps first, okay? Okay, can you kind of reenact that?
I was looking forward, back to the rear.
I'm assuming they're out at the river. And he is just happy to tell them everything now, huh? Can you reenact that? Okay, sure, let me show you this and that. We can't see much here. But anyway, we can hear.
Okay. Okay, and you think she was pretty close?
Yeah.
Like pretty close to the...
Yes, sir.
Okay. Walk in about how close you think she was. Right there? That close to the road? Okay.
Are they back at the house now? It's hard, we can't see anything. Are they back at the river or back at the house? Still at the bamboo? Really? I know they said it's just a little out of order now because they already just talked about finding her body in the river, right? I know they went out to the bamboo a second time, so this could be that, yes. They could be back at the freaking bamboo, can you imagine? So, and it looks like that road, even though we can't see much, it looks like they're back out at the bamboo. So he took them comfortably, happily out there twice. And then later, I got a hair in my mouth. Later, they found a body in the Trinity River. After he told them that.
Okay. Are you sure it wasn't this side, or?
Yes, sir.
You're 100% positive about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alright, let's put some light on it now. And I know it's kind of dark. Now shine it that way. Okay. And now shine it back. And you think it was right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can do it.
Now we can see the back of the bamboo.
Sure.
Wow.
Not right here.
What do you think when you crossed it? You remember that hard tree being there, that bigger tree in the middle of that?
Can I light back there real quick? You'd be in this spot.
This spot?
That's where I was.
Why are you saying? How do you know that's what you're talking about?
I'm just saying this spot in general. I can't move my arms over very much. I'm turning around this.
So about this is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
You want to believe it's
To
this spot?
the amount you can lie, it's unbelievable, huh? Because she was not there at all. He's lying to this level.
Because this is where I parked. I parked just enough to where I'm not over here.
Okay, let's go back over to the truck, smoke a cigarette real quick. Back up. There you go. Is there any way you could be confused?
No, sir.
No. If we go to your house and look or anything like that, is that going to change anything?
No, sir. My fiance lives with me.
Okay.
But there's no way in hell.
So you wouldn't take her back?
Was they say you don't shit where you eat or something like that?
Yeah. Okay.
Why don't you jump over there? Like 3 or 4 cars, like in a row. And the better ways rockets versus on an open road like this.
Gotcha. So that's kind of a dead end down there?
Like people are going to remember a FedEx truck parked on a private road.
I gotcha.
Something like this, people will just think, oh, they're just trying to get their next package home.
Yeah. That makes sense. Makes complete sense.
I'm smarter than a lot of people, to be fair. A lot of people think I'm dumb.
Some people are pretty judgmental, man. So. Ain't my right. I just want to go over one time. Pretty expensive though.
Imagine the fuel alone is pricey.
Oh, I've heard about the fuel cost of those things going up for a little while. What insane. Well, yeah, this economy's kind of going crazy right now. Doesn't have to be, but.
I try not to blame whoever's in office, but it's hard not to.
Well, they sent them $91 billion overseas. It's kind of hard not to blame them. And they can't track 20 billion of it? You didn't know that? They've been trying to track it all. They lost track of 20 billion. They don't know where 20 billion went.
$20 billion.
American dollars. Money your money. 20 billion of it. Yeah. And when they ask about it, they're like, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Now, who made the money?
Who made the money? We don't know. I mean, it's just printed, but I mean, when you send $21 billion over there for aid, we don't know where it went to. So it went to somebody's pocket.
We have homeless people in our whole freaking country. Why do we have to help other people?
100% with you. 100% with you. We need to help our homeless veterans, our homeless people, take care of them, feed our starving, our hungry children. But I'm just done cop, so I don't know.
We're probably not. And she's being intelligent.
I'll be honest with you, man. It doesn't look like she's here. Do you
was worried.
Do you think she was actually dead?
I mean, I didn't check. I just kind of assumed because she defecated on herself.
Yeah. You pick her up in your arms or by her clothes? But I mean, which one? I mean, arms or by her clothes?
By her clothes.
Okay. Oh man, when I went in there, something stabbed in my eye. My eye's irritated now. Yeah. Little piece of bamboo leaf. I think I'm allergic to bamboo. And there's no chance you could have done a little further or back. Not 3549.
So originally the plan was I was going to go on that private road and talk about that.
Yes. I understand. Because our main goal is to get her home here on bank, so, close it out. Yeah.
I mean, I think it might be possible somebody picked her up at the same time, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's random person picks her up. That's gonna be why they come forward and stuff like that. I'm a hero, I found her, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Unless they were not right.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I've noticed there's quite a bit of tweakers out here. So.
Quite a bit.
So
not just sitting here racking my brain and thinking, but Tanner's being completely honest with me, completely cooperative with me. He's been upfront and honest, and it just clicked to me. Is it Zero that's fucking with me? That's not wanting to tell me where she's at? Zero, tell me where she's at.
Bottom of the creek.
Where?
Bottom.
Bottom of the creek, which creek?
The one it's called.
Wait, can you take it to the zero?
Damn. Okay. Texas Ranger Espinoza. Hey, Zero, tell me where she's at. Bottom of the creek. Whoa. Okay, just like that. Alright, so we're going there next.
Tanner, trust him. Why can't you trust him?
Let me take her home.
Let's take her home.
Come on. You ready to get in the truck?
Woman!
Here. Until they get to 7:30. Take them right on 7:30. Okay. Might make a little bit of trust me the entire time.
I apologize, bro. I wasn't aware you were willing to talk to me.
I'm not gonna let you around for that.
Could you get out there and tell them to move, please? Hey, come on, let's have a good. Read it out. Read it out. So do I just keep going this way?
This way? Left, yes.
Right or left?
Really driving there now. Here.
Yes.
Where did you park?
Right here.
Where'd you put her?
I'll show you.
Oh my word. So now, I think they've now driven to the Trinity River part where they would actually find Athena. But did you hear how he said it? It's like, okay, wait, so you parked here? Yep. Where'd you put her? I'll show you. He says, I'll show you, like that. Wow, okay. D. Trug said, am I right in thinking the defense will actually put on an expert to testify to all the zero stuff being a real mental health issue? I don't know, because they didn't say anything about that in opening statements. They went with lead exposure and him being on the autism spectrum. They didn't say anything about this, so I don't know. Thank you so much for your support. Okay, now they're showing the ceiling, it looks like, because they better not show anything graphic.
Did you put her in the water?
You got her in the water? Zero. How far in there?
Tossed her in, got back in the truck, started driving off. No, I turned it back in.
So where I showed you the Maptime earlier, right? We went on the ground there to see the barrier that he would back the van into. He said it was like a roll-up door, rolled that up, took Athena's body out, walked down, and then put her body in the water. And I was like, they're saying how far from here? Oh, yeah, you know, he's just, I mean, I can't believe how upbeat he sounds while he's showing them where he put Athena's naked body. A little girl, a 7-year-old girl. Wow.
When you zero, when you threw her in, were you down there? Were you closer to the... I got you. I'm just trying to slip. Hold it.
You got it? Were you this far down or did you step over?
Right there.
You tossed her in right there? Did she sink? Did she sink? Did you tie something to her?
Go left. Right there. Right there.
Oh, yeah.
She's there.
There she is.
Okay.
Oh, shame. So you could, I mean, firstly, the screen is now all black because they first pointed the camera at the ceiling, and yeah, so we can't see this because they were out there shining the flashlight, as Texas Ranger Espinoza testified to, and he was like, what? Like, are you sure? And I mean, after him leading them astray the whole day with the bamboo fields and all that, I wonder if they thought that she was actually going to be found there. But when they looked and everything and shone their flashlight, they eventually saw there's Athena's body. Face down, arms on the side, naked, 7-year-old girl in the water. And he sounds excited, which is even more disturbing. You know, what a depraved individual. Because can you hear just, I mean, you could just hear their reaction just in their voices. We can't see it now, but he's happy to point out, oh yeah, I put it right there. Okay.
Thank you, Zero.
Stand by. Stand by.
I'll walk you down there. Hold on.
Sit right there for a second.
Okay.
Nobody go past that.
That's awesome. It's great. Proud of you.
Yep. Zero, thank you for getting here. But I've got questions, Zero.
Hold on. What happened?
Am I talking to Tanner now?
Yeah. What's...
I need Zero. I need to ask Zero one more question. Zero, can you come out? Zero, I need you. Talk to me. I know Tanner didn't sexually assault this girl. I know Tanner didn't hurt this girl, but I know you did. Did you sexually assault this little girl?
No.
Did you kill this little girl, Zero?
I wouldn't do it.
Thank you for bringing me to her. Thank you for letting me get her home. I'm gonna have to back up.
What? 43 minutes of that video. Wow.
How do you feel?
Like I'm hurt, Tanner.
Why do you want to hurt Tanner?
Because he's a coward. He's always been a coward.
I'm from God.
Who's been a coward?
Bitch boy.
Is that what you,
Back up.
is that what you call him?
He's kind of a bitch.
What, you say that?
Keep going, Joe. Keep going. We've got that road stop for you.
Zero, why do you call Tanner a bitch boy?
Because he made me come out. He made me tell him, he will not leave me alone. He's mad at me.
You did the right thing. We needed to get her home. That's the only way to do it. We needed to get her home. If something happened to somebody you cared for, wouldn't you want them to come home? Zero, how long have you been with Tanner?
About 6 months.
Where'd you come from?
What did he answer about 6 months to? What was the question there? Let's hope he doesn't halfway through this trial say it was Zero who pleaded guilty. Takes it back. He takes it back. Like, no, I don't think you could do that now. Right? Anyway.
I don't know.
What made you come to Tanner?
It's vulnerable.
Where did you find him?
did I find one?
Where'd you find him? What was the location you found him at? Like, did you just find him at home? Did you find him when he was in a dark place? Did you find him when... Did he come to you?
I found him when he started taking his medicine.
That's when he first came out?
He wanted to die.
Literally. Ambador said his multiple personality thing is so fake. I mean, really, what movies has he been watching? Dude, where are you getting these ideas from? Anyway.
I would have.
Hey, Tanner, do you know Jim McIntyre by any chance? How about a Howard hydrangea? I re-listened to some of Dwayne Hall's police interrogation. If you haven't seen it, it's in the video section. It's almost 6 hours long, but very interesting, okay? It's like Brian Smith from Alaska and Nicholas Casotis in one. And he created a character called Howard Hydrangea. And I'm like, hydrangea? And then we've got Nicholas Casotis who created Jim McIntyre. Well, this one's created Zero. Yeah, believe it or not. Zero.
He seems to be more in control most of the time. Why do you want to talk to me?
Zero, you've been more helpful than Tanner right now. Tanner was really honest, but you helped me, so I want to know why you took advantage of Tanner. Tanner was honest, and he was really helpful, but you wouldn't let Tanner tell me where she was at. I had to talk to you to get the truth.
Tanner didn't know. Last thing I let him remember was leaving her in the bamboo.
Did you go back to the bamboo either? You didn't go back to the bamboo and get her and then bring her here?
Immediately after she was put in the bamboo.
Immediately?
Tanner couldn't handle this reality. So I took over.
What was his reality?
The fact that he let a child die.
So is Tanner telling us the truth on how everything happened?
It's true.
What's your truth on it? What's your take on it? How did it happen?
I tried to get into her, that little girl. She was going to put us away for a long time.
Sorry,
That's vehicular assault.
Sorry,
even if it's on accident. So I took the initiative to make her go.
But everything that he told us is correct other than where you put her.
Pretty much. But the thing he didn't want to tell you about me.
Why?
Because he's clearly an emptiness.
So, was that your attempt at getting me to talk to you when you were on the board? Because obviously that wasn't Tanner. Or was that Tanner warning me about you?
That was his warning.
Is there anything that Tanner left out that I need to know? You think I need to know? Because obviously
Tanner left out.
Is there anything you left out?
I was about to ask if you wanted to know anything else from me.
Yeah, what did you leave out?
I tried to set it up like someone else took her.
How did you do that?
Came up with an entire story.
Is that where the story about the green van and the Hispanic male came from?
Yeah.
Is that what you told those agents?
I talked to them. He was too scared.
The guy was too scared to talk to you, to talk to Zero?
Tanner was too scared.
Zero. Is there anything else I need to know? Did you do anything else to that little girl? Was that your biggest fear, that Tanner would get y'all put away?
Trying to stop me.
What was he saying to you?
Please don't hurt me. Fuck up.
Did you immediately, as soon as y'all hit her, did you come out and take over? Because you were in fear that maybe Tanner would get y'all put away, or did it take some time?
Tanner was worried about little shit. What about the poor little girl? Oh no.
Why did you want to help her? Do you want to help anybody?
No. Other than myself.
Have you ever been anywhere else, Sarah? Have you ever done this before?
No.
Is this your first time?
Of course. Well, let me out most of the time. I'm always trapped. Right now, he just doesn't want to deal with anything. I'm just trapped in his psyche, talking in his ear.
Have you ever made Tanner do this before, this time?
There's never been a situation like this.
So, if y'all hadn't hit her with the truck, you would have never done this. If Tanner had never hit her with the truck.
Tanner would have hit her with the truck and none of this would have happened. Right now, we'd be getting ready to go out to the bar and celebrate our brand new car we got.
Do y'all go to the bar often?
On occasion. Tanner and Cassie like karaoke.
Have you ever tried to hurt Cassie for any reason?
No.
Does Cassie know about Zero?
She does.
How does she know about Zero?
We've talked.
What does Cassie say to you? What do you think of her?
Oh, I like her.
Is she nice to you?
Yeah. But between us, she likes it better when I fuck her versus what Tanner does.
I mean, why is that?
She likes it rough. But now Tanner has to take over.
Tanner has to take over when?
All the fucking time.
How long does Tanner stay away? How long do you keep him away? And, does it come in?
I must say, Texas Ranger Espinoza, he asked a lot of good questions to make sure that Tanner talks, eh? Very well done.
Go, or do you take over for long periods of time?
The longer I've been here, the longer I'm able to keep in control. I've even found ways to block Tanner out.
How do you do that?
I made him go to sleep.
How long does he stay asleep?
As long as I want him to.
How do you make him go to sleep?
Just make him.
So, when you killed that little girl, was Tanner trying to stop you? Was he trying to come out, or did you put him to sleep?
He was trying to come out and I was just sleeping when I was with him.
What did you tell him?
I didn't do anything. He didn't stop trying to stop me. He would be next.
cost of that? DB, y'all got any questions for Zero?
I have a feeling we get the sheriff's office, we thought we'd take better environment.
Zero said you only been here 6 months. 8 months. In those 8 months, how have you made Tanner's life better?
That's my goal. You're certainly the same.
Your goal to improve Tanner's life?
Why does it seem like I want to be on top of that?
Is that your sole reason for coming in to Tanner?
He doesn't have a way to go. All this work experience, we can drive up junkies. Not being able to deal with anything. Like, he needed me, otherwise he wouldn't have any way to go.
Did you come in at a time in Tanner's life where he was having trouble coping with everything?
He was trying to kill himself. He would beg him for 2 months. But they were 10 more months and he was still planning. The dumb bastard has to go now. Get medicated.
Why did you do this to her?
Well, I can't have any fun if I'm in jail.
Say what?
You can't have fun if you're in jail.
I can't have fun if I'm in jail.
What? They're like, why did you do this? He's like, well, I can't have fun when I'm in jail. What the hell was that? I don't think I've ever been this quiet during a trial before. I'm just literally in shock all day from all the things that this Tanner Horner has said. I just cannot believe his demeanor, what he makes up, what he says. It's truly, truly frightening and shocking, right?
What's your idea of fun? So you're saying that's why you didn't put her
Liberty lawyer. I'm a very big fan of the white stuff.
cocaine or meth?
Cocaine.
Is Tanner or just you?
No, Tanner just likes me. Not the world.
hurt anyone unless it was going to potentially cost you your freedom. You would never just randomly hurt somebody. Tanner doesn't want me. So Tanner keeps you suppressed from hurting anybody. But if, when you hurt her, that kept you from partying, that kept you from your cocaine, that kept you from doing what Zero likes to do. So if you didn't take control, that Tanner would get you put in jail. Is that right? Right. But you knew if you didn't take complete control and take care of business, Tanner wouldn't. Because he's like, what?
He's saying that this alter ego, Zero, was also around Tanner when he was 12 or 13. And then they say, did he do anything with Tanner then? He's like, only Tanner, like Tanner committing crimes? Tanner doing what? Oh my goodness.
So this is the first and only time Zero's hurt anybody. Tanner. What did you do to him? How did you hurt him? I know you say look at your arm, but what? Zero likes to do. Self-destruction is a beautiful thing. choose that spot.
That's true. This is Tanner's ride back to the station. It said Tanner's ride back to the station. Yes, after they found Athena. So that's what this is.
What do you mean? Why that spot? What spot? The spot where you took her body. Because I knew Tanner would tell. Eventually. So that was the spot where she might not be found. Did you wrap anything around her? Did you do anything to weigh her down? Like what? What? Anything? Rocks? Anything tied to her? Anything like that? No.
Did you turn your phone off, Zero?
Yes. When did you turn your phone off? When I took over. What did you do that for? So nobody would know. Were you afraid somebody was going to distract you on your phone? If it said somebody would know. Exactly. Where'd you get that idea from? TV. All the crime shows and stuff, I'm sure?
There you go. Where'd you get that idea from? TV. Now tell us some movies. listen, Tanner or Zero. Tell us some of your favorite movies.
Saying yes.
Maybe ones you watched in the last 6 months. What is forbidden? The world's a little blurry. Says, oh, they say red rum and so does G. I didn't know it was for what is forbidden. I don't like the word red rum. Here we say murderer. And I don't like the word grape either. I hate that word. So rather just, if you want to censor a word like that, you just say SA or R, put it asterisk, PE. You know what I mean? Like you could put like special characters rather to censor the word than call it something else. I find like schmurder and red rum and grape are like, oh my, that's a whole new language. I don't like learning new languages. You know that.
Rangers coming back in. Espinoza with the Rangers coming back in. Yes.
Sergeant Oliver, Investigator Oliver, we're going to the sheriff's court. No.
Just open the gate.
They're looking and it looks like there's still 15 minutes left on this video that they're playing. But I think the judge calls it because the feed's about to end. I think the judge is like, no. So that's about end. We have another live stream right after this, by the way. Yes, it's after midnight for me. I don't care. We have another live stream that'll probably be about 90 minutes long. Okay, right after this. So I hope to see you there.
Zero, do you smoke? Yes. Let's teach you how to smoke. Get that?
You wish to stop and take a good point?
Yeah, if we can. There's some left, and then there's one after this.
Okay.
Do y'all want to stop for today and start up in the morning?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor, if you are.
Is that agreeable with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I defer to the court.
Okay, we're going to stop for the day, okay? Go back to your jury room and I'll have Deputy King tell you, give you an update on tomorrow. I need to talk to the lawyer, all right?
What's the update on tomorrow? You need to talk to the lawyers. Are we going to see that or what?
Perfect. Let me see the lawyer.
Okay, we also want to hear. Sir.
Everybody can be seated, or we're going to be done for the day.
Hello. That was a wild day. Oh man, we want to hear what the lawyers are going to say. What time will they all be back tomorrow? And what's going to happen? What's scheduling looking like? Are we ready to sentence him? Can the jury go deliberate now? I think so. Who knows what all we're still going to see, hey, with this evidence. Judge, sir, anything else? No? I think that's literally the end of the feed. Sis. Yeah. That's it. We never got to find out, unfortunately. Oh well, we'll just be back tomorrow and see what happened, what was decided. Oh damn, I just like made myself so big on the screen. Hello. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to redirect to the next stream, and I will see you over there, because I know there was a huge update in a case I've been following very closely for a while, which is of course the Long Island serial killer case. And today, that mofo pleaded guilty. Yeah. Okay, so let's go and watch that over there, see the press conference that District Attorney Ray Tierney did and all of that. Here's the link. I'm putting it in chat. Thank you all for being here. Please leave your comments below as well. And I will definitely see you tomorrow. That feed will also, I'll put that up right after the Rex Urban one, okay? Okay, bye everyone.
Yes.